welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series Championship. It is day 2 here live in Sapporo, Japan, as our players are making their way into the venue to prepare for another exciting day of action. We still have 3 series left in our group stage until we determine which of our squads will make their way through to the winner's bracket and which will have to battle it out to stay alive in the elimination bracket. It's going to be another exciting day of Apex Legends, and I can't wait to see what our teams have in store today. My name is Glitter Explosion. I'll be your host for this series, and I'm joined by a desk of phenomenal people, and we've got a new addition as well. We have Jumba, Jayhawk, and Zephyr. And Jumba, I'm gonna go straight to you. First of all, welcome to the desk. Thank you so much for joining us. I want to give you an opportunity first for anybody at home in the community who might not know you. Tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do in Apex Legends.
Thank you so much, Glitter. Yeah, you know, I am an Apex content creator. I spend so much time talking about these players behind the camera, their stories, their gameplay, how they, want to compete in the ALGS, and I can't be more excited to be here in our biggest venue, our biggest event, with you 4 here today to talk more Apex in front of the camera for the first time.
And if you guys are wondering, he was also one of the genius minds behind that Zero feature that we got to see yesterday on the first day, as was Jayhawk. Okay, amazing content coming out of these two, and I'm sure more stuff to come in the week. I'm not gonna do any spoilers yet, but you guys have been crushing it here so far, so thank you for that.
Totally, it's going to be great. We got a lot in store, and yeah, we can't spoil it, but the best is yet to come is what I can say, right, Jay?
I'm so excited for the next one we have, I'm not going to lie.
I'm excited for it, and I don't even get like an insider scoop, so everyone's going to have to wait and see. But let's start talking about why we're all here, the ALGS, and let's recap yesterday. If you guys at home are just joining us here for the first time, we had our first group stage day kick off, and the first series right out the gate was fantastic.
I promise things aren't scripted here at the ALGS. If it was up to Jumba and Jayhawk, I'm pretty sure they would be designing the perfect recipe for their videos, because with Fnatic coming out on top and the rest of the APAC North region representing within this first group, it is a fairy tale scenario. I will say though, we still got to see some great calls from North American teams like Thieves that you saw there, and Virtus.pro, and of course Shopify Rebellion, who even though didn't pick up a win on the day, still were very successful at keeping it kind of consistent. That was basically the story of groups A and B, consistency. We didn't really have a standout until game 5 when Fnatic finally jumped up, but everyone else was just right along them.
And then we get into 2 new groups, and 2 new groups that were ready to impress here, Jumba.
Just like Ben said, the script wrote itself. E36 from Korea, APAC North starts off by winning a game, but then this was the story of Aurora versus Alliance. They come out swinging. Aurora almost makes a 3-peat, but Alliance has an amazing fight to steal the game from them, steal first place, and almost qualify for winners after that first set there. So it was an amazing one there to watch as well.
Yeah, I think by the end of this, everyone might be doing that same Aurora dance. We'll have to wait and see, but we weren't done with day 2 yet. We still had 1 more series to go. B versus D, Jayhawk. Another really fun back and forth.
Yeah, and it really did feel like the 2 storylines that we saw from Fnatic and Alliance was gonna keep going, because in those first 2 games, they continued their dominant runs. Alliance took game 1, and then Fnatic followed suit, and all of a sudden we were thinking, this is the 2 powerhouses going back at it. But then the rest of the day, we start to see some underrated underdogs come into the mix. Go Next wins 2 games. They take the win. They're one of those teams that's always been a pretty solid EMEA contender. Can they elevate themselves to the next level here? And then enter Force 36. They actually had a really good set to start off the day. They actually popped off getting 2nd place in this one. And I think APAC and EMEA as a whole are looking incredibly strong.
Yeah, insanely strong, and I know Zephyr is very excited about the EMEA side of things, and you know the crowd here, the hometown bias, is excited for all of the success that APAC North has been able to find. It's another day of competition now, and then the question is, will we see North America start to step up? We did see some of that with 100 Thieves having some success, but there's still lots of Apex Legends in store as we get a chance to see what, at the end of the day yesterday, ended up being our overall scoreboard. Like you guys mentioned, Alliance at the top, 120 points so far, and we heard the desk talking about this throughout the day. Everyone's doing so well that we might have that higher cutoff point than we had initially seen in previous lands. The level of competition is that much higher, Jayhawk.
Yeah, usually when we get to the end of group stages, we're looking somewhere in the 90s. We already see 4 teams have crossed that threshold, so those 4 are probably feeling great coming to today. This is just now battling for draft position. So, but like you said, if one of those Alliance or Fnatics do end up having a monumental third set, they could suck up so many points that maybe that threshold does go a little lower, or maybe it goes a little higher like we've seen in the past.
Yeah, and then we've got the second page of our squads here, and these are the ones that really need to pick it up, Jumbo. Only 3 more series, and not that they're out, because this is mostly seeding and POI draft, but you don't want to have to battle straight into that elimination bracket.
No, absolutely, but you got teams here who you would expect to come out swinging, especially with some of the recent performance, Falcons, LG, who are currently sitting in the lower end, but there's some of these teams like Shopify, Rebellion, who right now they've only played 1 set, but they got 45 points. So you see a team like that, they're coming in today pretty confident because they're on a good pace to get that winner's bracket, to even get up into those higher draft points still, so a lot to happen.
And speaking of today, this is what you guys at home can expect as far as the order of our group head-to-heads. We'll be kicking things off here with groups A versus C to start off the day, then head into B versus C and close it all out with A versus D. And like we keep reiterating, this is for that seeding as to which teams will either get into the winner's bracket or go straight into the elimination bracket. And in that elimination bracket 1, we will eliminate 10 teams right off the bat. You have to stay alive to move through to elimination 2. So things are going to start to get heated. Today really matters. So let's talk about the teams you just saw on the schedule. Which of our 2 groups are going to be battling it out here to kick off the day? A and C. Now, this is going to be a fun matchup here. Zephyr, talk me through some of these squads.
I feel like this group is really the tale of North America. We have so many of these teams within this lobby. So if you see some big statistics on the region, just know we've got a little bit of a bias coming out of both of them. Notably though, like Jayhawk said, big standouts who, while they only have 1 match, Shopify, TSM, 100 Thieves, they're well within the range where even just the next 2 series alone, if they do it, should be able to make their way into that top 20.
And of course, this is only half of the lobby, right? We have to talk about the teams on the other side of the table in Group C, Jayhawk.
Yeah, once again, North America, like Jumba said, Falcons, LG, not having the strongest of days, but it was only 1 set. You go back to the drawing board, you're hoping to have a much better performance, but then still we have Aurora, who once again was waging that warpath yesterday. Do they continue it?
Well, we're talking about teams that potentially need to pick it up here today, right? So now that we know which of our squads are in groups A and C to kick off the day, I want to start picking your brains a little bit about which teams you want to be focusing in on. Jumba, I want to start with you. Out of all the teams we have at our disposal here, who are you focusing on?
So I'm actually looking at Cloud9. Since the Newcastle medal, since picking up Gibby, they've been, or Shuby, they've been one of the best teams to watch because he's so meticulous with his usage of his abilities to be able to get them to live. They've been having an amazing set in scrims, 7.6 average points per game, but yesterday they didn't do that great. 33 points, which they are on pace to qualify if they keep doing that, but they need to pick it up. They haven't been finding the placement that they want, and that's where they usually get most of their points. Right now, you know, they are, like I said, they had 5 out of 6 of their games where they're in the bottom 10 placement.
Yeah.
They get most of their points. They usually have an average placement of about 35% getting into the top 5. So when they're thinking about that they're going to want to be able to, you know, find their way to, you know, just live longer today, get back to the game that they're playing. I don't know if it's the Rampart, I don't know if it's the Catalyst meta that they're used to, that the other teams aren't playing anymore, that they need to work throughout. But I'm hoping that if they find it today, they're going to be able to go ahead and get back up into those top standings that they expect.
Yeah, I think that we've seen now after the first day that once again, the new variable of even just E-District being in play here for our players has kind of shaken things up for some of these squads. More teams, though, that we need to talk about. Jayhawk, I want to come to you because I think you're going to give us a little bit about a squad that did have a really strong performance in Split 2 playoffs.
Absolutely. I want to talk about Gaimin Gladiators. Obviously, right now, we're in a Newcastle meta, and this is the team that a lot of people were giving credit for as bringing this meta about. And like you said, at Germany, they absolutely popped off. They had a potential to have an all-time historic performance, potentially winning in 5 games. They weren't able to do it, but they did secure 2nd place. On the year, they've continuously gotten better. 10th, 5th, 2nd. Can they now take the win? They haven't looked that strong in scrims, though. I was wondering to see how do they adjust on land. Yesterday, to start the day, they had 29 points in their first 2 games, and I was thinking, Gaimin Gladiators are back. But then the next 4 absolutely crumbled. They weren't able to keep up that consistency like you can see there. 15th, 20th, 12th, 10th, only what is that, 2 kills, 0 kills in those last 2 games. They weren't putting up big numbers. And so I'm looking for consistency from Gaimin Gladiators. Can we see the team that had one of the most consistent runs we've ever seen in Apex Legends history in Germany finally recapture that? We've already seen the pop-off performance. They won a game yesterday. If you can continue to have those peaks, but make sure your floor is a little bit higher, I think that GG can make it to that top 20.
Not only the consistency to get there, but then we talk about this a lot, the ability to close out that win after you've hit your threshold, because that's the other half of that match point finals, and that's what they missed out on in
Absolutely.
Germany. So really, really good squad pick there. Now, Zephyr, I can't leave you hanging here. Lots of teams to talk about. I think I might know where you're going, but I'm going to let you say it. Tell me who you're keeping your eyes on.
At least in this group, I would be remiss not to mention Aurora. After their performance yesterday, even within one series, they're still in the top 20 from their 65 points alone, which I'd love to talk about because it is the most unique Aurora we've gotten to see at an international LAN in a while. Notably, the majority of those points, 43 of them, came from placement. I know a lot of folks tend to remiss and say that this is a team that is kind of kill-heavy, aggressive. We have seen them adapt now. They know when to pull at least some of their shots, find their way into some healthy wins that have allowed them to develop a different kind of sense of macro that has pushed them now into a really, really nice wealth of points. If we can start to see them maybe mix back in some of those kills where they fell a bit short, got eclipsed by Alliance, maybe we'll see them come out a bit further on top and maybe even winning a group stage. Of course, wins alone, they were still able to pick up 2. They have been phenomenal, 2nd and 3rd. That's that kind of placement I was talking about. But as you can see there, still, those kills in those single digits, smart. Not really playing for those big blowouts that we've been typically used to seeing.
Definitely a good strategy here for groups, right? Getting themselves into a spot where the biggest priority, especially if you know you're in a spot where you've 100% solidified that winner's bracket, like we've mentioned quite a few times, is your draft position, because that heading into winner's bracket is so important, Zephyr.
Absolutely. For a team like Aurora, they've been lucky in this last series to just stay consistent within their draft picks, but now it's a race, right?
Yeah.
Because ultimately, while most of these teams won't be contesting against them, if you let someone slip up just a little bit, talk about those weaker maps like E-District where you're not as sure of yourself, you could be potentially losing a strong POI that you yourself have made statements on during the group stage.
Yeah, I think when we get into those brackets as they're set, it'll be interesting to see what E-District does to those squads that have it nailed down a little bit more. Is that an opportunity for people that are behind to pick up some points, Jumba? Or do you think that it's still going to be a little bit of a scrap for them because it's the map they have the least amount of time on?
It's the one that you see a lot of, a little bit more randomness to the statistics out there because they're just not comfortable with it. When you look at each team and how they're doing, obviously their Storm points, their World's Edge, they're comfortable, but that E-District is just, it's hard to find that consistency. And also too, because of the way that the map is built, a lot more cities, a lot more cover. So battling that out there when you're used to the open fields of Storm Point or, the climatizer type zones in World's Edge, it's a lot harder. They had to get used to it. And like I said, now they got something like Rampart in there with all that cover. It's just extra on top of it that they can't find those kills, find those consistent placements like they're looking for.
So we're constantly trying to keep our players on their toes, but a new day of series also means a new day of predictions from our talent. So let's take a look at what everybody said. I'm interested to see where the picks went this time around. Think these might be the old picks. Let's talk about who you had in mind here, though, Jayhawk.
I was actually going to go with Shopify Rebellion. Listen, I don't want to go out too much on a limb here, but I'm going to say this right now. I believe that Zainu currently is the individual best player in the game. I think that when it comes to his micro comms, when it comes to his ability to flex to any legend, I think that he could IGL if he wanted to. Obviously, he's not choosing to. MT's their IGL, but I really do think he has that level of potential. And I think that when you have him, the fragging capability of Koiful, and then the macro of MT, one of the best IGLs in the game, that trio, I think they're going to pop off today. We didn't see a win from them yesterday, like Zephyr mentioned, but I do think with the consistency they had, just a few more elite performances where they do close it out, I think Shopify can take it away.
All right, I like that. I like that shout. Honestly, none of these group matchups are ever going to be easy, so I think that's a really good look. They're a team that, honestly, we were talking about the second we started our series yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see if our teams have gotten some rest, reset from their games their matches and their series yesterday and what they can kind of bring to the table this time around. And as we prepare to get into our next day of groups, everybody at home, if you're figuring out exactly how you want to experience ALGS, well, we have a tool to do it any way that you want to, okay? And this is what's even cooler because this is also FaceIt Mobile. All of the classic things that you know from our FaceIt Watch, multiple POVs, that map feed, claiming your drops is all available now on mobile. Talk about being able to carry your ALGS experience with you anywhere you go. You truly don't have to miss a single second of a week's worth of champs. So all you have to do is head on over to faceit.com/watch, get everything downloaded on your mobile device. That is so cool. So hopefully you all at home will enjoy being able to use that. But like I said, we're moments away from getting into our first series of matches. Hopefully our casters are ready, because if I'm not mistaken, we should have Vicky and Genome standing by, looking fabulous. Are you guys excited? Vicky, give me your thoughts on this first series.
I mean, this is going to be awesome. We've already seen 2 groups play twice. Now we have 3 more series to go. Now we get to see this group have the opportunity to play twice themselves. And after the action we saw yesterday, Glitter, I cannot wait to see the action to kick off day number 2. Vicky, Genome here, and Genome, again, after all the excitement from the crowd, I heard them cheering before we went live, by the way. It seems like everybody is rearing to go, and I cannot wait to see these squads really duke it out, especially after we've been able to see how teams had to adjust with adding E-District to the fray.
Yeah, the EXO fans are back in force. The Japanese crowd is actually, it's quite a polite crowd, right?
Yes.
They don't get too rowdy, but I can tell you there are definitely some rowdy elements in there, and it's exactly the same one that was like shaking the stands at Mannheim. They always seem to have the most passionate fans out of all of them. And of course, EXO Clan will be in our Group A, B, C matchup here. Groups A and C playing together. And yeah, we'll be starting off at Storm Point.
Again, 3 more series to go. Time is of the essence if you want to find yourself in that winner's side of the bracket. As we take a look at our map rotation for today, we will be starting off on Storm Point before we make the transition into World's Edge. So kind of a little swap up from what we had started with yesterday in our very first series of our group stage portion. But now being able to see where some of these teams may feel a lot more comfortable after the POI draft sheet.
Yep, so having a look at our POI draft here, you can see which of the teams have prioritized Storm Point. You do get a lot of early picks on Storm Point. The teams think that there's only a few good POIs, you know, maybe 6 to 8 very strong POIs on Storm Point, so they'll go for those first. And if you're in that sort of 10 to 20 range, the teams might actually skip Storm Point and say, look, we've missed out on the good ones. Let's try and prio World's Edge or E-District instead.
You know, looking at what a lot of our teams wanted to opt for as we get started with game number 1, let's not waste any time here. I was looking at 2 teams specifically, Genome. It was Aurora with their number 7 pick on Storm Point, going to Cenote where they feel very comfortable, but also the other team that plays high within their respective group when they have to play against the last 2 groups that we saw yesterday with B&D was 100 Thieves with their 8th pick on World's Edge. Now let's see how this is going to fare with GH as professional. We're going to see them get started with their loot and seeing where the circle is going to be pulling originally.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring up Aurora there because they've got, so far, over half, 54% of their points from Storm Point. But then, when you switch over and look at how many of those points come from placement points versus kills, they're actually one of the most placement-heavy teams with 2/3 of their points coming from placement. And yet here they are, playing this Edge POI, right? And I do wonder if maybe it's the fact that you can bubble rotate with the cars that makes Cenote Cave a little more flexible from Aurora. And, you know, obviously in times past, this has been such an aggressive team, such a team that is so bloodthirsty, will hunt down other teams. And it's interesting how this meta has just flipped that on its head.
That's right. I was going to say, like, the fact that you're talking about how they've been able to get most of their points based off of placement alone, when we were so used to watching this team get most of their points from KP, has been interesting and really highlights the adaptability that Aurora has been able to take advantage of. As we get to take a look at where this circle is pulling, we already noted it. They like to land in Cenote, and since there's a few teams that don't like landing by Bean, there is a Trident there that could deny that opportunity of rotate from squads that may need to take advantage of that if they need to rotate somewhere far away. In this case, though, not necessary here for Aurora. They are on the edge of the zone here. They will be able to get some information, and Gaimin Gladiators have already decided to go on their rotate to try to figure out where they want to situate themselves here.
Yeah, and are they scouting around for other teams, seeing them fly in? Obviously, you've got, ninjas in Pyjamas who were playing the low buff from Jurassic and have made a quick rotate through up towards Bean. And now they're seeing some other teams pull up as well to Bean. Gaimin Gladiators, I think despite the fact that they didn't pick up the ring console at Mill, might decide to stay put now.
Now Falcons, though, all eyes on Falcons after a rather lackluster performance yesterday, trying to ramp up maybe a little too late here. A lot to prove now going into day number 2, looking for an early engagement. Something that you could expect to with the circle pulling down south, maybe by being perhaps by that hilltop, but a lot of squads from the north side will find themselves congested there.
Yeah, you know, at once the most feared team in this lobby, but at the moment they're playing from Trident, Vicky. Unlike Alliance, though, they are not commanding the respect enough from other teams to leave North Pad unselected in the POI draft. So they do have to share that area with 100 Thieves. It also makes it harder to rotate out of there. You do get the Trident, obviously, which is a help in that manner, but not a lot of loot.
Oh, man. And, you know, we saw a little bit of Mirage action from Aurora yesterday. We get to see it now from Shadow going forward as they're going to be able to pick up some KP themselves. Again, it's that congested spot once you see a lot of teams having to funnel from the north side of Stormpoint through Cedo here. It's FaZe on the other side of this fight versus Shadow.
Yeah, Jackie 1 seems to be the flex player from Shadow, right? I mean, he's the one picking up all the fun picks.
Maggie.
He grabs Maggie, and now we get to see him on this Mirage pick. Nice pick up there, taking down Nags from FaZe, and FaZe have been really struggling so far. I mean, his teammates have absolutely left him for dead. You can see Fnatic running over here to try and make something work. I think they are either 39th or 40th on the overall leaderboard right now, so FaZe in a world of trouble.
No fate there, too. You saw Fnatic was out there right before they finish off that last player, second to last player from FaZe. He's going to try to go through Command Center where there is a replicator while we first look at LG here, trying to take this fight right underneath the bridge. Look at the teams that may be playing around the dome side, trying to deny that rotate. That was Oblivion here, while Gaimin Gladiators look for an early engagement versus GHS on top of this building, rather the rock here. And this is a really important spot to hold in a zone like this because you will have that high ground positioning overlooking a lot of teams here as we say goodbye to GHS first.
And the other interesting thing is he's got the triple take here, right?
Yeah.
He's got about 200 energy ammo. That's a fantastic... One of the big downfalls of taking Godrock is that you will often run out of ammunition and you can't really even fall off to get boxes and then get back up. You might kill a team, but you don't really get their loot even if you do it. If you had picked up a Nemesis, you run out of ammo so fast now with only 54 ammo that you're keeping in your backpack, whereas the triple take, since it had that buff, it actually is so ammo efficient right now. Obviously, it has fallen off. You're not seeing teams pick it up since the introduction of the accelerator stock. But in this particular instance, in this place and this situation, Gaimin Gladiators are very happy to have that weapon on their side.
I love how you highlight that because it also shows why some teams have to opt for certain weapon loadouts depending on how quick they want to hold that final zone positioning, knowing that they're going to be denied loot. And why you see some teams, when you see a Loba in the lobby, it means that their POI has that lackluster loot and their goal is to go for a quick rotate in that case, but they're not running that Loba, right? They want to be able to secure more of that double support here instead, while FaZe was able to get that res. Good news for them here, uncontested for now, because they have nobody coming in from the north side. They will be able to get some information from Command Center before having to take their time to rotate into that next zone.
Yeah, not unhappy to get the res, but that said, with Shadow 3690 lurking in their vicinity, it's a bit of a shark in the water hunting them. As you can see, got that information about the next zone in just a second. Shopify taking their time down near Pylon, where if there's not a ring console for there to pop, they will head over to Jurassic and get that information very soon. Circle goes very much over Beans. Still a bit of mill in, though. So let's see whether it goes south or north from here, whether perhaps 100 Thieves get to lock down that southern mill building, or whether we'll get another one of those zones we saw yesterday that was, you know, sort of on the hill in between, where you saw how important it was to hold on to every ability you've got, every cooldown you've got to use, because you never know when a team's going to turn their attention towards you, and you'll need to hold them off.
That, and when you don't have the ability to really work into the natural cover that you could have in the terrain, whether you're out in the open on Storm Point, if the zone does end up pulling just slightly north, with so many teams already in that next zone, the squads that have decided to commit inside these buildings won't have that next console information versus the teams that do like to take their time when it comes to rotating in that next zone. TSM, Full Purple, is talking about playing objective, are now slowly trying to approach a squad that has been waiting in Mill. That is 100 Thieves that have already stationed up on top of Mill, and they're on the edge of that next zone too, by the way.
Yeah, but they don't have all that long to take this engagement, right? I don't think this other building is in at all, so TSM are going to have to make that move within the next minute and a half. Shopify Rebellion get that first knock onto NRG. They're chasing them down through Barometer now, trying to confirm kills. Don't want to let them get that reset.
Oh, they are going to be able to get that finishing blow here too. Shopify Rebellion, your team pick here, Gino. Team that is very strong when it comes to trying to rotate, but coming out of the circle, NRG running for their lives. Shopify Rebellion aren't the only threat in front of them. It is also Aurora.
You can see Aurora in the car just ahead of them here. They actually turn tail and run. Interesting. I thought this was a great third-party opportunity. One team coming out of the zone with a lot of health damage done to them. The other one just a duo, but Aurora, well, I guess that's playing into that game plan that we were talking about before, really prioritizing the placement points.
Trying to pick their battles smart here too. There was an Evil Harvester if they hadn't gotten it already, and now hearing the fighting happening from a distance. Shopify still, with blood in their eyes, are going to be able to chase down NRG. Now this time claiming guild. Still a member alive from NRG if they could try to get away. Shopify, the only squad within the vicinity of Barometer, but waiting for them on the edge of that next zone. We saw Aurora zip away on the Trident, but it was LG that we saw them stationed underneath that bridge. They have not moved from that spot.
Yep. See if anything comes to blows down there. Meanwhile, back at Mill, TSM have moved around to the side.
All right, Design.
Team Burger now pulling up on 100 Thieves. So I don't think 100 Thieves, there's still quite a few teams on the north side of this zone, and I think a lot of them will end up cycling through this position. So 100 Thieves are just constantly going to have to be watching their backs.
I really like the story behind 100 Thieves and the way that they've been able to build up their synergy over time. I saw a funny social media interaction yesterday, actually, where Nadeshot was trying to remember who Design was, and Design letting him know, don't worry, you'll know who I am once you see the receipts after our boot camp training. And 100 Thieves really ramping up at this event right now, still going to be able to hold down Mill. You saw TSM respecting them, opting to go outside of Mill, not wanting to take that fight, also playing core positioning as LG, again, have not moved from underneath this bridge. Taking some shots onto Shopify. NRG are still outside of zone in Barometer, where they have a replicator. They're probably going to go for that res there too. And you can nice see this overview of where that next zone is going to be pulling. Still, a lot of teams outside of that next zone. FaZe coming in from that north side shadow inside of that building, as well as REIGNITE taking their time from Cedar, where there is a Mythic bin, and Aurora looks like they're going to prioritize getting that Mythic bin.
Oh, they are zooming straight for it. Okay, zone shifts to Bean. So we haven't had much of a look at the buildings over there so far. I'm sure we'll get there soon. But Aurora, REIGNITE were looking in the direction of the Mythic bin, but you know, you can't just set your eyes on it. It's like when something's on sale and you're like, oh, should I get it? Should I get it? No, come on, put it in the cart, put your details in and get it into your wardrobe. Anyway.
The excitement that you get from Black Friday, right? Yeah. Everybody gets some of this here. All the loot that they need and full reds to work with if you're Aurora. Uncontested with REIGNITE still in the distance, maybe trying to take some shots at them, but this was the high ground spot that we saw Gaimin Gladiators hold fight off GHS to originally even situate themselves up here. And like you said, Genome, lacking on loot, because once you set up here, you're going to have to take some poke damage. You want to be able to build up that Evo shield since you have denied yourself the opportunity to get any Evo Harvester, but you're also straight up banking on this since you don't have the ring console.
This is going to be fascinating though, because looking at the ring, their spot in Godrock is like just on the cusp of it. So I don't know whether they're going to be in the next ring, or if they are, whether they'll have to sort of shimmy a bit further down the rock into an ugly position. Either way, they do have some kill potential, as all the other teams will have to start pushing in towards them in the next zone.
So close, and 9 Impulse is able to get that knock with the nade, and RG looking to re-engage after coming out of the zone from Barometer onto Aurora after they had just gotten that mythic bid. They were falling incredibly low. They were able to fully reset. Marines going to be able to back away for right now. Well, NRG have to traverse through this open ground over the water. No other team, though, within the vicinity to try to third-party this, so this is the isolated fight while we say bye to LG.
Yeah, LG, another
Falcons.
early exit for them.
Seeing them that they're able to pick up some KP themselves. Shopify have not stopped, too, with Koipol getting another knock here with the Sheila. Zooming away on that Trident, though, a little bit risky when you can't find your own spot. You do know where that next zone's pulling, but so many other teams will be able to look at you. That's why we've been seeing the utilization over these Tridents. We have so much cover between the amp barriers, between the Newcastle mobile shield, the walls on top of that here too, and now you have the natural terrain to work on.
Yeah, as we've seen in the stats before, literally thousands of them coming up in this tournament. Castle Walls FaZe creeping in on Noctem here. They managed to make the finals once. Can they do it again here in the biggest tournament of the year? Make it to Sunday of Champs.
A little risky though, it's literally a standoff. This is something that we've been seeing constantly with this meta. The patient play before the bubbles go down, and there's a third party in the distance. Team Burger is waiting to strike right behind this fight. Let it rain with the Sheila. Say hello to my little friend right through the amp barrier, but you gotta look to your left. Now, as they're going to be able to trade off here, both Nox Team Burger coming for the third party. That's what we're looking at. Nox can get eliminated, and FaZe still trying to hide behind their own amp barriers.
Yeah, but it's Team Burger trying to pull up and take advantage of the chaos here. Pricey pops off a couple of shots with the Mastiff, and FaZe go straight down. Burger say thank you very much. We'll take all 6 of those loot boxes, but they do need to be aware that Shadow is creeping up on behind them. Way needs to pop that bat before it's too late.
You know, we have to take a second just to establish what's going on around you. I had to take a second with my breath because I almost fell down from the apple box looking at the third party waiting in the distance. Shadow has to now back away, noting that they have already mistimed that third party opportunity. Team Burger have been able to reset, and this circle is pulling right on top of C9 and Oblivion. Still see the poke potential here from Shadow. And I still, again, love that they're still trying to try out different compositions here with the Mirage or the Mad Magnet.
Now let's see if they can sow a bit of confusion as they go into Team Burger, if that's the direction around the rock they decide to go. If they potentially go counterclockwise, they can run straight into the zone, but what cover there is, well, it's probably only going to be what they make themselves. Yeah, okay. They decide to disengage from Team Burger, and we see Team Burger themselves taking the evac here to find a spot. Looks like they're heading towards Orgless and Hungry in the armory. They realize it's taken, have to bubble out in the pier. There's not any cover there. Let's see if they can get the walls up in time. Remember, they just used their catwall to stop Shadow 360 engaging on them. That's going to be extremely hard now, I'd say, for Team Burger to live in such a central position.
That's why it's the Hail Mary coming out of an evac tower. You don't know where to go. You don't know where everybody is, and you're now in the line of sight of everybody. You're forced to use out the dome, just as we see Shopify doing the same exact thing on the edge of zone. So many other squads in the vicinity. 100 East trying to take that fight. Ninjas now trying to see if they can find some space, sharing the same building with Team Burger.
Shadow eliminated on their approach. 100 Thieves as well after a great start. Obviously only playing the one series yesterday and picking up 50+ points. They do go down early in our first game here.
It's tough here with so many other squads here. Gaimin Gladiators have not moved from this spot, and having the Trident there too from the very beginning, giving you that extra cover. We did see Light in the kill feed get a knock with the Kraber onto one of the members of Shopify. Now trying to take a different angle with TSM underneath.
So here's that question. Will they still be in this next zone and have that opportunity to be flying directly down on the other teams? Yes. So they get just a window of time here where Gaming Gladiators really can dominate this lobby, but they have to make so much good use of this, Vicky. I mean, this is the time, right? You see people running out below you. You can start shooting them and open up your path into this next zone. But, yeah, you can't take up too much. You can see those amped bullets heading up towards them there.
So much pressure here. Ninjas is one of the squads running the Loba, so they're not denying themselves that looting opportunity, but playing right underneath that building. Getting pinged in the distance. The Gibby bubble has been unleashed here. Nask is going to call in the Gibby ult. Shopify are zooming around two on a Trident. Approaching C9, approaching Falcons. Gaming Gladiators White keeps getting beat from behind.
Yeah, look, they tried to make the bubble rotate, but of course, the weakness of that is that you can get shot from underneath, and they're so high up that everyone can just dome them.
And it's TSM, once again, that are still below them. Zane, though, gets these shots with the massive. Tries to get the trade here after bringing the last one alive for Ninjas. Avoids a nade, another nade right behind him. With the catwall right in front of him, too, literally dancing around the bombardment.
Burgers know they're in a bad spot, so they have to make a play, but they do go down to Team Ninjas. Ninjas in Pyjamas are also falling, of course, and Orgless and Hungry feasting on the teams on the eastern front.
Perfect gatekeep here, run the circle, and C9 inside this building looking at Orgless and Hungry now. 7 squads left, NRG are isolated from that north side. Gaming Gladiators have managed to move forward, and TSM that were harassing Gaming Gladiators from behind are also right behind the other side of Falcons here trying to find an opportunity. But playing around the actual Trident and the Newcastle wall. They're in the middle of everything, Gino. They are in the middle of this entire chaos, and they're just waiting to unleash with the Sheila, getting the knock onto Gills.
He's got his eyes trained on the feet right now. Still a couple of bullets left in the Sheila. He doesn't want to waste too many. You've got to chew through some shields usually before you can actually get those kills. And it's GG behind them. Finally, they've had to give up their perch. And it's actually NRG that have got a little bit more space on that northern side now. Cloud9, always so early to pick up good positions. It's what makes them such a good team right now. They're almost like the Moist of old, the MT-led hyper-rotate teams of old. I feel like they've really taken up that mantle in the ALGS ecosystem. And as such, they're in a great position in the building here.
It's perfect too because they're one of the squads running the Catalyst, right? So they can bunker down, looking around after being able to take up that building very early, denying the opportunity for Orgless to try to find a spot. Unless Orgless tries to get on top of the roof after utilizing that evac originally just to get on top. That's going to be an engagement, but they can't try to overcommit because once that dome goes down, they have to decide whether they want to fully extend it on this, which will be the green light for Shopify to try to 3P this or even NRG. Oh, but they won't have the opportunity because Falcons is too busy wiping NRG off of this lobby, and they're still in the middle of this entire zone with all the attention on them.
There's always a lot of attention, but the attention is coming mostly from inside the lobby. This time, as you say, all teams looking at Falcons on the middle. TSM decide to make their move up. They find a gap in the fence. Oh, quick reactions on the tacticals there from Shopify Rebellion do mean that Verhulst doesn't manage to get a knock. That was close.
That would have been so important to get that initial knock too on the other side. Wasting a little bit of time, but also forcing themselves to create some space. If TSM could get an advantage right through these cracks, sneaky Verhulst is trying to find an angle.
Oh my god, so many Gibby ults coming out. Orgless and Hungry, nice little spot on the top here. I'm probably going to have to be the last to fall down, but it looks like a lot of the teams are watching for this.
It's the orchestra of Massive, the orchestra of the Gibby bombardment coming in. Orgless get eliminated, 5 squads left. Gaming Gladiators are trying to get the rest. Falcons now move up with the Massive barrel shoving into the bodies of Gaming Gladiators here. TSM also move up, 4 squads left. This zone is non-existent. Falcons take out the Sheila. Zap is able to move up, taking a little bit of damage to the zone.
Shopify Rebellion go down in the top 4 and Cloud9 do as well. The Sheila sings for Verhulst.
And that's how you make a statement with TSM. Taking game number 1, the patient plays from Verhulst. The Sheila, honestly, watching the way that they were able to play with the Sheila and Scrim, I knew that we were in for a show.
And you saw the difference between how TSM and how, or Verhulst and how Waltzy were using that ultimate, right, Vicky? I mean, Waltzy didn't have many left, and of course they probably had more angles to look for. We saw Verhulst was actually prioritizing the scout a little bit, using some of his ammo left there, and that meant when it got to those crucial endgame moments, he had plenty in the minigun left to spin up.
That's so true, too, because you get that 50 back here as well once you're able to have that ultimate online, once you have that G7 and the built-in perk attached to it. Very nice start here for TSM, and that's with them playing underneath Gaimin Gladiators from a very early portion of that first game. They knew that they had to share some of that space. Both teams were forced to move up. TSM at one point even considered trying to approach that zone from Mill side, where 100 Thieves were gatekeeping them, whereas TSM had wrapped around Mill, played underneath Gaimin Gladiators, and then inched forward when a lot of these squads had collapsed in that final zone.
Well, I can assure you that Falcons are going to be very happy when they saw Orgless and Hungary's name get eliminated as they were jumping off that building. I was talking to our friend who does some of the listen-ins earlier this morning, Vicky, and he was saying that there were some very tense words being exchanged between the Falcons members after they got ratted on 3 times yesterday by Orgless and Hungary. I mean, that would tilt anyone. But the fact that it's, you know, one of their nemesis, nemesis,
like the guns,
the plural of that one. Anyway, yeah, would have been really tough for them, right? And I think that was, they were actually almost a little bit lucky that they only had the one series to play yesterday, because it allowed them to get a reset and come back here with a solid second place and 20 points.
And it's necessary here too. How coming through with 5 KP, Waltzy with 2, 0 with 4. I think, by the way, 2 of those times that we saw them get ratted was when we were up on the podcast. But C9, the patient plays were highlighting how they were very quick to get into that building, hold it down with the catalyst, and still be able to achieve the placement points that they needed while still being able to pick up KP from the squads around them. CTSM taking that #1 spot with 5 KP, but Falcons were tearing up that lobby, even situating themselves directly in the middle of that zone, utilizing the fence line behind them. They had to try to in front of them, all the amp barriers in front of them too, while kind of splitting their attention and looking at a lot of teams to put pressure to make sure they weren't going to be the ones focused.
Yep, and it was Team Falcons who came out with the most points, TSM who came out with the win, and as well as you can see, Shopify Rebellion, Gaimin Gladiators also doing pretty well there from their decent spots mid-game and leveraging that to get into good spots in the end game as well. Ninjas pick up a couple of points as well. We saw that happen in the previous series yesterday, but then it was the lack of follow-up that really they had trouble with. Interesting, we saw Zap there. You know, he was picking up, I think it was something like 1,700 damage, but with 0 kills. Verhulst with like 800, just, you know, spraying a couple of minigun bullets in there to steal them away. I don't know.
That's all you need sometimes. You just need to enable your teammates. Verhulst with the Sheila, waiting to move forward, waiting to take up a lot of that space there. But it's been nice to see TSM wake up, really start off really quickly here for the squad. But now with game #1 ending, we still have another game on Storm Point to go. Don't go anywhere, guys. We got day #2 for the ALGS Championship coming to you on the other side of this break. Herman Miller, the official chair of the Apex Legends Global Series.
I'm up, ready? I'm pumping. One down, guys, there's a guy dead at left! We can kill left! I'm shooting wall, Give me one! Look for these kills! Break the wall on left! Break the wall! I'm batting, yeah. We gotta kill left, guys! I'm balling in this, I have to. Peek it over! Cancel! Hit it! One! I see my team! Fight! Let's go, let's fucking go! Let's go! Come on! Good shit.
Love the pop-off, love the comms, and the game-winning moment for TSM to start our day off with a dub for game number 1. Look at these ice sculptures. It's so cold out here. My tropical blood can't handle it, but I can't handle all the excitement that I'm feeling going into the second day. Also, you can see in the very end moment right there how many Tridents were like surrounding the crates. It looked like 2 or 3, and then you had Newcastle wall in front of you. But specifically, I liked how organized those comms sounded. Being able to target, break this Newcastle barrier, break this Ant Matrix here, and then you're able to really focus and hone into what you need to prioritize in a zone as chaotic as this.
There's our man Privacy from Falcons. He's obviously very happy after that first game. As we said, it was really only game 6 that pulled it back for Falcons yesterday, but they started off with a bang here, and yeah, they are a team that, you know, they seem to follow a trend this way or a trend that way. So hopefully with that great game 1, we'll see them pick up the pace here, because they are such an exciting team to watch when they are doing well.
It's that hot and cold moment, right? You need to find that consistency. You need to build up that momentum, and that's how you do it here. For game number 1, when you feel that stride starting on one of your strongest maps for Stormpoint, and we still have another game as we move on to Stormpoint. A little bit of a change up on that map rotation if you guys are just tuning in just now. We start off on Stormpoint before we go on to World's Edge, but what that does for some of these teams, it really highlights which map they want to prioritize depending on the POI draft.
Yeah, and if we're thinking about which teams have prioritized it, TSM is one of them, right? Number 4 pick, Lightning Rod. They are able to grab, and of course with the way that works right now, you also get the Trident up there. No one's selected East Trail, so that can sometimes be a little bit of an issue if East Trail can take a path up top and you can actually challenge for the Trident. It's quite a close timing depending on who gets there first and who can try and get it. Other teams who priored this, ExoClan down at Pylon, GHS Professional actually, they're 15th seed. You know, a little rough for them, but they do get Down Beast as their first pick as well.
Cool to see the pathing for a lot of these teams in that first game. Let's jump into some of the highlights that we actually got to see from that first game. And you mentioned how in the very beginning, Falcons being able to land on Trident, getting that Trident, being able to rotate as quickly as they could past Cedo. Gaimin Gladiators were the ones to start off the fight in that first game, immediately claiming King of the Hill on Pride Rock. And with the lackluster loot that they were inevitably going to have while holding that position, they were still able to put a lot of pressure down to the teams below them.
This was an interesting fight with FaZe Clan here, and you can see some of the issues that they had. I mean, the shield is such an important part of this fight, actually gets caught behind their own mobile shield, and therefore is doing no damage. You also know they had the Rampart wall set up. That's a great place to be. But the other teams are learning how they have to swing in a sort of perpendicular fashion. You need to get around there quick to make sure that you're not losing time and health to those amp barriers when you can't fire back.
Yeah, it's actually insane to see how they've been able to adjust around that too, especially at the very end when so many teams were even taking the risk onto trying to go in for an early rotate once the cat walls went down, once the domes were no longer present. Where do you go here? It was a difficult situation for Zane too before he was inevitably gate kept after that cat wall went down, but Falcons had made their own cover like we keep highlighting. Between the Tridents, between the fence line behind them, the crates in front of them, they were smack dab in the middle of a lot of squads, but there was no angle for the back teams to really focus onto them because every team was trying to take their own makeshift cover. Oh, I love this. The peekaboo with the Sheila right through the fence too.
Actually, I thought it was the other teams. The bubble actually came down a second later. It was actually Reps' mobile shield that stuffed him there. because he was getting shots in until Reps' mobile shield crept in and actually cut off the Sheila stream.
It really be some of your own, all right? But you got to make do with this. TSM were able to jump around the Trident, get the finishing blow. Yes, it was Falcons, though, that had way more KP in that first game. TSM with that dub. It's been fantastic here in Sapporo. We've been able to be here for a few days already, getting adjusted to the time zone, seeing how our players have been able to adjust themselves with the weather and such.
Yeah, I was about to say, the time zone's not the only thing that needs adjusting in Sapporo, is it? I mean, we were basically coming out to the arena in a blizzard this morning. I've never seen that much snow in my life.
I mean, you're telling me, right? I'm like hibernating out here with my reptilian blood. But while we've been adjusted and the players have really been enjoying themselves here in the beautiful city of Sapporo, let's see how they feel about being in this awesome city. Get yourself a squad like Complexity, by the way. The way that they hold hands in the snow by the monsoon just kicking over. I mean, come on.
I mean, in-game or out, they always seem to be on top of each other. I don't know what that's about, man.
Hey, yo.
Vibes.
Maybe that's where they get the boost, actually, the synergy boost out here, too. But I love it. I love being able to watch how our players have adjusted to the climate, how they've been having fun in the snow. I walked out this morning, and I was absolutely freezing, but it's almost like literally a winter wonderland, right? You don't really get to see this I mean, personally, for me, I don't get to see it very often. Snow felt so crunchy and soft, and it really woke me up in preparation to the action that we were going to be able to see today.
Yeah, the players are cold coming into the venue, but we better hope they're not by the time they jump on those PCs. I was actually having a walk around, behind them, just as they were getting ready. Most of them, have lined up a TDM with one of the other teams, and it's actually fascinating watching that and thinking, I saw one of them. It was like 20 to 50 or something. Imagine going into the game after just getting demolished in a TDM and being on that kind of. That kind of
the
mental
tilt?
plane. Yeah, well, it genuinely would take, quite a lot of mental resilience to be able to, just put that behind you and be like, no, we've got this, stick to our game plan, and believe in yourself.
And that's why ego could act as a double-edged sword too, right? Because you have to know when to let go in a moment like this and when to lock in. When you're on this stage, you got to get rid of those nerves, especially if you're one of our players that are a first-time LAN goer. And it's hard, especially when you're a young player trying to get through that mindset too. As we get started, everyone, thank you so much for your patience. We're getting match number 2 started on Storm Point, and everybody is ready to go. Let's go. Here we go. Storm Point for game number 2. After Storm Point, we will be making that transition onto World's Edge and then ending up our group series with E-District, which we've seen some sentiment about from some of our squads online.
Yeah, I think I've seen mixed sentiments from teams, if I'm being honest. No, genuinely though, I think some are fans, some are not, some take a little longer to adapt to things. I mean, if you're looking at the sort of features of the map, it can be, there's some pretty tight choke points in E-District. They're maybe not quite as flexible as other maps. You can't necessarily fly over a lot of those buildings. And I guess similar to parts of World's Edge, it is quite built up. As opposed to Storm Point, it's quite open, right? And that does change how you want to play. I have to check out those legend stats at some point, but I would have thought there might be even slightly more catalyst towards Storm Point because, you need the catwall allows for long rotations through empty space, whereas you can rely more on Newcastle and Gibby to make the micro rotations with their abilities.
I guess it really comes down to you having that guaranteed trident there where you could really take advantage of having that on your rotate, having the dome to protect yourself just in case, because at that point, you're making that Trident not only have cover for you use it for cover rather, but you're also allowing it to help you with those rotates that the Catwall otherwise would have also.
Yeah, no, that's yeah, it's a very good point, Vicky. It really does allow for those sort of mid to long range rotates. I mean, we saw Aurora using it to great effect last game, zipping around, looking for third parties, going to the Mythic bin, and then you know, finding their way a little bit further into the late game as well. So we are switching up the zones. That's nice. Getting a little bit of variety here. This one will be going towards mid-map. We saw one go to Cascade Falls, maybe even south yesterday, I believe it was. I guess this one could go in a sort of similar spot, but perhaps it goes further up as well. Shopify Rebellion. Zero Tenacity we haven't seen a lot of. They actually get quite good priority to this zone. If they can get down there quickly, they might be able to nab the Evo Harvester, quickly scan that survey beacon, and then find a building to sit in.
It was that chaotic end zone where it kind of ended on that uphill where that support bin close to Zero Tenacity is currently rotating towards, and there's a lot of open space, but it's even better for the teams that do like to rotate quickly, like C9 actually in this case, approaching those same buildings where they can kind of set up shop for now and deny a lot of that space from the squads that are running the Catalyst. I do want to bunker down, and with the Evo Harvester right there too, you can try to deny that opportunity from other squads that haven't rotated there to be able to pick that up for their own Evo shields. How many squads already on that rotate actually? Noctem, REIGNITE, now moving forward. Teams that do like to take their time, though, 100 Thieves. Now finally rotating out of Northpad. Falcons also on the approach through Cascade Falls. C9, this is the building that I was talking about before, though. And again, a very similar style to their approach like we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, wow, this just got very congested very quickly. 5 teams pull up in the space of about 20 seconds there. Noctem, Orgless and Hungry, Cloud9, REIGNITE, LG have all gone into the south portion of mid-map and are distributing themselves amongst those buildings.
Now, in the case we see this zone give us whiplash like we saw yesterday a few times, if this does end up pulling more south, the teams that will have to funnel into that open area from that high ground hilltop will be in the line of sight of the teams that have already found themselves inside the southern buildings like we saw C9 in originally. Look how many squads are already off of the side buildings once you leave Cascade Falls.
Yep, Gaimin Gladiators are hoping to get in there, but I'm not sure they'll quite make it. See, even Falcons, who were zooming in on the Trident, have decided that might be a little bit too tough to get there quickly, and coming from Trident, they actually don't get the ring console. You know, they don't get it at all. So they have to go towards Command Center, and by the time they get there, as you can see, you know, most teams are going to have this done already.
Yeah, especially with that ring console being right there too, trying to get that information while even Gladiators are in the line of sight of LG, taking up a lot of space. You can see the Sheila in the distance. Funk taking a different off angle, not letting them poke, even as they try to hide behind that Trident, bringing a lot of attention, because with the amount of spots that we know are right behind LG, yeah, I was going to say, you could expect some spots to even poke at them from behind.
Yeah, I think that's GG.
They are out of there.
A lot of the times you'll rotate as far as you can with one bubble, then you'll just find a spot, sit in it, wait for that cooldown to come back up, and go again. I mean, bubble, it has basically a 50% uptime, regardless of which perk you've got. It'll either be, you know, 12 seconds or 16 seconds. Well, let's have a look at Falcons and hear what they're doing on top of the lobby right now.
Are you close? I don't know. I'll keep up. I'm bumming here. I got stuck. I'm backing up. They're running. Give me. We can fight them. I wasted my wall. Okay. I'm watching our back. They seem fucking bad, bro. Maybe it's Burger. I don't know, but I just instantly got fucking stuck. Right. Give me in car. Crack them. That's our car, no? Yes. I'm here. I'm not peek this. Close. Go left. Nade. I can bob up. Yeah. 30 on one. I'm here. I'm peeking. One far left. That's a good heady. 80. I'm selling. Chilling. Selling as well. I'm going around left, I think. I'm gonna go around left. I'm playing far left, okay? Bye, so. I might be getting an angle on the Gibby, I think. Yeah, you can. Give me those. He's on here. He's behind the crack. He's cracked in the back. I'm walking forward. 5 and 4. Walking forward, they're leaving. Right. Yeah, they are. They're backed out. They're running back. I'm selling. Flash Gibby. Gibby's still running. Big door. Big door. I'm walking up. Gibby's cracked. Gibby's cracked. I'm right. They're behind box. Behind box. They're going. No angle. No angle. Fucking zip link. Yeah, there. Just leave them. Leave them. Alright. Chilling. We might get married. We might get married. Yeah, Keg needs that. Alright, take my fucking car.
Well, it's the great escape from Team Burger as they escape the clutches of the Falcons. And some other teams getting pretty close to each other. But, I mean, one of the things that struck me there, Vicky, was that Hal and Waltzy are so good at finding aggressive ways to look at other teams. But this meta is forcing them to slow down. You saw how they had to have a slow approach, put up rampart walls. You have to be wary of another team throwing a bubble on you and inting you, right? And so it does feel like some of the big strengths of Falcon have been taken away from them in this meta.
Sometimes you're forced to play apprehensive, right? You don't want to overextend too, but you're trying to find a different angle. You heard the comms. They felt very confident. They were even asking, you know, these guys are bad. This is fully set at this point, but Burger was able to get away. You can't obviously chase a team up a zip here too. Woo! And 100 Thieves were behind them the entire time. Falcons are out of there. 100 Thieves showing presence while Team Burger is still in the high ground.
Oh my god, I wish I had the 3D goggles on right then. We had that amazing shot for our observers as the car zooms towards. I would be like, whoa.
They went straight left field too. Like they dashed away. They were so quickly out of there. And now 100 Thieves have basically swapped spots with Falcons where they're the ones approaching command center. And Falcons have now rotated through Cascade where Shadow is still in the buildings by Cascade themselves, kind of overlooking the teams that may try to rotate from that northwest side. Getting a nice little overlook at how many squads are exactly in that next zone, though. A lot of space, even if there aren't buildings available, there are on that north side where you can share, but even on the south side where we saw LG take up some space, where you could really play off the boulder in that gigantic tree.
Yeah, and the south side always seems like an option, right? Like
yeah.
there's usually a bit of space in and around Jurassic, where you can play around those fence lines, and you know, there's a lot of good cover there where you can focus on, you know, a team behind and then start making your way into the circle once you've cleared your back.
Great engagement here, though. TSM with a nice crack off that nade, looking to try to see if they can force their way in. Utilizing that mobile shield, trying to put down the shield out of the rampart walls. Revs trying to take note, though. FaZe get eliminated in your feed. NRG have been putting down the pressure. Here comes a Newcastle wall, and they are setting up shop. All company. This is, again, the same type of situation that we've been seeing from so many teams when it comes to sharing some of these floors in the same building.
Yep. It's just very hard to push, isn't it? You pretty much have to waste or, you know, use an entire clip of shield to just burn through a mobile shield, burn through the castle wall as well. Actually, that's one of the stats I'm going to be interested to pull up. Is the Newcastle level 4 perk, and whether you go for the energized wall to get shields back or to increase the health of your castle wall so that it's harder for other teams to push through you with the shield.
Yeah, because it's going to take them just a little bit longer there. I do like that approach here with Aurora fully red Evos. The bombardment has been called on top of them. They're stuck in the middle with Falcons right behind them, Gaimin Gladiators right in front of them, playing by the choke, trying to gatekeep the squads coming in from the south side. So Gaimin may not have to be able to look at Aurora because LG may just do it for them, while Gaimin's focused on trying to gatekeep ExoClan.
Yeah, they've been sneaking around. Yeah, this is exactly the spot we were just talking about. Broken wall that separates Jurassic from mid-map. Swinny, they've only managed to pick up 1 point in his first game and a half, I suppose. And Oblivion are also looking on at this from the south side. If they engage too hard, Aurora is right on the other side, near the river as well, and you know they're going to be happy to pull up, cause even further chaos. Oblivion goes for a very forward slam here.
Okay. All right.
Old mate's now having a nap in the car. Did they get a stick on the Trident?
It looked like they maybe that's why they wanted to start the engagement, but then having to back away almost immediately too. Not really liking the situation that they would have put themselves in with Gaimin Gladiators forced to back away. They're split up too because they lost one of their members. So playing completely isolated where there is a replicator still in zone by Jurassic. Hopefully they're able to reset, but even better for Oblivion to have taken up that same choke that we saw Gaimin Gladiators sit in.
Zero Tenacity also now in the tunnel behind EXO, so it's going from, you know, it's gone from a sandwich to a club sandwich at this point, which is adding layers to it. Team Burger, looks like they've taken an evac in towards the river as well. Just gone over the heads of Team Ninjas in Pyjamas that we're watching right now.
You look at the Sheila in just one wrong way, just for a split second too long, you find yourself getting absolutely deleted. Gonna be able to back away. Not trying to give up space, but just at least trying to put on some pressure with TSM still underneath. Reignite. Falcons on the edge of that zone, still looking at Aurora. LG have not moved from their spot too, still playing off that south side that you mentioned, Genome, where there is that assault bin. But this zone is still shifting completely down to the south side, where we still had a lot of teams trying to bank to see if it was going to actually shift over to the west by those buildings when you exit Cascade.
Yeah, if you just noticed at the top of your screen, Falcons get the respawn onto Zero. That was like directly in the middle of the zone, by the way.
Of everybody. But they're so busy right now looking at each other. Ninja still inside that building, TSM still within the building of REIGNITE. Burger now making an appearance in Shadow, getting that initial knock onto Bambino. They're going to start the engagement, utilizing the Mirage. Oh, here comes the EVA 8-2, gets another knock, and an isolated fight with the bubble helping them out too.
Yeah, we were talking about particular shotguns being particularly effective with some legends, and the EVA with Mirage is one of those because teams aren't necessarily expecting you, and therefore they're not, you know, carefully jiggling around the side of a bubble. You can just come in and get 3-4 shots before they even know you're there.
I was wondering going into championship meta if we were going to see any Mirages into play. I like to see some of these teams really try this out on different maps. 100 Thieves though, with the Trident, with the Gimme Bubble, now trying to avoid the bombardment. They also actually utilize a Newcastle wall, so a lot of utility being used up here while still being focused by the team in front of them.
Okay, here's the state of the game as it currently is. We get that next ring revealed, and it's right on Aurora. That makes that fight between ExoClan and Oblivion down the bottom extremely important. Looks like Gaimin Gladiators were taken out, and Shopify Rebellion actually, it's very good for them as well. I think there's like a little tree and something around down there that they can play around. So not a lot, but if they can fortify that position, I do like their chances too.
Oh, look at this face-off though. While TSM move forward, Falcons were right behind them. Zap gets beamed. Forced to go into this corner to try to reset while Falcons look onto the other side of them. They're looking at two different teams at the same time. TSM do manage to find some space to recover.
Oblivion win that fight down towards Jurassic, so we're talking about that being an important spot to hold, and now they have it all to themselves. They'll just have to watch out for a rogue evac, and then they'll just be able to walk in behind Aurora. A very fortunate spot for them to be in now.
Having to be careful though. Although you have the two trees in front of you, if you're in Oblivion's point of view, still have to go from that high ground hilltop to the bottom where Shopify will be able to sandwich you alongside Aurora. But NRG have been put in this position from the very beginning, putting in a lot of pressure. Let's jump into a listen with NRG to see how they plan this next rotate.
That's all. Thank you.
What are they gonna do?
I don't know.
They're just standing there. Hit Newcastle 20.
Maybe Valkyrie?
No, they have Cat.
No.
Or actually, they haven't rebuilt the doors. It might be Valk.
No, they're cat.
No, they're Cat. Yeah, the Cat is still there. They're gonna go low ground probably. You're gonna walk out? Yeah, I see him low ground here.
Yeah, they're running forward on Rock right here.
I'm walking forward over
They
there
give me
now.
ulting us. We need to go around.
Walking over now, walking over now.
Bag it, bag
Yep,
it.
going forward.
Car on us.
Grab a purple armor, Guild.
Yep. Car in front of us. They're right
Yep.
here. We need to shoot
I'm
these over.
windowing.
Shoot him. Kill Gibby.
Flush.
I'm gonna minigun
I'm
now.
popping an ulti cell. I'm gonna fucking give you them.
Burning one.
Breaking Newcastle to you. Okay.
Burning one flush.
Behind me.
Pull.
They're swinging.
Full team. You're gonna have to bubble.
I'm bubbling on the street on me. We have to take the bubble.
Yeah. Slide
Slide forward on me.
I'm holding for shield. Oh. 100.
Behind us. Get the kills if you can. Behind you, fun. Play me. Oh,
I got my kill.
Oh, man.
While NRG was focused on utilizing the Sheila through the cat, while C9 came up from right behind them, got the initial knock with the Nemesis, and then they got sandwiched. Orgless and Hungry, cleaning up the scraps of what was left from C9. Falcons also engaging, dancing around a double giving bubble. Not to get eliminated your feeds. Hal gets the next knock, and it was Ninjas that fall next. 9 squads left of Falcons. Lose out on 1. They're trying to get the reset. Oblivion are going to move forward with a Newcastle ult.
Hal does manage to get 1 drag and a res, but as soon as they're up, they're down. Completely removed now. Hal has to try and find a rat spot. Luckily, we're not in a scan meta. Maybe he gets away with this. Reignite are close by, though. We'll have to see. They discover him.
Just a crumb here as he's hiding behind the crate. Reignite with the Sheila, looking around to see where he may have rotated from. Trying to see if they could find him, but without leaving from their spot, they are looking also at Team Burger, TSM waiting to gatekeep the squads that are going to be forced to move in from that north side.
Yeah, Reignite, Team Burger, LG, I believe they're all full squads up the top. They're going to run into 100 Thieves and then have to get all the way down into the circle. Shopify Rebellion. This is actually extremely reminiscent of that zone we had above Landslide yesterday, Vicky, where Shopify had so much space to themselves as a result of their late rotation style. That time they didn't quite convert and pick up the kills. Let's see if they can do it a little bit better now.
Furhos was the one that picked up that KP onto Hal. Falcons are out of this lobby while Zap gets the next knock. Here comes a bombardment by the side of the zone, and LG are zooming away on the Trident, trying to see, being able to see if they can find this spot here, but if they do move, they're kind of in the middle between Oblivion and Shopify. Oh my gosh, they get here too while everyone's fixated on the squads coming in from north.
They do, with a rock to their back, that looks to be an okay spot. TSM, wow, we haven't seen them under a lot of pressure at all so far this series. They always seem to be the aggressors.
We also get to see 100 Thieves wake up with Design getting that knock and finishing blow with the Sentinel. TSM now move forward, seeing that the Sheila is to their right though, but their focus is instead moving up to try to claim the space by the rock.
They also move up into first position, overtaking the Falcons. And they're on the back of 100 Thieves now. But as you can see, some decent rock cover in front of them. Shopify on full reds, as you would expect, just trying to take down some of these amps cover. And the Gibby bubble, sorry, the Gibby ult goes in, but it's only finding
The way that
others.
they're sharing so much of that space too, it's literally this entire end zone, a split across the middle from the canal going in, and all you hear is a Sheila from a distance. Shopify still playing on the corner. They're looking at 100 Thieves while playing with space to allow one of the members of Shopify to actually harass LG. Here for the TSM, but they lost it on Zap first. Reps gets the next knock. It's a trade-off after they're able to get the knock onto Jen. Now it's going to be that 1v1 Burl trying to slide in with the EVA 8 shots. What? He gets the finishing blow. 100 Thieves get eliminated. Verhulst, what did you eat for breakfast today? He is absolutely feeling himself. You can see the way that he's playing with confidence.
I mean, yeah, after they get the knock, the entire team swings him and he doesn't even blink. Doesn't miss a shot, but it's going to be very hard now as he goes down to the other 3 full squads. They're all pulling into it though. LG bunkering in that bubble while Shopify Rebellion and Oblivion try and obliterate them from either side.
Look how much is in front of LG here too. Shopify with Poise going to be able to get that double knock, but they can't give up the space just yet because Oblivion are also looking at them. They're trying to take a different off angle with Koifo and the Sheila. He tears down these walls. He's got the G7 with lackluster ammo, but that may be just what he needs in this end zone.
Gold Mastiff for MT. They haven't managed to eliminate LG in that little window where it felt like they really should have been securing a top 2. But Oblivion now are going to help them out. They're so close to LG.
Look at Breeze, he's got 6 KP. The whole squad has 14 KP and climbing, but Koifo is uncontested on the high ground. Say hello to my little friend with the Sheila. They lose out on Zainu. Koifo now has to forcibly move forward. He sees a Newcastle wall, but they cannot let the reset. They cannot let the rest happen.
Are they going to get it? Zainu goes down fully, but no, Shopify Rebellion convert from that lower spot. And this is what we wanted to see yesterday. There we go. This team that has, 2 of the previous LAN winners on them. They are, in a lot of respects, the defending champions here.
Koifel went crazy with that Sheila at the end. He was able to pick up a total of 6 KP. You saw the mini pop-off too from Shopify. Beautiful timing. Even when they were getting the 2 knocks onto LG right below Oblivion, they knew that they couldn't contest with Oblivion being right in front of them. They didn't want to give up some of that space until they found that opportunity.
Oh my, 7,000 damage from the team in a single game. I mean, yeah, they just had so much of that zone to themselves down south there that they were able to just unload on everyone. And of course, they never have to hold back with their ammo, Vicky, because they take, I don't know, 10 minutes looting at the start of the game. I'm sure they've got a gold bag each by the time they get there.
That's right. We saw gold massive in one of their hands. We saw the gold G7. I said the lack of ammo that he had on the G7 was negligible, right? Because he's going to be using the Sheila anyways at the end zone like that. And we get to see them.
I wonder if they got the Mythic then.
Probably, especially with the way that they were able to hold that spot for a very beginning. And if not, being able to contest a lot of the squads that were trying to approach from that Jurassic choke too. Finishing the game off with 9 KP, but Oblivion, we highlighted how much KP we saw from this squad, and they ended it in that second place run with 15 KP.
Interesting. So Oblivion there, you can see, oh yeah, Blinksa. Certainly a name that I feel like we've been hearing more in the last year or so. Nano and Reed's a slightly more tenured, but it's Blinksa the one who really takes the limelight here with 2k damage and 5 kills.
And look at Koifel's damage, by the way. 2.7k damage in that one game alone with that 6 KP that we were talking about. It was just letting that Sheila ring through the lobby there. Huge looks here as we take a look at our heavy hitters. Reeds with 7 KP. Funk highlighting LG2 and their positioning for a while, was able to get 2 revives with Blinkster with the 7 assists, but it was Koifel with a lot of damage in that second game.
Yeah, well, I think it was only the 1 KP for LG, so I guess they were doing a lot more staying alive, and that helped them get the 7 placement points rather than doing the heavy damage to other teams. Now, after 2 games in here, and of course that means that's our Storm point done, Shopify Rebellion on top with 36. TSM, who halfway through that game, I thought, oh, these guys might be taking the lead. They finish up with 28, and look, a couple other teams, Oblivion probably being the surprising one there after a rough start to day 1, will be following them up.
It's crazy to see how in that last game, having so much of that KP, Shopify still being able to patiently wait to see if they have the opportunity to take that dub, has now elevated them after 2 games alone. It was kind of the TSM Falcons game that we were seeing between game 1 and game 2. Even Burrows picking up that last KP onto Falcons when he was able to take out Hao when he was trying to hide. And then eventually, before they were fully set by the 3 members of both squads that are waiting for them across the canal. Really good looks here from both teams.
I mean, LG didn't seem to have any chance in that final circle, right? I'm not surprised they didn't get the kills there because it was just 2 teams, obliterating them. But I am surprised they didn't pick up any more than that one earlier on because they did have a fairly central spot there. Other teams like 100 Thieves around them and seemed like they should have some angles, but not able to convert sometimes, but you still can be happy with the 8 points. It's better than average for a game.
Hey, it's still amazing to also see the way that our teams have been able to adjust onto Storm Point. That's 2 games down, a few more games to go here as we make that transition onto World's Edge. Don't go anywhere. We got some more Apex Legends coming to you for Game 3 on the other side of this break.
chill. Get him top, get him top, get him top. Play slow, chill, go on, chill, Mike, get me out, play slow. Pop in one. I'm batting, guys. They're gonna hit, Ready to fight, ready to fight. Okay. Yeah, fighting. Ready. Quick, getting him up. Yeah. Lot of damage. 1-1 on. Fuck him. Look at him, get nice. You got the one HP. Yeah. Reloading. You guys look one bullet. I'm batting. All here. I'm batting. Nice, one guy. Yeah. You got that. Nice. Let's fucking go. Nah, good shit, guys. Bro, who's the fucking best? Who's the fucking best in the game?
We have an amazing crowd here in Sapporo, and it's only getting started here with day 2. 2 games down, a few more to go. 3 series total for today within our groups as we make that transition onto World's Edge. We got fans in the crowd rearing to go. We get to see a better look at some teams that felt kind of short yesterday, Genome, and I love seeing the transition for how some of these squads had to make that adjustment.
Yeah. Who's the best, Vicky? We had a question there from the team, just wondering.
He's like, who's the best? They're hyping themselves up. I like that energy. You need to keep that energy, especially Koifel. He's the type of player where he's said it out loud. He's pretty hype on himself. He's got that ego where he's like, I know I could be the best. I could achieve levels that I have been able to achieve before, and it's really cool to see that confidence.
It was also really cool to hear Zainu taking the lead with that, right? I mean, he's the Gibby in this team, right? He's not the IGL, but you do see he does take over at moments because he is just such a vocal presence on the team. So him really calling those engages, because as the Gibby, you do want him at the front most of the time. And that just works so well for that team, and you can see they time it perfectly and do come out with a dub over Oblivion.
It's great, and for you guys watching at home, don't forget, we got Twitch shops for you to rock within your in-game cosmetics. Make sure you got a flex on your randoms here when you're queuing up, because on Wednesday, if you missed out, that was a really cool trophy sticker you could have added to some of your meds here. Thursday, though, we got the 30-30 repeater skin. Don't miss out. Make sure you guys could achieve these Twitch drops. It's just 30 minutes to claim, and we still have a lot more to go with Friday with the ALGS Horizon skin. Saturday, we got a cool holo spray, and then Sunday, we got the championship final, Gold Nessie Gunchar.
Yeah, I'm here for the ALGS stickers. Give me that trophy.
Always, and I always remind myself to be able to have the stream pulled up and sorry, that was a little scary behind us. The dolly behind us with the camera.
Zero, I love you. Lots of Falcons Falcons fans in the audience today, and looks like they've turned up, and the support's definitely helped them.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get to take a look at the POI draft, as we make that transition onto World's Edge, they have the fans out in the crowd. Is it enough to power them up is the question. Genome with Shopify starting to slowly build up that gap between themselves and the rest of this lobby. Maybe helping them out here with Falcons having that number 3 pick onto Climatizer.
Yeah, his best mate from Shopify Rebellion stolen away Skyhook West, though. So Falcons have had to go for Climatizer. You know, not unhappy with that, of course. But yeah, the number 1 and number 3 picks. Then moving up from there, you got 100 Thieves picking Thermal Station. NRG going for Lava Siphon at number 9 again. Surprised that Lava Siphon makes it to top 10, personally. I really do feel it has slipped a bit in priority, but we'll see if NRG can make that work for them.
Kind of what you were highlighting yesterday, where it's a pretty big POI, takes some time to be able to get your rotate out here too. And I'm trying to see how you're going to be able to find some of these rotates with the circles that we've already witnessed onto World's Edge. But like you mentioned, Shopify being able to maintain Skyhook West, splitting some of that loot, whereby Skyhook West, they also usually split drop on trials, going to be able to get even more information there too for deciding where they want to rotate.
Great chance coming up from the crowd.
I'm telling you, I was hearing this, by the way, before we even went live. Yeah. We had a bunch of fans leaning across the barrier, and they were just shouting chants at the squads that were getting ready to perform today.
I mean, that'd be awesome, right? Starting off your first game, and you've got people already going to bat for you. Shopify really not needing any help at this point. Pulling ahead in series standings. In a solid start from there. I mean, it was okay yesterday, but this is actually the kind of Shopify I was expecting to turn up personally. I mean, yeah, a first and a fourth, 9 and 10 kills as well. Like, when you're averaging that many, you know, you're eliminating 3 other teams a game. it's kind of hard not to be ruling the lobby at that point.
Yeah, it's like TSM had flipped spots with them too, right? Because they got first in that game 1 and then fourth in that game 2, but not as many KP as we saw Shopify achieve. And again, it was really Koiko who was able to get a lot of those kills with the Sheila. Can they maintain that going into World's Edge after coming out of Skyhook West? I mean, I could expect it to with it playing into their style and playing by the edge. Trying to see how this is going to work into the fray as we move on to World's Edge, everyone.
All right, as the teams start locking in their legend picks and dropping into World's Edge. Ooh, looks like we've still got a Mirage pick on the field, Vicky. That's going to be Aurora taking out that one. Ninjas in Pyjamas going for the Gibraltar Catalyst Loba.
And EXO with the Loba tier 2, as well as Shadow, who we were talking about it. Being able to see Jackie have a plethora of characters to work with.
Yep.
Now going with the Mad Maggie.
Yeah, it's a World's Edge special for him, it seems. And they seem to be flexing. Is it every map they're playing a different legend at this point? It might be. We'll have to see as we get to E-District if they do pop it back as well. But yeah, we have just slightly veered away from those 100% pick rate combos of Gibby and Newcastle now.
And something that we've been seeing from Aurora, right, has been able to split some loot from Skyhook East, but this time seeing that Shopify is playing split up, trying to make sure that they can take some space while Ninjas is going to be able to prioritize getting the loot out of that vault too. This circle though, very similar zone that we saw yesterday, Genome, where this zone looks like it's going to be pulling over Frag East.
No, that's actually a really good pickup there, Vicky. Ninjas from Survey Camp have sent someone down immediately to that Skyhook vault.
Yeah.
And from what I understand of the game mechanics, the loot tick paths are set, but they don't necessarily spawn in the same place every time you load into the map. So I'm fascinated to know whether they see a loot tick and they're like, oh, okay, this time I'll go for it and then I can get into the vault straight away. But of course they've got the Loba, so I guess this time they can just guarantee it and get those first 2 pickups.
You love those changes where you land immediately with 99% on that black market and you immediately book it to try to collect.
Yeah, that's not something you could do before.
Exactly. So you get to use that black market to steal some loot from that vault tunnel before getting right back together with your squad that is taking up some space in Survey. They also have that ring console there too, the Evil Harvester that they could pick up leaving south side of Grandma's house and in Survey. So Ninja's in a pretty good spot also with their quick rotate. Team Burger had called in an evac tower, as you can see, with this nice overhead, and a lot faster rotates from the squads that now see that this zone, after they got the ring console info, is pulling towards Frag East.
Ooh. Look who's waiting in the buildings. It's Orgless and Hungry. Best Ratters on the stage. Best Ratters at the LAN. They can take out the best of them at the best of times. This time they try and take out Noctem, but they don't take the path they were hoping.
Best Ratters, best Tilters maybe out here too, with the way that they've been able to really achieve that while they back away and go through the other side of Geyser. They already had that ring console info, it looked like here too. While NRG are going to be hanging out by that choke right next to Noctem. Shadow, by the way, get eliminated just as quickly. FaZe going to be able to pick that up. Nock in the feed has a charge rifle in hand. And look how many teams are already trying to go quickly around to see if they can find a building in Fragment, because you know that there's a lot of coexisting potential here.
Ooh, Nock already picking up a Nock with the charge rifle, and hey, he's got the select fire on it. As we talked about, if you hit that pop-up quite early, then you can start prioritizing your loot around the charge rifle because it is just such a fearsome addition to that weapon.
Just the NRG coming out of Lava Siphon with that select fire on the charge rifle. Feeling happy here. Gil taking a good amount of damage, so backing away as Nox is going to be able to peek for him. Apply some pressure onto REIGNITE with this charge rifle. They are holding onto this choke. They don't really have to worry about the squads behind them just yet because there are a lot of teams already trying to duke it out in No Name.
Well, once upon a time, I'd say there's only a few cells to Fun's name, but in the support meta, that's all you need. Good gatekeeping position here, NRG. Yeah, you can see they do know where the zone is, so at that point, you can just play on top of this choke and know that at some point, someone's probably going to have to push into you, and if they don't, they're going to have to go and stick around someone else who's probably sitting in one of the other chokes. So REIGNITE, they do go west, taking the lava route towards Monument. Meanwhile, Orgless and Hungry have moved on to a different building in Ghost Town, and Noctem and Oblivion following up behind them in the Geyser.
Taking our time looking at Gaimin Gladiators, who were able to get that Volt loop from Stacks and Big Mod too before they start rotating north side of Big Mod. And as they are going to be able to go in from Big Mod, perhaps through Geyser, where we saw a lot of the action earlier. We know that Oblivion were waiting. They're probably going to meet up with NRG on the approach through that choke. A lot of teams have already been able to find some space within Frag East. FaZe are now on the rotate, and right next to them is Shopify Rebellion shooting at those G7. Ooh, JMW.
All right. Immediately forced to pop up that there. And yeah, sitting up here, Shopify are just letting them have it.
Not so much as the isolated fight that they'll think, though. FaZe is not in a good position here, even though they were able to get some early KP off the Shadow earlier, because they are looking at Shopify, but right on their 6 is Aurora looking to 3P.
And that could be bad for either of those teams. FaZe decide they don't want any part of this. They've got another mobile tack shield to come back up, and even with the red armor, still at risk here from the scouts of Aurora. Oh, 1 or 2 scout shots there would have got the nog.
You saw the blood splatter too. He already lost out on his shield, clenching as he's running away. Aurora, they see, okay, that was a really good call though from FaZe to say when they needed to rotate. Being aware of, all right, this is taking too long. Aurora's coming up from behind us. They end up moving forward, but Shopify don't want to let this go just yet. They want to keep taking this fight to FaZe.
Yeah, they're going to chase these kills. That's what they've been doing all tournament long, Vicky, and it's working out for them. As we mentioned, 19 kills so far in this series, and we're only 2 games in.
So I like to see here, the Sheila out from Koi. You see if we can take an angle, but FaZe do not like this spot. They are backing away, still trying to run it towards Monument with Shopify right on their tail. Spending the Gibby ult, by the way, just for that, just so that way they could try to get that space. Was it worth? I mean, they were able to get away in time. They're looking to try to take up maybe one of these buildings, north side of Monument. But this circle could easily just continuously keep pulling towards that south side, which is what I'm expecting. Yeah,
look, a sigh of relief for FaZe Clan as the zone does pull upwards, pulls up towards Monument. I mean, we did see the tricky zone yesterday that stumped people as they all had to flood into Fragment very late into the game. I think this one's a little more to the northwest and therefore more chance of it being a Monument zone. So FaZe will take up one of the northernmost buildings and hope they're not too far from the action. Shopify, meanwhile, are looking for a Stausch up at Epicenter, and they may find it in the form of the Falcons.
Ooh, a team that has taken their time on rotating out of the overlooked side of the map here, but Shopify backing away, seeing where that next one may be going, while Falcons looking overhead. Most of the congestion is on that Frag East side, closer to that streamer building. Oblivion have lost out on Blinks here. We were highlighting him as a player just in that last game. Now forced to play this out as a duo. Orgless and Hungry are pretty hungry, feasting on his death box right there. They were able to take up that building there too. He's trying to force that out while they were also originally trying to hold up some of that space.
Yeah, you can see Henchman rocking the overshield right now. There was that critical moment in the last game when we had that great listen-in with NRG, and you heard Nocturnal actually call out. He said Guild grabbed the purple armor, right? Because he was the only one left on blue. They had some armor swaps down on the ground, and Guild, I don't know, was he didn't hear the comm or maybe it was just too chaotic, doesn't grab it and goes down first. And I was just sitting there wondering, like, that 25 shield might have made the difference in them being able to stabilize versus losing their lives. So, Gaimin Gladiators, they're hoping maybe to get rid of someone else in this game. Let's have a listen in with them.
40 on the ramp up. It's Castle, he's gonna ult on them insta as well.
He's getting flagged by charge rifle. We need to do something. He's here. I'm gonna give you him.
Wait, he's knocked.
Yeah, push up.
They give me ult to us. They fucked off. They're crossing to him.
Look, naded.
Yeah.
Might give you on them.
I'm leading it.
I'm pushing up. Stand. Someone's
taking angle. Okay. I'm with you, 2 seconds.
Moving now, got one on me.
Dead.
Nice. Give it on, I think.
Okay. Ben. Yeah, I don't have ult now. care, because another team can take this spot and then we're in a bad spot.
Just go RV, go RV side, go RV side.
Going over his side, going over his side. Just chill, we're good. I'm trying to loot. Give me run this way or? I got turret. Can you spot? I'm taking this. I'm batting. I'm taking on me.
I have insane. Wait, what shotguns do they have?
Could be running somewhere, Gibby. I don't know.
He can. Hold back side.
Team Burger from a distance, by the way, grieving 100 Thieves. You could hear it in the concrete Gaimin Gladiators where they saw that somebody got knocked from 100 Thieves, and that allowed them to take up this position, to get aggressive with them, and now 100 Thieves is forced to play this out as a solo. While Team Burger with the charge rifle, you could see it from them trying to actually pressure out Gaimin Gladiators, just trying to show their presence, and they're right next to a Mythic bin, by the way.
Yeah, I was about to say, it was like the game was like, nice shot, man. Have a Mythic bin.
For free. All right, it's the BOGO deal that Team Burger definitely likes to sit on here. Cloud9 also right next to them too, but it's to be expected with so much different buildings for a lot of these teams to coexist in. Seeing where that next circle is going to be pulling right here too. LG in one building, Ninjas, EXO on the outskirts here, close to the train tracks inside that building. They had already set up the black market. We know that there was a 2 Lobas that we saw earlier too.
Okay, so this is more like the park area. It's around that little construction crane area that's in the middle of Monument and Fragment.
Get to see some action here off the streamer building. Zipline as well. Nasky is going to be able to get that finishing blow onto the side. So trying to reset, taking 2 different angles. Nobody's trying to look at this to try to 3-peat instead. Ninjas being one of the squads to be with that Loba, EXO being the other. That's why we saw those 2 black markets, but separated here and coexisting in these different floors.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you can pop syringes till your heart's content.
Yeah.
You've got a Loba, and meds are free now.
Love that here. Ninja's going to be able to get that loop, but still, even with the duo playing above them, they don't want to overextend. Not trying to give an opportunity for another team to just walk up for free in that building. LG call it quits and try to back away, try to see where they could go instead. They don't want to be sitting ducks here. Ninjas dropped down because this was inevitable, right? Ninjas were looking to see where they may have gone. They could hear their footsteps. LG have already exited out of the building.
I wonder where Cloud9 are. Are they underneath in the museum part right now? We've got Team Burger up the top.
Jen just hiding within a crevice as the rat for 100 Thieves while his perpetrators just walk up behind him.
He's been studying those rat spots for sure. That actually does look like a nice little getaway there. Here's Aurora there underneath as well. And yeah, it was Team Burger up on the top. Cloud9 also nearby. These are all going to be, I think, good staging spots to start moving towards that final zone.
No one picked up the Mythic bin because there was no opportunity to do so. A lot of teams were within the area. They had already used Dome, and now Aurora are the ones to pick up this Mythic bin while Team Burger are right on top of them.
Yeah, I mean, you can always just commit a bubble for it, right?
How do they always get away with it?
I think it takes, it's either like 10 or 11 seconds, I think, to open the Mythic bin. Minimum bubble time is like 12, so you can guarantee it. It's just that teams will know you're there, and they will try and focus you once the bubble goes down afterwards.
They get away with it now as they back away. Team Burger's still on the high ground here, while Oblivion, they were low earlier on, trying to see if they could get the reset, and is able to pop that shield bat in the distance here too. I think it's Falcons that we're actually looking at them. They put down the Newcastle ult, but having to be careful. You can hear that Sheila right in front of them. There's nowhere to go. They were sandwiched out in the open there, while Falcons are right behind them. Noctem is on the other side of the sandwich.
Yeah, I mean, the look on his face wasn't like, oh, how did that happen? It was like,
oh.
Yeah, stopped.
Like, what do you do in that case?
We saw that one coming.
Oh, Jen versus Light, though, on the other side. They find him with Gaimin Gladiators as a full 3-sec. I mean, what can you do? He tried to call him the Moby. Jen trying to run for his life. They still haven't killed him, by the way. I don't understand how he still is able to get away from Gaimin Gladiators, as they were trying to look for him originally as the last straggler from the squad.
I see him just pumping out those mid-range Mastiff shots, which, look,
He got
unlike
away.
the shotguns of old, you know, can hit you for 15, 30, 45. Does appreciable damage at that point, but yeah, he's doing a pretty damn good job by himself right now.
Slippery Gibby. Only Jen, though. Only Jen. He's still in that building. Gaimin Gladiators are still trying to find him. Looks like they're literally chasing Jen, and he's trying to force EXO to look at them. He's making all this noise, gets away from Gaimin Gladiators, and now is slowly approaching the chaos that is right up in front of Ninjas, who are holding the top of the streamer building. They finally find him. They finally find him. GG, we're chasing after him, and they find Jen. It was Light to pick up that KP.
Interesting spot to have the black market up there. Seems a little bit exposed, but working for them right now. As far as they aren't taking more time.
Currently Aurora out of zone alongside FaZe as they are going to be able to approach from right behind them. See the pings? Where they try to see what they could do. The charge rifle is a problem. 9 Impulse though being the Mirage. Nice new change. Is going to be able to have the Phoenix kit so that way he can extend that invisibility.
See all the gold scouts they picked up from that mythic bin. Okay. Do they get to use them, or do they just donate them straight to Cloud9, who's on top of them? Keep an eye on that while GG go up against EXO and Ninjas in Pyjamas here over at Streamer.
And Ninjas were the ones on height here too originally, while EXO were playing off that low ground now. Gaimin Gladiators out in the open, having to be careful on how they're going to play from the backside of that Streamer building. Because if they try to approach from the train station, that's where Orgless and Hungry and Noctem are fighting.
Zero Tenacity going down, 16th. Aurora do stabilize there, but EXO, I don't know if they can.
Oh, it was actually Nasky who had gotten that pick first with the Kraber onto EXO, but they don't want to give up that height still. They want to be able to see if they can find GG without giving up that high ground.
Too much tension between the three teams, though. They're getting knocks, but they can't afford to fully commit because they know that the third team in the situation will go down and get even further stuck into them. Team Burger playing from the height up here have had a good position. How much have they converted off it? Not at all. Haven't got a kill yet in game number 3.
Well, Verhos picks up 2 more KP. LG get eliminated now as Team Burger finally move forward, trying to avoid being in C9 and Shopify's line of sight, but Team Burger lose out on one completely. C9 capitalizing.
But you can just see all these teams are having to move out of Monument. They've got nowhere to go. The teams in the train station are currently the safest. They won't have to go anywhere. But what, like 7 teams up there at Monument, just exactly, they're shaking their heads, they're wringing their hands, they don't know what to do.
This is such an open final zone, Gino. The only thing you really can work with, you don't want to rotate too early because they're still in the line of sight of so many squads, but it's that fence line by the respawn beacon to the south of Falcons that I'm looking at. We've seen final zones like this before. Little to no cover. Aurora get eliminated out. Gaimin Gladiators are looking to extend.
Okay, but within the train station happening now. GG able to take it slowly. The bottom level here is not that great, especially with not closing in on them from every angle.
Someone also closing in right behind their back, but they're still safe on the sliver. Themselves playing by the stairwell. Where can they go? So many nades, the bombardment coming in, the pressure, the Sheila on top of it. They need to put in that pressure on now. EXO move up here, and this is so many teams just congested in the train spot. Ninjas here, EXO, Gaimin Gladiators, and waiting in the distance is Noctem.
Okay, EXO clan pulled down, just Slayers left. GG have worked their way into this spot, but I don't know if they'll be able to go any further. As soon as they step a foot out of line, they are going to be punished.
It's giving me that gun game vibes out here when you're trying to fight for your lives inside of this bottom floor while it's just being fully sent on by 3 different teams. Putting out that mobile shield, playing around the other side, lacking on some ammunition on that massive here though, but coming out on top from this fight will be able to help you reset. While in the distance, look where Falcons is positioned outside of the train station.
Yeah, interesting. They were further up towards FaZe clan, who are up near the crane, but they've decided they don't really want to take the 3v3 with them, and they'll actually lie in wait for all these 3-4 teams now that are huddling in and around the train station. REIGNITE have a spot to themselves, and TSM are actually playing down near the lava.
He's looking at him. He's looking at Falcons right through the doorway here too, but Falcons are looking at everybody inside as well. The Gibby Dome just delaying the inevitable as the circle closes in behind them.
They've got nowhere to go. They bubble, and that stops the shield up, but they realize they can't go outside because Falcons are waiting there too.
Welcome to the chaos. Welcome to the Newcastle Rampart meta as you move up. How patiently with the massive cleans up EXO. It was inevitable. It was a nail in the coffin, but it was what so many teams were forced to play under. with the circle closing in. Ninja still on the outskirts, Noctem still alive.
But GG is still alive. They actually found the corner inside. They're going to play it for as long as they possibly can. Maybe eke out some placement points. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan have tried to take down REIGNITE. They have successfully dealt with TSM, and they want this whole side of the map to themselves.
And Falcons is trying to clear out the entire southeast side of this zone. REIGNITE FaZe on the opposite side, taking this fight, has now allowed the teams from the east to move up. They take them out. FaZe Clan get eliminated. Falcons, though, lose out on Walty. They're going for the rest, but the engagement starts as Falcons have to look at Noctem, who were able to get the reset, by the way. REIGNITE move in. The bombardment's coming in from the skies. 3 squads left. It is REIGNITE, Noctem, and Falcons left. And Falcons get eliminated, nowhere to go, as a Sheila flares through to take him out.
6 kills, though, is okay, but REIGNITE and Noctem, they want the win. Bubbles will delay this for a bit, but Rick goes straight in.
And now sliding in with the Sheila, no one's looking at him, but through the dome, you just let it spray. But is it enough? You get taken out, you're just shooting the dome. And this is free fear for Noctem to finish off F10.
Noctem played that so well. They baited the Sheila, running along the side of the Gibby bubble. It took all the attention of the most deadly weapon that the other team had, and still managed to come out on top. I mean, these Sheila v shotgun battles in the bubbles are just so interesting.
You know what's actually crazy from this run? What? 18 kills, almost 6,000 damage. Gino, I saw in the feed, Ninjas get 2 picks off of Noctem, but it was the chaos inside the train station. We had Gaimin Gladiators, we had Ninjas, we had Noctem, we had Falcons, we had EXO. 5 squads collapsing on each other from inside the station, from the outside of the station. Then we had 3 other teams fighting on the west side, fixated on each other. That allowed the space, because it's all open ground, right? Between the streamer building and the train station, it's all open ground, even to the Moby. Other than that fence line, all these teams could have looked at them, but there was no opportunity because that was an individual fight that they were focused on.
Yeah, and so they end up with 18 kills.
That is insane.
30-point game. I'm pretty sure that's the single most dominant game we've had so far in Sapporo.
Yeah, 100%. And it was Noctem to do it. Wow.
Well, maybe they're back on their way to the finals lobby once more, because they're certainly looking good for the winners bracket, picking up 30 points in a single game. I mean, that's what you kind of want out of a series, maybe just a tad more in order to walk into that. All right, let's have a look at our top 3 here. It was a canny play by the Falcons to sit outside and just snipe those teams as they were coming out. Only nets them a 3rd place, though. REIGNITE did well on the outside, but it was Noctem spreading the kills and the damage around, a full team effort as it would need to be to reach the heights of 30 points in a single game.
You know, the crowd has been pretty wild when it comes to seeing a lot of their favorite players on them. But I say that in a way where it's kind of like ramped up and very respectful there too. But at the very end of that match, I was hearing the crowd going crazy as F-Chan was the last one alive, trying to just roar through with that Sheila. But look at this, Shopify still holding on to that #1 spot, but tied with Team Falcons with 37 points. This is actually so congested in total because Noctem now sitting with 34, TSM right above them with like a 2-point difference here. Anything could happen going into that next game onto World's Edge.
I mean, and that's just another feather in the cap of EMEA. I mean, obviously they've got Attenum, the South American import for them, and then the other 2 British players that they have on their team. But it's just it's intense. It's crazy how well the European squads are performing in this land.
Don't sleep on EMEA. That's all I'm going to say. Do not sleep. Noctem also waking up, right? It took them a bit of time between day 1 now going into day 2 to really find that. And maybe it just takes that one game. It takes that one game and a massive game at that to start saying, you know what, we could absolutely find ourselves here. We could feel that we could build up that momentum, especially if you find yourself get 18 total kills on World's Edge is insane.
Nuts.
Crazy. We still have a lot more action. I want to hear more from the desk guys. I mean, what were your thoughts going into a game like that? Noctem, 18 total kills?
I mean, we talk about this all the time. Like, you can never count any of these teams out because when you have one pop-off performance like that, suddenly everything is shaken up. And like you were saying, Vicky, they still have another World's Edge performance to go. So, I mean, I can't wait to see what happens. We've seen so many squads that we didn't even get a chance to highlight out of nowhere just dominate their lobby. And this is why groups is so crazy. Everyone knows how important it is to get a good seeding spot for your POI draft, and that's what ends up breeding these types of results in these matches. But welcome back to the desk, everybody. We've got Jumba, Jayhawk, and Zephyr here to break down everything after those first 3 matches. And I kind of want to go back to this because Noctem, 18 kills, Jayhawk. I mean, talk to me about this squad and that type of a performance here for the first half of the series.
I think they're a team that are a little underrated. I don't think a lot of people are fully familiar with their game, but at the same time, we saw them in Germany have these kind of pop-off moments. They're absolutely capable of it, and they're relatively new when it comes to their LAN experience. And so I do wonder if that experience in Germany, making the finals lobby the way that they did, does that breed them into a situation here where all of a sudden they've learned, they've grown, they've had an evolution of their own playstyle to now maybe they can pop off even further.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talk about how important any LAN experience is in general when you get to this level of a global competition. Something is working for them right now. But let's take a look back at all of our final circles, how we got to this halfway point in the series so far. First match out the gate. Jumba, talk me through these final moments.
Yeah, we get a bean zone here, which, you know what, with these compositions, it's typically open space, but we got 7 teams going into the final circle. It could have gone anywhere. We got Falcons, we got Shopify Rebellions, both picking up tons of kills. You see them racking it up. You think, are they going to be able to close it out? Are they going to be the ones to come out on top here? No, there's teams like C9 who come from Cenote. They're still there, and they got the same Sheila going crazy until Verholst, as we're seeing right now, lets it sing. He kills everyone here. He ends up taking out Falcons in the end, coming out on top, but we ended up having 4 teams with double-digit points here, which that's pretty rare. We don't see that often.
Yeah, it was really, really top-heavy lobby here for that first match. And you know, you heard the crowd going crazy when it was TSM versus Falcons there for those final moments. Everybody loves to see these storylines coming together. Really strong performance, but then we go into match number 2, Jayhawk, and you were very happy with this one.
I did pick Shopify Rebellion to win this group, so seeing them win this game was pretty great. I do have to give a shout out to Oblivion. They had 15 kills in this one, were slaying the lobby, but in the final game, ultimately Shopify just had the better positioning. Coming from Launchpad, they were able to just hold that southeast corner of the map and just did such a great job gatekeeping. Then all of a sudden you have Koifel with Sheila. That's such a scary thought. Zainu on the Gibby creates the space. He does go down a little bit early here, but I talked about his comms earlier. Some of the best comms in the game. He was rattling off information to his teammates, and when Koifel has a Sheila behind that, it's just open season. He just mows down the lobby. MT comes in with a Newcastle wall to move him into the open space, and they get the win.
And you know, that's what they were hoping for the whole time based off their position, just waiting for everyone to step right into all of that chaos. And then we just saw it play out here, Zephyr. I mean, Noctem, these final moments were exactly what they wanted.
Exactly what they wanted here, but on the other side of it, a delivery from REIGNITE that maybe says, maybe we should tone down the Sheila just a little bit there. Knocked out almost immediately with a quick reset there. They did a great job playing around this really late bubble, right? Because had that gone out any earlier there, they would not have been able to get this full reset. And then more importantly, stepping into the other side to play the more micro-oriented take, that splits the fight in half for REIGNITE, who originally were at an advantage.
I mean, so far, 3 matches in, the numbers are insanely high, and it's even better reflected by our kill leaders. You were just mentioning, Jayhawk. Koifel here, 12 kills. Verholst, 12 kills.
I mean, they both have 12 kills, but Koi also has 6,000 damage in 3 games. That's kind of nuts. Averaging 2K a game is pretty crazy.
Jumba, are these the 2 teams you expected to have the 2 top players right now halfway through?
Absolutely. Is there any surprise when you see Koifel, Verholst top your leaderboard for the kills, TSM, Shopify? We saw what they did at Germany. They were winner, top 5 in LAN. There's no question that they were going to come out today in like what I would call a heavyweight lobby to also come show up and make sure that they're going to be at the top of that set as well.
And we were kind of talking about it. I asked you guys before we got into the series, is this now NA's time? We saw the other regions really picking it up. Were the NA squads going to be able to do so, Zephyr? We also see Falcons with a little bit of a resurgence.
Absolutely, they've been great playing a lot of these late game macro, and while it's not the huge 12 kill games for some of the individual player statistics, they're still there. They're always present when we get into the top 5, and remember, at the end of the day, it's those consistent standings that's going to help them gain that momentum they need to fight their way into the top 20. Remember, it's only Series 2.
Now, we've been talking about the numbers a lot, right? And obviously, all things competitive are important here when it comes to ALGS champs. But this is the first time we have our entire community here in Japan. So we decided to have a little bit of fun with our players and figured what better time for them to start learning a little bit of Japanese. So let's see if anything was lost in translation.
皆さんこんにちは、ゆきおです。今日は欧米の友達にいたずらしちゃいます。
オリオリ、オリオリオリ、no pero, no pet. No.
俺より、
俺より。
yes, yes.
Okay, hold on, give me a second. 俺より、俺のペットの方が可愛いよ。
お
No.
かわいいよ。
可愛いよ。
Yes.
可愛いよ。
Yes, yes.
俺より、俺のペットの方が可愛いよ。
Oh, yes. So good. 優しい。
優しい。
優しいやつは
やつは
結局勝てないんだよ。
勝てないんだよ。
Yes.
勝てないんだよ。
Yes.
優しいやつは結局勝てないんだよ。
Perfect. リンゴとバナナを食べるのが好きです。Ah, yeah.
Okay. リンゴとバナナを食べるのが好きです。
Perfect. Good.
牛さんが桃だって。Does that sound okay?
Yeah, good.
牛さんが桃だって。
Good.
Thank you.
I teach.
Okay.
Yes.
プリプリ
三枚とにヒットだぜ。Yes.
プリプリ三枚と2ヒット
だぜ。Yes, perfect.
プリプリ三枚と2ヒットだぜ。
Oh,
Is it good?
good.
Actually, Yukio has something he needs to show you.
Oh no, me?
Yeah.
Oh no. Are you proposing?
Look this. No.
Oh. Okay.
Yes.
What is it? More? Okay.
First.
Oh.
Yes.
What?
Same me.
That's what I've been saying?
Yeah, same me.
You're so funny. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Have you seen my pets?
No.
No?
But I think
Uh-huh.
you are cute.
Me?
Yes. I think.
Oh my god. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. I love you.
What is this?
Read this.
Okay. Is that what I just read?
Yeah.
Nice guys finish last.
Yeah.
It's not true.
No, true.
No.
Oh.
Yeah. In Japanese.
Oh. I didn't realize.
食べて
Tabete is eat.
Eat. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like so confused. Like, why is there banana in here? No, you guys did a good job of like hiding it, but I was just confused. What is this?
Yeah. Same me. In Japanese.
Mumu Sasuke.
Yeah.
I had no idea. I'm like 0% understanding Japanese.
This means I hit a fatty samite.
I was thinking, I don't recognize any of these words. That's messed up.
Yeah,
That's messed up.
no promotion.
I gotta get you back then. Surprise.
Oh, yeah.
You know, out of all the things that we got in that, I actually think that Nasky could have used his now acquired Japanese while he's playing in these games, Jumba.
I mean, he's probably the guy who would scream that at the top of his lungs, or while he's standing up from his seat, just going, I hit a fatty thermite. So it would be the perfect thing for him.
That was awesome, and I think definitely educational for some of our players. They're now that much more ingratiated here in Japan. Absolutely love being able to see the personalities there. I also kind of want to see how our casters are feeling about that. Did you pick up on any additional Japanese? Was that helpful for you at all, Dia? Graceful?
It was an experience for me, Graceful. You seem to know most of this already, actually.
Yeah, tiny bit, you know.
played a little bit of ranked with some Japanese players in other games as well as Apex, and pick up a little bit here and there.
How many times did I like to eat apples and bananas come up?
Oh yeah, that one never came up. It's only armors, cracks, and directional.
That's the one that I wish I remembered the most. I wish to pull that out in more games and just tell people that it means I hit a fatty thermite. That would be really entertaining. Now, we've got groups A and C. We've already seen the first 3 games of it, and fortunately for us, Graceful, we're going to be returning to the map that we just saw, World's Edge, once again, to, well, take the next step in the journey of these squads. It's been a very exciting opener, as I predicted TSM, so I was very happy with Game 1. Shopify Rebellion had Jayhawk celebrating in the green room, and Noctem had us both discussing, you and I, about the merits of an endgame fight, because it looked for a while like REIGNITE were going to win it, and Noctem did manage to turn things around.
REIGNITE should have won. Somebody just fed. That's it. It's pretty straightforward. But yeah, zone ending a little bit south of Park always makes me happy, because I feel like those zones they're kind of played out the same way it's been since back in the day, and I like recognizing the zones a little bit and having fun.
Yeah. I mean, it is very nice, and it is one of the advantages of this map is that players are very familiar with what end zones can occur and how to play them, especially those teams, squads that have been around for a very long time, kind of like REIGNITE have. As we begin our next game, though, this will be our 4th of the series and our last chance on World's Edge for that familiarity to really kick in. It looks like we'll be returning to a similar quadrant to the map, as Noctem will start looting up in Big Mod once more, and will again have to progress up towards the north.
Yeah, I mean, getting started, looting up, Noctem as well going into the zone has a pretty fast rotate actually. It depends, because mod teams normally, they play, I think that might be the one POI that people play the most differently. Because, if you see Skyhook, especially Skyhook West, all the teams play the exact same way. They super late on edge, and then they, at most they mid-speed rotate. But mod, however, vastly different. I've seen teams play fast rotate from there, I've seen teams play super slow. But I feel like it mainly depends on which teams are in the lobby in your macro, because you don't really want people to have the same macro. At that point, you're just risking the cost of running into them mid-speed and getting caught in the 3 pits.
Team like Ninja's very different macros. They're making a quick move out, or at least one of them is, hey Zane, to move out of the Skyhook area. It's interesting how far Ninjas have spread out, and I think they're making really good use of the Loba in order to do that, and the ground that she can cover, the safety that she has to get a little bit of additional loot, and in this case, pick up some loot from the vault, which will be really important for the rest of the squad.
Yeah, seeing Loba in action actually makes me happy, because she's one that hasn't really had a lot of actions overall across all the splits and seasons. But now that she's got super buffed and she's really strong, I'm happy to see that, because she adds a whole different layer due to the fact that she speeds up your loot. Even now they're kind of 3-man splitting, but if you play her from one POI together as a team, you actually cut your loot time by 90%. It's crazy. You just drop the black market, immediately head out, and it's such a refreshing to see Loba in action, essentially.
Yeah, I because you can get so much value out of the ultimate, it's a little surprising to see Ninja still playing Loba out of a place like Survey Camp, because you do spread out so much, and they really have used the mobility more so than the ultimate. What we saw in their previous games was them getting a lot of late game utility out of the ultimate, and especially now the unlimited heals that you can get, going really well with the support meta. So curious how that'll continue working for them. I do expect that it will continue working, because there's still a lot of value that can be extracted from a Loba, especially in an end zone that continues to pull us up further north, where there is quite a bit of cover.
Yeah, definitely. With the unlimited heals now, you can just rip all the cells and ammo as well, as long as you get set up in a proper spot. I feel like it's kind of counterintuitive for them specifically, since they have been playing fast rotate and getting stuck, but maybe they're just hoping that we'll stick to our game plan, just add this a little bit more resources, and it'll work out. But on opposite side of things, Team Burger getting into a bubble fight already. Will they commit or not?
It's going to be a natural sort of crowding around Epicenter that happens. It's quite awkward to play inside these stalactites, stalagmites. I've forgotten the difference already. I'm getting frazzled. So we're going to have to move on from what exact scientific structure is going on here and what K-Swinny is now doing with the Sheila. Exo Clan starting to make an ingress here, running a Loba themselves and playing for the bottom of Epicenter. They're not wanting to really take this engagement. It's more about claiming this space for themselves so that they can then make a move out in a few seconds.
One of the happiest things on my screen right now with Winnie as well is playing He's playing Flatline, my favorite weapon. It hasn't been used that much this tournament, and that makes me a little bit happy. I thought his stat is down low actually.
It is nice to see the flatline. It's tough. Like, flatline is in a really weird position. A lot of guns are in a weird position.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the G7 versus the 30-30 that we were talking about yesterday, where 30-30 is a good weapon, yes, but if you have the option, you're going to pick up a G7, and I think that a lot of the flatline discussion sort of feels that way with the Nemesis, where why would you pick up a flatline if you can pick up a Nemesis? So a lot of teams now doing that by necessity, maybe selecting a few different things. Team Burger going to select a cart early on to play. This will bring them pretty much dead center of zone for the time being.
I'm actually a little bit shocked that I don't know how early LG got set up in that cart right there, but I would imagine, especially with its team comp, you would actually try to play both at some point. Maybe they got scouted out early and they're a little bit scared to play both in case they got there late or mid-speed, but if they did get there a little bit early, I honestly would have liked to see them at least put up walls on both sides and maybe have one character there. Just to see if they can have more space. Yeah, which is what they're doing right now, maybe. Or they're just going for loot, we'll see. But playing both cards there is actually really good in my opinion.
Yeah, it looks like a transfer of cards entirely. Just get yourself out of the middle of everything, because realistically, you're going to be focused similar amounts, but actually being in the dead center is kind of the ape zone for a little bit later on, whereas right now, this position can be a lot more safe, a lot more fortified, and importantly, more mobile if you need to eventually get out of the center of this ravine. Noctem going to start moving in through Overlook.
Yeah, not only that, with the zones as well going towards this side where Price is now actually killing Ninos and Pyjamas, is that the east side zones from Overlook side and also leading into Climatizer are very highly active right now. Moving into that card also enables them to be ready to adapt to whichever circle it may be.
Team Burger have set up on this bridge, and I actually like this position quite a bit for them. It's pretty flexible, although in the Pro League of this year, it really became known as the Bridge of Death to me. A lot of teams would choose to play here throughout the mid-game, forget in the late game that it does actually become a place that a lot of teams like to rotate through. So I'm very curious how well they'll be able to survive throughout the next couple of minutes, and even the next couple of zones, because in this meta there is so much more survivability that you can use with your legends to maybe make that bridge not just playable in the mid game but a late game power position.
Yeah, and speaking of grenades seeing here as well, Frag, Arcs, and Thermites. Frags being the most popular due to the fact that you can now, you can do Sky Nades essentially, get a big opener and then steal them up to the bubbles. Arcstar being very used as well, like always been a favorite since the day one of Apex, I would even imagine. Thermites, not so much, because, even if you do throw them in bubble fight specifically, where 90% of the fight is going on right now in this tournament, it doesn't spread that well as much anymore, and also, it doesn't really stop you. Like, a frag will push you out and stop you, and Thermite will stun you and stop you. Thermite, a little bit itchy.
Yeah. It really is just like a zone denial tool more than anything, and a persistent one, which is really nice when compared to Arc Stars and frag grenades that are very timing dependent. Now, we've got even more when we consider all of the uses of bubbles that we talked about. We were actually speaking about it yesterday with how many times we have seen Gibby bubbles. We're already at 2,000, and it's just the start of day 2.
Yeah, honestly, I'm more impressed about the 74 Valkyries. that I thought it would be maybe 5 at this point, but the bubble part and also ramped and covers is crazy.
Yeah, you get a lot of opportunity to use that cooldown. Unfortunately, Oirain going to fall. That is a charge rifle from Sharky that takes him down, and it looks like FaZe are showing up in the kill feed as well, taking a chunk out of EXO, who actually are not having too good of a day just yet. EXO, I expect to do very well in this tournament. The reuniting this year of Slayers and Swinny, I think, has brought a lot of consistency back to the roster. Yuta's very talented, but they have yet to really hit their stride in Japan.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely hard. I think they struggle with I think they'll be better off in later on stages because they tend to struggle a little bit here and there with groups every now and then. But they're definitely warming up, like I said.
Noctem huddling inside this building. Just taking a brief respite. Now, there's not a lot of need to move from Overlook, so let's talk a little bit about what exactly is going on in Overlook. The zone could actually pull here. I think there are a lot of teams that will play here for this reason. REIGNITE really standing out to me as playing in the power position of a lot of zones like this.
Yeah, playing this rock is super solid due to the fact that you just need to hold the north side because south is kind of covered by the building. Gaimin Gladiators kind of close as well, playing on what I like to call the platform, holding the high end, where the rotate is not that bad because the only thing you really have is the tower, but the obstacles in between makes it kind of easy, and with added, Gibby and Newcastle as well, that rotate into truck specifically isn't that hard, so that's nice.
It'll be a while where other teams can still move into Overlook. There's a lot of space there, but over in Climatizer, things are a little bit more difficult. We've got 100 Thieves trying to make their rotation into the northmost building, and Timmy is going to just barely survive, now having to hit at that. These rampart walls will provide a little bit of cover, but notably they're not in zone just yet. So 100 Thieves still need a place that is a little bit safer. They can use a lot of these fences, and I'm surprised to see that Designful's already making headway into the rest of the POI, and actually finding that this building is almost entirely empty. So one more place now claimed by 100 Thieves. There is still opportunity to coexist there.
Ninjas respawning is always a nice sight to see, but I'm actually a little bit scared for all the teams up north because I'm pretty sure what's happening is that they're assuming, because they see so many teams, that it might pull this way. I'm pretty sure, because only a few teams went straight for Overlook, as we can see. REIGNITE and Noctem as well are the only two teams there, actually. Everybody else opted more for a Climatizer pull. We'll find out shortly in about 25 seconds that, hey guys, it might not pull this way. And now they're going to get collapsed on because it's 20 teams alive, Dia. When you have 20 teams alive and you got to get past 10, 15, or maybe even just 5, it's really hard unless you have evacs, and evacs, when there's this many ramps in the lobby as well, it's even harder.
And with Ninjas having just gotten a respawn, everyone's alive. Nobody's missing from this lobby. There's not been any permanent picks. We are all everyone who started the game still in it and still wondering exactly how this one is going to play out. Aurora are going to hit the Mythic crate over by Epicenter. That'll be really valuable for them. But with Shopify Rebellion coming up right behind, I wouldn't be surprised to see a fight between these two squads break out.
Yeah, I mean, that fight is bound to happen because there's not that much playable area from their side, western side of the map. However, I would say the northern end is where it's going to be the hardest, because once that building is out, the zone after this one fully closes, there's really not much area to play from their side, from the north end. But if you come from the southern side or the east side, you have plenty of space. But people that haven't been opting for there early, and they see the fact that there's 20 teams alive as well, they're not going to take the risk, because you start a fight there, you're bound to think you're going to get 30'd, 40'd, etc.
I'm trying to think of what is the better position to be holding, what cardinal direction is going to be really strong when approaching this. Because you mentioned it, the north is going to be really difficult for a lot of teams to survive through. Yeah. So we can sort of count that out, right? Yeah. North, if you win, yes, maybe you've got a chance, but it's going to be hard to survive. Yeah. I feel like south is really powerful here, and maybe if you're coming out of Epicenter and, say, playing one of the bridges, you have a pretty strong shot?
Kind of also hard because, like, as you can see, due to the fact that there's lava everywhere, it kind of points you towards a certain direction. You either go the bridge side, which will be congested, or you go next to the opposite side, smaller bridge, will also be congested. I think the absolute best side here is the eastern side, where you come from Overlook and you come by the mountains and the rocks, because there are crevices and areas where you can set up there and play properly.
You're getting shot through the rampart walls. That was terrifying, and now there's no escape. 100 Thieves are coming up right behind you. Team Burger got jumped on very suddenly and with some pretty accurate mid-range shots, but they have reset. 100 Thieves need to take one as well. Timmy swings on forward. Sheila still in hand, but doesn't find any more purchase, and now 100 Thieves have inherited the Burger position. A much less vulnerable one since their backs are cleared out, but still one that they have to move from.
Yeah, clearing out or not, there's still 3 teams lurking nearby. Energy was already previously on that bridge. Aurora lurking, coming in from the southern side. We'll have to see whether or not they can survive here, because there's so many angles where you can actually get poked out from here. And looking at poking out, they're already getting shot at from the front.
100 Thieves, actually with some cover from the bridge, managed to make this journey a lot easier than I thought it would be. NRG gave up control of the high ground in bridge that otherwise could have kept 100 Thieves in a very difficult position. As it is, Aurora are still looking at them, so 100 Thieves and Aurora may yet clash. And I'd like to see 100 Thieves sort of stay aware of that, where Falcons are fighting inside of Climatizer and taking out FaZe one by one. That is going to be all of FaZe wiped out, and FaZe are our first squad to be eliminated in Game 4.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about here. FaZe just got eliminated, Falcons there, and somebody even peeked. I believe it was ExoClan already peeked. And then there's the energy that's lurking outside the house as well. Once this zone closes, it already started a chaoticness, but it's going to be even worse because now you're opting to fight other teams for their slots. With 19 teams still alive, it's still happening. Circle 4, 19 teams. We don't see it in scrims or in rank. Here it is on land.
Oh, Burrow with the shield out. That is not something I'd want to mess with. Turns around, but cannot defend against the third party from Cloud9. That is Shadow 3690. Eliminated as well. But C9, the big beneficiaries of this bridge, one of the spots that we had talked about as maybe not being a power position, but still being one of those main ingress points into the next zone that is soon to be pulling us even further north.
Yeah, and now we can see that, you know, as people hear these fights as well, they opt to rotate away from it. What was once considered really good and safe, which we talked about was the southern side, now becomes a little bit congested as other teams are like, oh hey, there's plenty of fights left away. Fights on bridge is now happening as well with Shopify. And they tend to disengage, which is fine.
It's just a trade of cooldowns for right now. Shopify Rebellion, I think, looking for weakness, hoping to force cooldowns out. And it's a bit sad to see them have to use their own bubble as well in response. Because if you're able to jump down, force a fight, and a bubble out of the other team, but save your own, then you're in a much more powerful position. As it is, Shopify Rebellion have to give all that up. They leave 100 Thieves completely in peace, but there is still a promise that these teams are likely to engage, just not on their own terms, not in a 3v3. Cloud9 starting to move down into the ravine as well. We'll have to pass by 100 Thieves, Shopify Rebellion, Orgless, and Hungry. They're likely to get involved in one fight or more, and out comes the Catalyst Wall to make it all the safer. Out here in Climatizer, EXO, NRG, and Aurora all sitting right next to each other. Aurora thinking about picking a fight. They've got a Mirage to add a little bit of chaos, but for the moment, they're sitting right outside of this fence line and are barely in zone as EXO and NRG eat each other alive in Climatizer. Aurora are going to come right on over and finish both teams off.
Yeah, they finished them both off, but Falcons right next to them as well is still super healthy. Aurora came in a little bit late. I was a little bit scared about that Newcastle wall being a little bit short as well. They didn't have that much space to breathe in, but they decided to say, hey, we just Thursday's fight and see if we can get some loot. Another fight happening right here with LG and GD as well, taking them out. And on that building specifically as well, you know, so much is happening at the same time. We can't catch all the action, but here we go.
And here I thought they were going to reset. And here I thought it was going to be easy, but no, LG do go down. Attenum actually still going to be forced into a res as they're eating some poke from afar, but Noctem managed to stabilize for just a moment. Now they've got a position in the south end of the zone. They've got kills, but it may not be where they want to be, as ultimately you've got to still move further north.
And seeing this house right here is what I was talking about as well. Orgless and Hungry, 100 Thieves as well. All of these teams are on around the same building. I think they're honestly within 50 meters of each other. 4 teams within 50 meters of each other. And it's not even like a building with floors. It's just like underneath the balcony and then on top of the roof and then inside. And they're all trying to get pokes from different sides, hoping that somebody starts the fight. As long as it's not them. And they want to, you know, join the fray and clean up the fight, hopefully.
We got to look at Catalyst here as well. If you are wanting to exit this building without picking a fight, Catalyst is going to be one of the main ways to do it. Out comes a Gibby bubble from 100 Thieves, and just in the nick of time, they manage to at least separate themselves from the building. But where do you go from here? You're stuck in the open. You've got no defensive cooldowns. Now there's a Catalyst wall behind you. Now maybe there's a chance to move. Noctem are starting to make moves of their own, using the bubble, using every bit of cover they have available. But even this team still not in the zone. REIGNITE going to go down. That is a huge threat from the eastern side of the ring, now eliminated. With Noctem taking their place, it looks like a mirror of the last game. Noctem in control and still sitting pretty in this eastern side of the ring, but they've still got a long way to go with OAH right behind them. Noctem cannot afford to dip down and take out this squad just yet, but they're going to try. Yes, they are. Aurora are going to go down. Falcons are eating good tonight, taking out Aurora, and 100 Thieves are starting to fall as well. Orgless and Hungry fully taken out. Noctem committed to the low ground and now are finding out that they have very little else to do. GHS are on one player, and the ring is erupting into chaos as somehow C9 have all 3 alive on the outside of this RV and GHS huddle on the inside.
Huge fight inside, you know, there's castle walls on the upside, on both sides. They also have the ult with the Sheila readying up right there. Knock, however, showing that the last game wasn't a fluke. Even though they went down, they have a billion kills pretty much. Falcons playing kind of safe here. Relaxing over at the tower, which is nice.
And Zero Tenacity, who have been here from the very beginning, sitting all the way up in the north in this corner of Climatizer. Yes, they've collected a few kills. It hasn't been much, but now up against Falcons and whoever manages to survive between C9 and GHS. It's going to be C9. Goodbye, GHS Professional. Now it's a matter of who comes out on top of these 3 teams. Falcons are trying to push their luck. They get in there to try and eliminate C9, but it's not looking easy. And this is giving Zero Tenacity so much time to surround the cart. Falcons have got to be careful. C9 have got to be careful. But with Walled C down, it looks like Falcons are the ones who have made the biggest misstep.
They're with Tenacity just waiting to see if they can be traded before they fully commit. Is completely fine. They're throwing nades hoping that, hey, these guys are trading. They are trading, indeed looking to push in and join in here. They get a few downs here. C9 is trading. Shex gets a down already. It's in a 3v2 right now. 3v1, and it looks like they can actually close out the fight pretty easily.
That was just a super clean up from Zero Tenacity. They had very little to do once that fight in the cart started. And Falcons had to know it as much as anyone else that committing into that cart was going to be the end of their game. I was very surprised not to see Falcons actually play for the win and instead play for second and still get third.
I think they're actually, leading by quite a big margin right now. They have plenty of kills, good placement as well. They're just opting for, we're on a roll. Let's just, throw our mechanics out there and get some couple of kills. Feel even better so they can maybe snowball potentially more with momentum. However, Tenacity right there, I think that was a perfect timing because the timing is really hard to choose. Because when you're just looking to 3P the last fight, you don't want to go too early in case you get pinched. Because if sometimes your teammates don't swing the same window, one that ends up getting caught. Sometimes you swing too early, you get pinched. They just made it sure that, hey, let's wait at least for 1-1 trade and then we clean up the fight. And I think that went really smooth and that was nice execution.
Very smart decision from them, certainly. Now, we did mention that this was a team that was lacking a little bit of kill participation because they played so far up in the north. So these 12 placement points go a long way towards their 18-point now victory in match number 4. Cloud9, however, with 23 points, given their second place, an incredible amount of kills on the way in.
They came from that house that I was talking about where it was 4 teams around, and they just stuck to their guns. They were like, no, we're underneath the building, we're letting everybody else pass, and then we will be the last from our side, and we'll just see if we can, scrap up the kills, and kills they got indeed.
Yeah, I like that you use the word scrap because that is a big part of the identity of this team. Yeah. Cloud9, they like to play zone. They've been around for a very long time, and that's what makes them really powerful as a team is that they're just very good at basically doing one thing, and that is sticking in zone and then being incredibly difficult to dislodge. They do that very well here. They actually play even better when you consider that they rotated out to the outside of the zone to clean up TSM and the fight that they took over on the bridge and then re-rotated into the ring. Naughty gonna be the predator of this game with 5 kills, and of course, we've got plenty of nice performances from Sykes, Waltzy, and Remix Powers as well.
Yeah, it's easy to, only look at the kills, but when you see other stats as well, it's refreshing because there's more to the game than just killing. Assisting as well, taking damage, even just taking the first peek, even though you didn't do too much damage. That's important to be a good teammate. Sometimes you can't be the first one to swing, and that enables the rest of your team to wipe the fight.
Noctem, impressive second place overall in the group so far. We are 4 out of 6 games done here, and Noctem are having a much better performance than they did yesterday, much like Falcons are. But Noctem really, really impressing me with the big difference in their performances and the fact that already today they've given us the highest kill game of champs so far with 18 kills last game and now turned it into another great performance that may not have had them in top 3 but was still really high on the kill points in game number 4, keeping them in the conversation, keeping them in the top 2 of the group.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually a great start because now you're starting to ease into, we're on the second day right now, they're easing into can we make it into winner's bracket, and that's a good start for sure. Like 2 games in a row back to back that are really strong. But what I'm actually happy to see is that NA has woken up in this set for sure. Like before yesterday, I saw everybody was a little bit down, a little bit so, but for this reason alone, we see all of them wake up really hard, and I'm so happy and excited because normally in lower brackets where people say, that's when they wake up because now they have fire under their butts.
Yeah, well, the fire's certainly starting to be lit. I think some of that may be the heated toilet seats that we've got here. Yeah. Those are really helping, absolutely. We do have just a few more games left. In fact, 2 more on E-District that will be returning in a little while. We are going to take a short break, but we will see you on E-District when we're back.
Alienware, the official PC of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Battle Beaver, thank you for making all this possible out here in Sapporo. Battle Beaver, of course, are the official controller partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. In fact, during this time, you can use the code ALGS on their site, which is battlebeaver.gg/ALGS for 20% off during the championship week and weekend. You can go ahead and check them out as they've got pretty incredible performance. I think a lot of our competitors up here prefer Battle Beaver when they're playing on stage. Of course, the controller players do. The MNK players tend to stick to the MNK. But Battle Beaver really providing a nice competitive edge for a lot of our players up on this stage. A competitive edge that we are seeing play out in real time here in Sapporo.
I mean, we can use it as well. It's a little bit relaxing to do a little bit of challenges on roller as well. I like it. No, it's really great actually. I got to test it from Jay as well at GMW, and it was really soft.
It looks really good.
It is really
good. Because I'm an MNK player, but my M and or K, not as stylish.
I mean, yeah, no, I'm a diehard MNK player as well, but I think it's good to have the option too, because I think that playing on roller is actually more comfortable than playing on MNK, because you can, you have a little bit of leeway in your posture. Posture check is not as rough. You don't need your elbows on the table. And yeah, comfy.
Did you swap to controller for a little while, a couple of years ago? No?
Hell
no. I don't know why I thought you... I think it was because I saw you 1v1 onset, and I figured that it must be a 1v1 between controllers.
Oh, we're breaking this up.
Yeah. I note that I have not mentioned a result, and I think that everyone would be displeased if I did. So I just remember it happening, and I remember absolutely nothing else. But I am going to say graceful is that we'll start talking about some winners here on the stage, because that's a safe topic for both of us. We've got E-District on the horizon, as that's going to be coming up for our last two games of the Groups A and C matchup. Now, we've got Team Falcons in the lead, which if you had told it to me yesterday, I wouldn't have believed. But Falcons have woken up on day 2 and chosen violence in a big way. Noctem as well have really shown up, and I am loving the way that Cloud9 are playing today.
Yeah, I mean, E-District potentially is even better for some teams that haven't had as good macro, because like I said before, the macro on E-District is a lot easier than on other maps, due to the fact that there's more routes. It's not just one choke you gotta get through, but it's definitely a great side. But as you said, Falcons specifically, I think they've been in most end games, and I always see them in power spots, and that's probably why they've had such a good success.
Now here are our drops for E-District as we move on to the map. One of the teams that I'm going to be keeping an eye on, that I'm actually expecting to do well, not just because I predicted that they'd do well today, is TSM. They were playing E-District very, very well yesterday, even up against Fnatic and some of the scrims that we saw, and I've liked their E-District so far. I think one of the challenges for them will be coming out of the north side of the map, being surrounded by NRG and Falcons both. Both of those teams do like a bit of an early rotate, but are very comfortable, very flexible in their play style, given how much experience they both got.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that, even TSM had a good day, like I think many good timings and highlights from yesterday as well. I think that some teams are struggling a little bit, and I might even say my pick as well for Aurora struggling a little bit. And I think it's not because people tend to go really fast into, oh, they're having a bad day, they're having a good day, rather than just like, no guys, yesterday it might have been 2-3 teams that have the power spots, but there's only so many power spots. Yeah. And when you're competing with 5 teams for that one area that you used to like to close out games from, it now all of a sudden becomes a lot harder. And I think that's why we're seeing some teams fall behind that was dominating yesterday, like the likes of Aurora.
Yeah, and like you are so fond of mentioning in the green room, when you see a specific zone pull, a lot of times you can already start making conclusions about what teams are going to have good performances and not. Now, there is a lot of variance to that, but at the same time, you can already start to see the odds move and who they're going to shift in favor of depending on those first couple of rings. In this particular case, things are still pretty wide open, and a team like Zero Tenacity, who are playing out of Old Town down here, do have a lot of space in terms of how they'll choose to approach this ring. They are pretty close to round number 1. They've got some Evo on their rotation in, but importantly, they aren't going to be forced into deciding how quickly they want to play zone, what spot they want to bunker in, because they've got time to rotate into where we're eventually going, I suspect, around the north of Energy Bank.
Yeah, north of Energy Bank, even if it did pull up through, it wouldn't matter too much because you'd still play the macro the same. A lot of the time where teams will start to struggle is when the macro has to change for specific areas on the map. It's like 9 out of 10 times if you're Noctem here, you do the same macro. It's just the same route you do every single time. But if you're on, like you said, Tenacity now, it also depends because you have 3 teams before you get to that point. How is their macro? If they're too slow, you need to change your macro, and that could change things up really quickly. And you know, I hope that either they have evacs if they're opting for fast, but if they're opting for slow, honestly, it might not be too bad unless you're running into other slow teams on the edge.
Yeah, I do think that slow is actually a really nice bet from where Zero Tenacity, where Aurora are at, and I'm actually surprised to see Aurora already starting to spear point their way right into the center of the map. They're not choosing to play around the edge anyway, like we're used to, and Aurora instead are going to start taking fights in the middle, kind of like Ninjas are right now, except for Ninjas are much deeper into the middle of this map and already taking their engagement up against REIGNITE. Double Bubble is down, but the Ninjas aren't getting too aggressive, not wanting to climb and risk everything right now.
Yeah, climbing into that is so hard because like not only do you have to like, you will get shot while you're climbing, but if they also have a ramp wall there, you're pretty much guaranteed dead. So they decide to, hey guys, we tried to force the utilities, we had to use our own, let's just disengage because they're already set up. They might try a little bit later again, but the options are, it's probably going to be a little bit too hard. We'll have to see, unless they get a big opener with a nade, etc., or catching somebody off guard with a squeeze.
Glad to see REIGNITE entering the building as well. I think it's really easy to just stay up here and play the top of the building, but I don't like it as a long-term solution because you're very vulnerable to Skynades, to Gibby Bubble, or rather to Gibby ults, and ultimately coexisting with other people in this building, you're giving up a lot of autonomy if you're not playing the inside of it as well.
And that's the thing though, is that the most important part here is Ninjas are trying. I feel like a lot of teams sometimes they don't try. Like you have to just at least see, let's just do a 1 triple swing and see if we can catch somebody up there, because sometimes you manage to catch that person and that's, you know, you get the whole building and now you will enable you to get more kills than ever before. Whereas like coexisting is not bad by any means, but if you could opt for the whole building, you will also try to take it.
Yeah. You got to test the waters. I think it's one of the things that has been pointed out about different regions and their stylistic tendencies. We've changed that a lot over the years, but it used to be that especially North American squads were often commented on for the fact that they would play respectfully, but always choose to hands check you. When they got the opportunity, they would just poke their heads up, see if they could get a quick kill, and that was the differentiating factor between the regions or one of the differentiating factors between the regions for a very long time. Europe would get very aggressive, but it was North America that would play with this weird amount of respect and then occasionally try and test you, which now I think we're starting to see change in the global Apex landscape. We're seeing a lot more teams that are willing to adopt this sort of flexible style.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it earlier in the video as well when we, talking to 9names, he's talking about, he's really humble in a way that he says, no, I'm learning from this and this team. Oh, we're good at edge. You guys think we're good at edge? No, we copied that from this team and made it our own. A lot of the teams, as you said, now on the global stage are copying from each other. And that's what you should. You should copy from the better teams and teams that maybe did something sneaky. That's how you learn and get better because, hey, maybe not being passive all the time, isn't worth it. Maybe poking a little bit is worth it now. And also with the shift in meta, now that you have more resources essentially than ever, not only that supports have double value of cells, also if you're playing, especially if you play Loba as well, you just have more options and opportunities to do more stuff than back in the day, back in the day with the white shields and, 2 cells to your name with the old looting as well. You definitely have more options, and I think you should test the waters, or like I like to say, limit test.
Yeah. I mean, it's something that has become really necessary, and it's now at the point, thankfully, that you can see a team with white shields and go, they're actually going to be okay, even if they're dead center of zone, even if they get basically no loot from here on out, they can still actually sustain to a point where they're a reasonably difficult fight in the late game simply because of their ability to Evo 1 up and now have access to perks and even more sustain as the game goes on. GHS Professional playing an interesting game here as they've moved in over towards Galleria and are hanging out, setting up in this corner that isn't really going to be a late game spot, isn't really going to be anything, but seems to be sort of a mid-game harassment point onto TSM.
Yeah, and also looking at the feed here is that we see only 4 teams on edge, actually. Everybody else is pretty central, already set up. And that's what I'm saying with the macro being a lot easier, because they're all set up. And you know the crazy part? There's probably about 15 more slots you could sit in there.
Yeah.
Like, this is one of the maps where you just have so many playable areas without Newcastle and Gibby. And on top of that, Newcastle and Gibby, you have probably another 10 slots you could play that normally wouldn't be playable without them, because you can't set up, right? And yeah, it's interesting to see. I think that once this zone closes as well, we'll see more action.
Let's see if Oblivion survive it. Noctem, who have been on a tear all day, just walk in and rip this game right out of their hands. Oblivion had suffered a loss earlier and were trying to stick a res. Unfortunately, as much as reses have gotten a lot more powerful recently, the fact that you respawn with your guns, with your shields, it's also gotten quite difficult because teams recognize that that window to punish is super narrow, and they'll jump on you immediately as they see you resing.
Yeah, definitely. The window to punish in these lobbies is a lot shorter than other lobbies that we end up seeing. And Noctem has been on a tear, like you said. They've won several fights, and they're not slowing down anytime soon. Zone pulls a little bit back towards Energy Bank rather than up north. So all the teams that are further away is, you know, have to rotate.
Falcons ripping an evac out of Lotus. Let's find out what they're doing as we listen in with Falcons.
Yeah. Lighting, right track.
Good.
I'm in right track.
Selling. Run right. Immediately.
Running.
Oh, go to the building immediately.
Yeah, they're coming. I'm a low late.
Okay.
I'm here, I'm good. I'm good.
In there. Go right side.
Yeah.
No, this one?
Yeah.
Check out that way.
I think I had someone. Low bracelet. Someone's in there. So Newcastle wall. Someone's in there.
Remember where I'm right. Left. Back on the field. Yep.
I forget where we're safe.
Keep walking around.
Yeah, I'm coming.
That looks free. Looks very free.
What about bridge? There's a Moby logo on bridge.
Yeah, that looks free.
Okay. I'm healing real quick.
No bins are looted.
Yeah,
it's on the low ground.
Again, care rating, please.
Yep. Looted bin on the way.
Ping scout.
Let's go. Scout.
G7 scout here.
Be careful, rat. Yeah.
You cheated the door. And the window.
I'm looking. Good. Good. I'm blocking this door.
I'm playing out.
I'm full blocking door. I'm mauling here.
Playing like this space on me is fucking insane.
I have 300 light.
Yeah, and you know, seeing Falcons rotate right there was refreshing, because a lot of the southern side of Energy Bank was actually free, because most of the teams opted for a northern pull, ended up pulling a little bit back too much, and they were just, oh, no, this is free. Oh wait, this is unlooted. Oh, this is also free. And they're kind of just picking their spot right now, as other teams are also opting to rotate back now. But some teams that still don't have the information, a little bit slow.
In this case, we're maybe picking up the pace on this building invasion. Exo Clan sat right next to 100 Thieves, neither team really wanting to be near the other, as Zero Tenacity have hit a respawn in the meanwhile. Zero Tenacity were hitting south side, were around there earlier, and now have the chance to return.
You know what the cool part is about this building, DM? It's the fact that you can't get up and down. You can only do it through a specific door, so there's no like staircase or anything you can climb inside to fight each other. This is one of the best coexisting teams that there is in the game, and this building only specifically is on Eden. No other buildings has that option where you cannot progress between floors.
Yeah, you share the same real estate, but you can't talk to each other. You have separate entrances.
Yes.
You know, it's nice and it's safe for both of these teams. Doubly so because they're still technically right on top of each other and have each other for cover from other approaching squads. Now, Team Falcons do not have that luxury. If they face off against FaZe Clan, it may just be a poke war through this singular door, but remember, with the existence of bubbles and everything, if one team, FaZe or Falcons, decides they want to fight, it's happening.
Yeah, they can easily bubble through that. I'm honestly a little bit surprised to not see a ramp wall right there. Oh, and here, seeing on the map as well, the zone pulls back northwest a little bit more, where Cloud9, EXO, and 100 Thieves, that building we just talked about, is in the center. It tends to end a little bit around it as well, so that's even better for those two teams and those three teams. And I think all of the other teams right now are getting a little bit stressed, honestly, because now those two buildings are occupied. and there's not much area where you can coexist as nicely without needing huge resources.
Yeah, now that we've got that zone revealed to us, I'm really looking at 100 Thieves and EXO to maybe win this game. It could be that powerful, the position that they're in. NRG were positioned towards the north as well, and that was looking quite good. But a team like Gaimin Gladiators will have a very difficult time, as they've got to rotate out of this huge traffic jam that's on low ground towards the western side of this zone that is going to have a bunch of people not only moving from it, but shooting at each other and being shot at by other teams.
And this is kind of the cost, you know, what GG did. If you over-rotate too early, you're going to have a hard time to actually get a decent spot later if it pulls off of you, which it did on majority of the teams. So now they're kind of scrapping for the slots and areas to coexist in. But the teams that actually rotated mid-speed ended up getting even better positions, and that's where we see the difference. If you know how to call where the zone is ending early on, obviously early rotating is better. But if you whiff that, now it's not as good. Mid-speed it might even be better as well, whereas like if you're on an edge, you have more leeway to decide later on, because you're just looting essentially for the first 3 zones anyways, and then, you know, it gets really comfy, as we saw Aurora marching on through the choke. They were on their way through the choke, and they can just chill there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really liking Aurora's position. I think that we have to praise Cloud9 as well for making a pretty good zone read. They're in a similar spot where I think Cloud9, with their zone read this game around, have demonstrated their experience with playing hard zone, as we talked about just last game, but they've been a little bit less flexible than they were on World's Edge, where on World's Edge they got to depart, take a couple of fights over at Epicenter. This time they are sitting in a building, and ultimately that could still be punishing. What I'm really curious about, though, is that south side that we talked about. It was looking really powerful earlier. Do you think that that's actually lost any power as we get further into this game, knowing now that ultimately this ring is pulling a little further north?
Yeah, so initially what we saw is that there was actually about 5, 6, 7, 8 entrances to get through when you wanted to opt for the north side. Now they're coming back. So even though you're on the southern end, you're actually not actually in the next zone, and other chokes are still open. So that means the teams that, you know, rotated too early now have to rotate back. They might be coming through those chokes that you initially thought was free because it was free when you went there. They might not be for your next rotate, in which case the southern teams could get punished on macro, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough adaptation. Energy Bank, though, very familiar in terms of end zones for a lot of these squads. There's a lot of curiosity for me as well around Shadow 3690, who I think have been playing their typical style this tournament. It hasn't been nearly as flashy as it was last time, but they also took a little while to warm up last time that we saw them at a LAN. This time they're going to be coming out of the eastern side of the ring, over by Galleria, where we saw GHS Professional earlier. And with both those squads starting to rotate through, we could actually see them clash or take the north and south side separately. I am happy to see some energy being kept up by our EXO fans in the crowd, as always.
Yeah, EXO always, I think they're on every LAN. They're always there to support the team, and I really, you know, appreciate the fans. And speaking of them as well, you know, seeing here, staying locked in. This is honestly one of the times where some people like gets even more locked in because they're just so focused, and some people actually get cold while we're waiting for pauses. And you know, it's going to be interesting to see which teams are still staying locked in. Because remember yesterday during the pause, we were like, oh, a fight is about to happen with Fnatic, a pause happened, and then 2 seconds when the pause unpaused, Fnatic already wiped the team. I'm like, those guys are locked in.
Yeah,
it's gonna be fun to see if people can stick, you know, focused or stay locked in.
I think we're fortunate that there are a lot of fights that are about to break out, but nobody's actually in the middle of one right now. So it looks like we'll be starting the match back up as we speak.
Nice.
And our team's not going to lose anybody just yet. Thank God. Thank God we didn't have any of that shenanigans.
Yeah, and you know, as you said before as well, Shadow rotating in from the east, Aurora rotating in from the northwest. All the teams are trying to walk in. Now, my question remains, because there's still so many teams alive, are they going to opt for actual 3-piece, 4-piece here because some of them feel free right now? Or are they looking to get deeper? Because I feel like getting 3-piece is fine as long as you maybe not overextend, but a lot of people have been kind of overcommitting with usage of utility as of lately. And that's when you know, when you lose bubbles and ramp shields and also Newcastle ult, at that point, you kind of have to commit. mid, because you can't rotate out in the open without those utilities.
Yeah, really responsible play by Aurora, just making sure that nobody rotates in behind them. At this point, if you're playing on the edge, that's what you got to do. And Aurora and TSM, both, who are on the north and northwest sides of the ring, are the teams that have to do that. Everyone else really has a edge position, but is looking to get rid of it as soon as possible by pushing through other squads and into, ultimately, still this building that's going to be held by 100 Thieves and Exo Clan. It's still fantastic, and I'm still thinking, looking at the way that this next ring pulls, that we're going to see some top 2s and 3s out of these two.
Yeah, I think those two teams are definitely the most comfortable, but I even would say that EXO has more opportunity for kill potential because they can actually roam outside the building without getting punished. And, you know, they're definitely looking to get some kills by teams that have to rotate the next zone closing, really. Cloud9, however, not in a bad spot. Gaimin Gladiators looking to take out LG as well in another move.
Yeah, very fast, very clean, and very well done by GG, who have turned things around since their performance yesterday. I mean, they managed to still pull things back even in their games just 24 hours ago, but I'm really liking the look that we're seeing out of GG today.
And FaZe Clan right here as well, rotating in like we said with the zone, looking to take out Orgless and Hungry. This is the thing, as like earlier on you can rotate, but now there's too many teams there. Orgless and Hungry actually got sniped by Shopify Rebellion across the map, as FaZe Clan got a spot now, but they still have to keep going. And on the other side of this is Aurora and Cloud9. Where can you go?
I mean, this is really tough. FaZe Clan have to move forward, but they have no good options. Orgless and Hungry and Shopify Rebellion on one side, Aurora on the other, and right now it's just a little bit of rocks, a few ledges for cover, and now they're forced to expend a bubble just to make sure that they're able to stabilize, not lose anybody in a flash. REIGNITE, however, going down so quickly, as our ninjas in Pyjamas will be the ones to take them down. FaZe put themselves in the middle of two squads. Remember, it's Aurora and Orgless and Hungry on one side and the other, but FaZe Clan setting up defensively in the middle of both. Watch Orgless and Hungry die to Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, Orgless and Hungry getting pinched there as well. FaZe managed to survive. I was a little bit scared about that bubble usage because they hadn't taken too much damage when they put it down, but they made it work. That's the most important part. GSH is actually engaging into a fight in the center of the next zone.
Good up against Sharky. GHS Professional, pretty commanding spot given this fight. Since they've already bubbled, they're going to wait to use the mobile shield and then send Taida in. Team Burger got wiped off the face of the map, but look at these nades! GHS have got a bunker into the very same spot they just besieged. Now having lost one, Taida can't hit quick resets anymore, and it's going to have to be Arufa who does it.
Yeah, getting this reset is actually crazy. I'm pretty sure people just assumed that they could get the reset, but they couldn't just yet. Shadow right here is walking up as well with the Eva and just cleans up the fight with ease.
That was just a Newcastle bump into nothingness. Very nicely done from Shadow to recognize weakness and take, as a two-person squad, a whole team out. Zhao Zhao, however, has gone down, and it leaves the Ninjas open to start moving in. Unfortunately, Ninjas find that they are not alone here. They're not just looking at Shadow, they're also looking at the Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, being in a pinch is not good. They definitely have to make space for themselves, either by nades like you saw, or if they have to push up and take other corners. But staying in the pinch is definitely not worth it at all. I think now, though, as teams are recognizing that, they actually have to take at least one fight. Everybody's starting to opt for the fight because fighting earlier is almost always better, because if you come late with the zone closing in, you're just going to get gate kept by several Chilas.
Gaimin Gladiators actually very well set up despite this sort of awkward look with the Newcastle walls, because nobody else is looking at them right now. They've got Shadow 3690 off to the north, but remember, Shadow 3690 are a duo, and Ninjas don't seem interested in taking this fight up against GG just yet. However, TSM very interested in taking a fight, take out NRG with extraordinary speed. A little bit of help from 100 Thieves on that front as well. This circle gonna erupt into even more chaos as the zone's starting to close and teams are preemptively moving. FaZe Clan sitting right next to TSM just now, and Zero Tenacity have already begun their fight up against Shopify Rebellion. Having lost one, Kiner's on 1 HP. Shex is eliminated as Falcons come in for the third party.
Yeah, and Shopify Rebellion here is sitting kind of nice, a little bit relaxing. TSM, however, joins the fray against FaZe on the northern side that we saw before. Huge Shopify comes down, Bearholz pulls through with the Eva, and that was a fast cleanup, but that's just how shotgun fights go. They get thirded, however, by Aurora, who was lurking from the western side, heard the noise and came swinging. Don't even take a down, and they just clean up the fight, armor swap, and they're ready to keep on going, because the zone is moving in 50 seconds. They have time to reset properly.
I mean, this is the Aurora edge play that I think we were all hoping for coming into this champs, this game. Aurora took control of the north side of the map, but they are not the only ones here. There's still another team. 100 Thieves have left the building and are now challenging Aurora for the north side of the map, while Falcons fight for control of the middle. Shadow 3690 are going to go down, but looking across this map, it's Falcons sitting in the middle of a war zone as around them there are fights for dominance over the edge, and Exo are still sitting in this building.
Exo is still relaxing. Aurora, however, not so much, needing to fight against 100 Thieves, pushing up behind them into a straight bubble fight. OJ Rain here gets a huge pump, actually gets into a trade with 100 Thieves. OJ Rain solo up still here. It's going to be a tough fight to close out as he goes down to the 100 Thieves camp burden with 1 HP pretty much.
Yeah, that was tough, but sliding out of the bubble came with its risks. Aurora are down. 100 Thieves are also down, however, as Ninjas came into third party all of that. Very nice timing from them, and it leaves Ninjas as the one team left on the northern side of this ring. Exo Clan still in the same building they were in, but as the last round is closing, Exo will finally have to give that up to take their fight up against Ninjas, and Shopify Rebellion, who has sat in this corner the whole time, will be forced out into either Falcons or Gaimin Gladiators. Exo take out Ninjas, and we are down one more team, moving us into the top 5, with Exo now the kings in the north.
Falcons still in the middle of everything. They might have been in the middle of the war zone, however, they had the stairs and already set up everything. So they're actually in a pretty solid spot, super close to the next zone as well. They're looking to hold out the southwest as well from the Cloud9 is on the other side, and they're just shooting down, finishing up the Shopify as well. Cloud9 still on the same side. Are they opting to hold them out as well? No, they're getting bubbled up on by Cloud9.
Cloud9 have finally stopped giving Falcons all this space, all this time, and are pushed up on them with the bubble. We do have Newcastle, Mobile Shield in the back, cooking, but Naughty with blue shields is hesitant to commit even after the 0 knock. Falcons are on the low ground, they are on the ropes, but C9 can't seem to finish them off. Sorcerer finally going to take a little bit of space. Shubi moves on forward. Falcons have to run, and they run right into Exo, taking out Gaimin Gladiators on the way. There's a res inside an enemy bubble, but Falcons are somehow managing to do it. Hal pushes on forward, double tap with the Mastiff to take out Switty. Exo are next on the chopping block, and Exo are down! Falcons take out 2, but Cloud9 sweeping behind them to take the win.
Yeah, Cloud9. The thing is that Cloud9, it's not that Cloud9 couldn't finish off Falcons, it's they opted for the rotate, the micro rotate, which literally put them straight on the edge instead of in between every fight. Managed to just join the fray late and get that win was huge. However, on the opposite side of things, Falcons, even though they ended on the second place, they took down so many teams because they just went for, hey guys, Cloud9 actually got the edge that we had initially. Now we're just looking for kills because we're playing for second. And this is the difference between a good IGL and a great IGL. Being able to distinguish when you cannot, like the odds are against you to win the game, so you opt for more points by getting 3 kills plus placement instead of maybe getting first place and dying third with nothing. It's always better. Consistency, I keep talking about it. You just want to put those points on the board because the average overall is only 6 points per game. Falcons put way more than that on the game, and even more when they added 2 team wipe templates.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with what they were able to accomplish in that end zone, because getting away from Cloud9, Cloud9, like you said, very smart to apply a little bit of pressure and not actually commit fully to the fight. But for Falcons, the only play was to move away from that fight. Like, they just can't sustain that sort of pressure from the high ground, and yet they managed to turn it into so many squad wipes that they continue keeping these kill points higher than anyone else in the lobby, and their points as a total, well, has clearly put them in #1. 66 points overall for Falcons over now 5 games with 1 game left. Cloud9 coming up behind them, though, still in touching distance of the first place spot, is looking really good, and Shopify Rebellion and Noctem coming up behind those. You were saying earlier that NA really showing up today. Falcons, Cloud9, Shopify Rebellion all being there, with Noctem right slotted into 4th before NA comes back again. Really interesting to see in day 2.
Yeah, this is the fun part as well, is because even though we see the the higher scores of 66 and 61, 48, 47, 46, even almost Gaimin Gladiators, but I would say all the top 5 are just 1 game within each other. All you need is really that one decent game. you know, even if you get 12 placement points, just 6 kills, 9 kills, and it'll bounce you straight up that leader.
I mean, you can see how far Cloud9 have been able to bounce given just this singular game. 15 points for them is no small number, although it is one of our closer games in terms of the top couple of squads. 15, 16, 12, 11, all still very close, but the first place is going to mean a lot. Now, the Gaimin Gladiators also getting a really nice game for themselves here. It is 11 points, which again, may feel a little bit low, but when considering that we're aiming for 5, 6 points a round, having an 11-point round still is going to feel really good for the Gaimin Gladiators.
Oh yeah, most definitely. You know, if they have had other worse games as well, they feel like even if they had a cold turkey, it's like, no, it's fine because we caught up now. Yeah. Or if they already had good games, it's like, okay, we have one free game is what I like to call it, where like if stuff goes bad, it won't really affect your mental. You won't really, you know, it won't touch the vibes. But if you've had too many, right now, some teams at the bottom of that leaderboard right now are looking a little bit stressed.
Yeah, I mean, we can even look down there at teams like, surprisingly, Aurora, who managed to bring things back in such a huge way this game. They may not have placed in those like top couple of squads, but I would be surprised, Graceful, if Aurora are looking at this game and going, this is what the building blocks of a win looks like for us, especially on E-District.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing is that, you know, some of their other games they were definitely struggling. This game, they were in endgame.
Yeah.
They just repeat a fight and they mocked them. And then they got thirded, and then that team got thirded. And that's just how it goes when there's so many teams alive. The action is constant. It's impossible to capture all the action because we're constantly looking at, they just wiped, oh, other side just wiped, they just got thirded, they got thirded. And the constant action is just so much fun.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and it is really difficult to, as an Edge team who's controlling a lot of open space, actually manage these endgame fights. It's been tough for Aurora. There's a lot of cover on E-District, but that's what we like. There's a lot of excitement on E-District, and I'll tell you what, we'll return right after the break.
Got a lot of blood on my hands. Now some of it is yours.
It's time.
This is where it ends. I love a dying world. Everyone deserves a chance to rise.
The truth will be known to all.
Bigger the sword, greater the ruin. Tragedy. It brings out your real character.
Sony InZone, the official monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Pushes! No, my wall bug, my wall bug. Left. I knocked him off fight, Nice.
I'm cutting.
I cracked one. I'm stealing. Fighting front of us. Top 4, top 4, top 4.
Look
Get
left,
ready,
left,
left.
this guy's left. Here.
Look left.
Look left.
Wrap
Up one
left.
left, up left.
Get ready, 3P.
The weak on the left. Weak. No. Go on.
Nice.
Nice. Come on, baby.
Let's fucking go.
Let's go. Good shit.
This is our fucking land, baby.
Dude, they threw 5 ARG stars on the top of the bubble. Did y'all know that? Or were you guys like...
No, they
coordinated that really well.
They did. I just reacted to it. I couldn't comment in time.
Oh.
I like dodged to the other side of the castle.
Come on. Good shit, baby.
That was fantastic endgame play out of Cloud9, and we've commented on it even as it happened. Cloud9 knew what they needed Falcons to do and pushed them into it. Now, we had a lot of praise from Falcons as well, who then turned that into taking out several other squads along the way. But I'm looking at this and still thinking about C9 and their macro game plan and what's made them such an unstoppable squad throughout this year. Because Cloud9 has been really a mainstay of our LANs, of our professional play, and it's not in this crazy flashy way that we'll see teams like Gaimin Gladiators in match point finals just, suddenly start to sweep people away. We're not seeing Cloud9 do things like that. We're not seeing them play like Alliance and get super aggressive. Cloud9 play a very zone-centric style, and I think what's really impressive about them is that they know how to play in a lobby where other people also know what they're doing, which is a weird thing to say, but Cloud9's game plan gets better when they're playing with better teams because they know how to manipulate the right win conditions, and other teams need to be able to read that, like Falcons did, to say, our win condition is no longer fighting Cloud9. And the awareness that Cloud9 have about how to manipulate that is really impressive.
Calm and strategic indeed, and exactly what you just explained is why, when we have online qualifiers, we see great teams fall in earlier rounds. It's because they haven't adapted to playing outside of these stacked lobbies, like we like to say. Is that Cloud9 knows how to play against LAN lobbies, and a lot of the good teams, that's what they're accustomed to. But when you get thrown into the fray, and I would even say group stages as well, some group stages, isn't as what people consider stacked, but they play differently than, let's just say, finals lobby. And C9, especially in this series, have, shown promise that, hey, once we figure out how this lobby feels and plays, we're in a great spot, and that's why they're at the top right now.
And, they've been very supportive of one another as well, really uplifting each other. Yeah. TSM, I think another team that has been, especially this year, they've really come together and brought each other up as individuals, as players, and a lot of that comes down to support not just inside of a team, but outside the team as well, and in specific cases like this one, from inside the family. We actually had Lace sit down with Verhulst's brother, Verhulst's family, famously supportive, to talk to him earlier, so let's hear from Lace.
I am back in the fan zone where you can see some merch booths from your favorite pro teams, but I'm here with TSM. This is their merch booth. I've got Weston, the #1 brother, but #2 to Evan. So why don't you take us through a couple of the things you've got in the TSM merch booth?
Love to, Lace. Thank you so much. We've got the Verhulst TSM collab special edition for Sapporo, Japan only. We've got the cream hoodie, come get it while it's hot, and then we've got the t-shirt as well. And then we have some custom Verhulst merch on the side and some free goodies. So get those before they're gone. It's a hell of a time.
Well, thank you so much, Weston. It's always a pleasure being here with you guys, but come visit the TSM booth here in the fan zone.
Go check out the fan zone. Go check out what they've got because that merch looks really, really nice. I like the cowboy shirt. It has a nice rustic feel, but it's got the Japanese characters as well. I'm going to be going to check that out a little bit later.
I'm most definitely checking out the merch later. All the types of merch that are around this area, and I think everybody has leveled up specifically for Japan as well because they want to feel welcoming to people and feel maybe more at home, at ease, and I think they've done a great work, all of them.
Yeah, a lot of our teams have really stepped things up. I know that 100 Thieves and Crazy Raccoon had a collaboration as well that has produced some really nice stylized goods. However, refocusing on what we've got in front of us right now, it ain't merch, it's game number 6 that'll be bringing us back to E-District, where Cloud9 just managed to find a fantastic win right in the center. Now, I do wonder, moving on towards our next match, it is unlikely that we get a repeat zone from the last game. However, the last time that you and I cast E-District, we went all the way down south towards Old Town when we were looking at our second game, and we've actually seen that zone pull up a couple of times. What I'd like to see is maybe having us move a little further north. I was mentioning to you that I'd really like to see a Galleria end zone. Electric Dam could also be really exciting, and I really have enjoyed in the past seeing resort end games as well. This time around, it looks like as we drop in, as we have finally begun match number 6, that we will be moving again up towards the north a little bit further, even further than last game, as Energy Bank doesn't appear to be where we're initially pulling, but Falcons over at Electric Dam do have some of the first ring involved.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this map, and you said Electric Dam as well, I think last zones went towards more Humbert Labs, and I like those endings, even though it's a little bit chaotic. I think seeing Cloud9 here getting ready as well, already getting the purple shotgun bolt, which I think everybody loves now in the shotgun meta, is nice. And Aurora, I think they also opted in to play Mirage this game, which I think is fantastic. I like Mirage a lot, and I think he has a lot of potential, specifically in bubble fights, if you manage to pop that ult whilst you're in the bubble fight, not before. We've seen a few accidents of, you know, maybe it's fat fingering, maybe it's a little bit too early, but you really need to make sure that you pop that whilst you're in the bubble fight to, you know, open up a little bit of a window for your friends to peek when they shoot the decoys, which is perfect.
I mean, incredibly fast cooldown on Mirage Ultimate as well, so if you are planning to chain fights together like Aurora tends to do, you can do that very easily, and safe resetting is something 9 Impulse will have, with the ability to go invisible, reposition while healing, which is incredibly valuable. And well, let's say I look forward to seeing how they use Mirage as well. I think they made pretty good use of it last game, but I didn't see anything crazy being done with Mirage. We've still got room for those wild plays. Looking at the ring, it looks like we'll be going a little bit further south this time around. In fact, ExoClan and Gaimin Gladiators are already setting themselves up in pretty nice positions for the endgame.
Yeah, this area that they're playing in as well, I like that a lot. It's very cozy because you also have the SIP to come back up, but they already set it up with rampart walls and everything, and so they're pretty much going to be guaranteed into late game straight away, because they were in the late game last time, that building, remember, and now they're in the next one as well. That's often good for them.
Over here at Heights, I know that Ninjas are going to be rotating in pretty quickly, but I'm looking at GHS Professional out of Old Town and wondering what they'll do with Zero Tenacity right next to them. This is an isolated 3v3, and GHS Professional actually were looking to get aggressive last game and couldn't quite make it happen. Maybe they're itching a little bit more this game to actually shut the fight.
Yeah, you have to take this fight simply due to the fact that it's the last game. You need to make something happen, and what other way except pushing fights is there? If they get this down, and they get that down, they do trade, but they did get a big down here, is that it needs to start the momentum somehow, and pushing a fight and winning it is the best booster you can do to these players that currently are sitting in the 20th with 11 points.
Having this be a 1-for-1 is a little bit awkward, like you mentioned. The fact that a res is going off makes it a little bit more so. Oh. Arupa is behind, completely unspotted. It jumps off, tries to hit a wall jump, but still manages with the G7 to take out Shex. This is now the last members left of Zero Tenacity up against 2 members of GHS Professional. We're playing things carefully behind this rampart wall, but Arupa's bubble goes away, and he can't do much about it. Now Tida's on 1 HP, and he doesn't manage to hit the shot through the door. GHS Professional go down, and Bambino saves the day for 0-10.
Saving the day indeed. He played that ramp wall perfectly, because sadly, they misplayed the bubble, did not know when it was going to fall down, and it did. Shopify Rebellion looking for another fight in a bubble right now. Huge crack and hit Nate. Second crack, third almost on the Gibby as well. Sainu cracks all 3 of them. Other people are just cleaning up the fight, dropping on them down low, and that was clean.
Zainu did like 200 damage there.
He cracked all 3.
Yeah, that was absolutely nuts in terms of setup for MT and Koifel to just swoop.
Look at him smiling. I see MT smiling.
He knows
it. He's like, oh, my boy just cracked all 3. We just clean that fight real quick.
Yeah, I mean, that's the power of Shopify Rebellion. Like, this team was not shy about the fact that you take Zainu and Koifel and you go, these people are firepower.
Yeah, they are.
And you just throw them with MT. I mean, it's the same thing that made Space Station Gaming so powerful in our last land.
Yep.
Was you take Zainu and Koifel and you put them with a good IGL. The same thing is happening here. Shopify Rebellion are succeeding. It's Zainu, Koifel, IGL, Profit.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, that has been the success story in many teams. Hockey's Effect and Unlucky as well. There's plenty of those where, you see the success due to a big brain and gunpowder, or firepower. And I think that's a good combination to have. Outside of that, though, we also have smart players. And, I feel like Aurora is one of them. Even though they're all MK, they still put up success with brains and also mechanics. And now we're seeing Gaming Gladiators right here. Lufka, ready with the Scout. Scout! Yeah. Really popular weapon this LAN. And, I think outside of the fact that he got buffed and he's really good even without the hop-up, it also has the hop-up, which, again, I've said it before and I will repeat it again, especially when you have this hop-up on Rampart, which is really dominant right now and very popular. You get 50 bullets for every down. With Sheila, you get additional 50 bullets with every down you get. So that one runs non-stop. You barely even need mid-range because Sheila is just owning.
Yeah. As long as you're able to find Nox, you get incredible value. And it's no surprise that we're seeing Rampart be so popular. I am surprised at how Catalyst has been doing, well, Catalyst and other sort of like third picks, since we're seeing Newcastle Gibby so often.
Yeah.
I was looking at some of the win rates yesterday, and we had played relatively few games, but as of yesterday, Catalyst actually had a slightly higher win rate than Rampart as a third pick, which is fascinating when we consider how much value Rampart is getting out of the Sheila, out of her ability to like make use in endgame fights of infinite ammo on a very high damage gun. Catalyst just makes a wall.
Yeah.
But she is still slightly higher in win rate.
She just buys you space really and extends fights. Sometimes when you don't want to fight, she extends that time. Sometimes when you do want to fight, she extends that time as well. And she just gives you space. And the teams that have seen success with her, with the likes of Alliance, played it on Stormpoint, I believe. We see a little bit more here as well. C9 also have good success with the wall. It makes sense why the win rate is higher, because these guys that are picking it are playing it to the highest level. Now, seeing the zone as well pull a lot towards the east, and I think every single team that counted for an early zone here, or early rotate here, actually counted it right this time. I think we haven't seen that so far in any game up until this point in this tournament, where the early rotators have had the success of reading the zone properly without needing to over-rotate back, most of the time getting punished.
Yeah, I mean, a team that has yet to rotate in, and who I'm very curious about. Noctem have done quite well today, but they are a bit out of zone. They're going to be forced into playing the edge this time around, something maybe a little bit unfamiliar to them, at least on E-District so far. So let's go ahead and take a listen in with Noctem, see how they're feeling.
Have one lever.
In front.
Right here. Oh. We go back? Above, back.
Okay, turn back.
Take out here. There might be here.
I think I have someone on the right.
There's anything. Just kick on past. Watch out for the Lotus team. Yep. Let's get to this building, and then I'm gonna look.
Watching that spot.
Okay. Careful, Roz.
Yeah, this EDOM team should still be on the left.
And this is the thing that you see. While people are mid-macro, especially on LAN, everybody's so quiet. 9 out of 10 times when you go to listen, it's very vocal, it's very loud. Noctem, however, opting for the more silent option because they need to hear every single footstep. And they even thought they had a footstep. One of them wasn't even a footstep, but they're ready for anything, ready to jump out at them to react properly. And that's why we see them, they also have plenty of points from today, and that's great.
It was nice comms as well. They knew that somebody, we know Oblivion, but was rotating out of Lotus at around the same time as them. So it was good to just, even with the low tension comms, to be hearing them, keeping track of those variables and reminding each other of the threats that they face. Really important to just keep that information constantly circulating so it doesn't fall out of anyone's mind. Now for Falcons, who have just made a rotation in themselves, I suspect that the comms are perhaps a little bit less calm because they're currently engaged in a little bit of a poke battle, but Falcons themselves still have quite a bit of space to work with. My curiosity will be that Shopify Rebellion's also rotating basically right next to Falcons. These two teams are mirroring each other, and there is a chance that Falcons and Shopify Rebellion actually fight quite early.
Yeah, a lot of the time is that you actually know team is macroing. And Cloud9 right now as well, getting engaged on in a building with the bubble.
Keep trying to poke up into that bubble. Naughty's going to be taken down. Saucer and Shubi heading for the hills. Their early rotations or style didn't quite work this game. They didn't end up getting a good spot to hold, and right now Cloud9 are in no man's land on the outside, literally sprinting around a building that has 3-4 teams fighting inside of it. Team Burger even approached as Noctem hold the roof and jump onto a whole nother roof to try and chase down Team Burger. Atnum's going for it, and one more shot, one more good Mastiff shot is gonna take down Sharky. Now turns the corner right into a Sheila, so does have to play this carefully. Doesn't look like any utility is going to be used. Noctem back away through this corner. They're not finishing Sharky just yet. Double might go down on the other side of this. Atnum still trying to finish it, but they're not going to get to. Sheila buys enough time, and Noctem don't have the utility, don't have the grenades to actually push through and finish this off.
Yeah, not being able to thirst there was bad, but they still engage.
Throwing themselves bodily into the bubble. Sharky's down, Way is down, and Team Burger do fall. Noctem waiting for that reset to start before they commit, but it felt risky even then, Graceful.
It was risky indeed, because they actually went for an option to try first. Only one guy was shooting the knockdown shield, I believe, and they couldn't get the thirst properly. The fact that they decided to re-engage in the rest as well, in the Gibby bubble, was a big risk move, but it turned out really well. Honestly, when they were on the same pitch, because they actually triple swung, we've seen a lot of options where duo swing and solo swing, and they get punished for it, even though they're going for a res. These guys triple swung, insta punish, insta cleanup. That was great.
Yeah, it may be a risky decision, but a decision they made together.
Yeah,
which really helping them out there, and of course for any team is going to really boost their chances of success. Now, because they've done that, it does mean that we are down yet another squad, but I want to take note of those teams that are on the outside. Orgless and Hungry to the south, Shopify Rebellion all the way out into this western side. Certainly a team to keep our eyes on, and especially Shopify Rebellion's potential interaction with Team Falcons, who are also sort of in the middle of this western side of the ring. Not quite in the next ring, but still sitting around the next zone.
Yeah, I mean, and we've also seen some pulls towards LG is in the building south of them, and we've also seen pulls towards a little bit north side of this big building. Gaming Gladiators, however, they have the absolute best spot. Not mainly because they can shoot stuff, but because then whichever zone it ends up pulling, they'll be in a great spot to take over something and or just hover people to force them out of their spot and then take theirs, which is great for them.
Yeah, as of right now, you're just, every zone that you're in next is a huge win for you, because you don't have to do anything and you get to continue bullying people, and from a high ground like this, continue collecting kills likely. Now, Falcons have set up in a pretty spread out way. Waltzy is basically solo holding this roof at the moment, and it's a matter of taking space for Falcons, partially to exert pressure on other teams, but mostly to keep themselves aware of what other threats are coming up behind and around them, because the promise of a position like Falcons that is in the middle of this zone is that people will be rotating around you, and it's a matter of punishing those squads on rotation if you're able.
Oh yeah, definitely. You just gotta, Falcons, like I said, is a mid-speed team, as most of the games we've seen this tournament as well, and they're just going from inch to inch, taking spot to spot, making sure they clear their bags, and if they aren't clearing their bags, making sure that they can close that gap to the next spot before needing to. Because if once again, timing, if you get caught on mid-macro, somebody's gonna get punished. Earlier on, it doesn't matter as much because somebody can always get away and reset. This zone from now on forward is a lot harder to reset. Even more important to make sure that you can get out properly.
Take a look at the minimap in the top right. I'm noticing Cloud9 are actually still around.
Yeah, they got a reset.
Sorry, top right of the minimap that's in the top left. I should have clarified that. Fine. But Cloud9 still around, and actually still as 3, which is a pretty big recovery from them. Remember when they were sprinting around the outside of a building and it didn't look good? Well, now they're back in things, and they might not be dead center of zone, but they're a team certainly to look out for today. Now, Shopify Rebellion have put themselves on my radar, not just for being Shopify Rebellion, but also for having a Kraber, and now for going up against Team Falcons. Bubble is down already, but Shopify Rebellion want to get aggressive here. They bubble defensive.
The craziest part here is actually Shopify, both Koiful as well as Dino, has already broken over 8,000 damage in this series alone. And you saw them as well. They're still hunting people. They don't really care if they're not even in the zone. They're still shooting at people, showing dominance and saying, hey, even if you guys are trying to gatekeep us, we're not letting you guys go for free. If you want to take us down, we're taking at least somebody with us. And that's why the teams are already rotating in a little bit earlier. But they're still checking every corner. Which side can we poke? And they even have a Kraber.
Nice job on this mobile shield, even with the Kraber shot going wide, but MT's got to back off. Not a lot of HP left on this shield. Koifel making sure this retreat is a little bit safer as Zero drops down, searches with the charge rifle and the select fire, but still comes up empty. Neither team really finding the first knock on each other, but Falcons certainly with the advantage here for a moment. Buy a little bit of space, a little bit of time.
We got to see a little bit of action of the nice new hop-up there on the charge rifle. Shout out to Casey, by the way. It's a big, upgrade to the charge rifle, and Zero was making it work. He was doing so much damage and showing pressure, but Noctem here in the bubble fight already looking to take another fight.
Fantastic day for Noctem, and winning this fight could put them in over the top of the group stage bubble. With Team Falcons going down, it's Noctem that collect those kills. That's 3 points that have 2 points that have gone to them. And that's to say nothing of placements. Noctem need to survive here in this last game of this most recent set. They could put themselves already in a point of qualification for the winner's bracket. They just need 2 more kills. They just need 2 more kills. That's all they're looking for. And Noctem searching around this corner, almost fish a little bit too far into the Sheila for it.
Yeah, and on the opposite side of Noctem is actually Shopify Rebellion. We were just talking about Sino and Koifel. They're there, ready with the Sheila, ready with the shotgun. Noctem opting not to overpeak, because what happened to Falcons actually might happen to them. They got to decide to bubble forward to break the LOS, going straight into a shotgun fight. Caught Shopify off guard, immediately downing 2 people. Comes down to the last Gibby. This is going to be an easy cleanup. They already cracked the Gibby, and they get it down because they were on the same page, Dia, sliding in, insta-cracking 2 people, getting too fast down, and that's Noctem for you.
And with Shopify Rebellion down, with placement points and the kill points secured, Noctem have almost surely done enough to move themselves into winner bracket qualification. NRG taking a fight on the top are going to go down, unfortunately, but this is to REIGNITE, who are making their own journey up. TSM have started to find kills in the kill feed as well, and Noctem, our most recent additions to that higher bracket in the next stage, are going to be entering the building right underneath the Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, they already managed to close their way in already. Zone is pulling south as well, which is nice to see, of the building. Already setting up here as well. This is a great spot for them, but they're going to have a little bit more action later on when the zone pulls as well. REIGNITE is sitting on the stairs, like we saw Falcons in the previous game as well. Stairs, honestly, when you have Newcastle isn't that bad, but right next to them is Oblivion, seeing, hey, that when that bubble goes down, we're fighting.
Ooh, here we go. It's just as you said, Graceful. The bubble goes down, so does the castle wall, and so does REIGNITE. Reeds destroying REIGNITE.
The second that bubble ran out, the Newcastle slammed them. They got insta-mobbed, and that was just great to see. That was super solid execution. They needed that as well, so they're on 32 points currently, and things are picking up, and that's good, because if not before, you need it in the last game, and that's where it's happening.
LG have gone down. Tough day for LG. Tough day for LG fans. And Oblivion are looking over all of these remaining teams and farming for damage. Nano really helping out with the Sheila. Now Ninjas are going to go down. 10 teams left, but still quite a bit for Oblivion to do, as they've got Zero, Tenacity, and Orgless and Hungry down there, but above them, we've still got the Gaimin Gladiators. TSM in this building as well. Looks like FaZe are sat in here, ExoClan are on the outside, and of course we had Noctem, our aforementioned squad, who recently won a small victory for themselves, making their way into the building as well.
Yeah, Noctem being on the west side of this building, whereas FaZe actually has the balcony towards the south where the zone is pulling. Aurora already set up pretty much right on top of the zone. We're going to be seeing a lot of chaos happening right now as the zone is about to move, and at least 5-6 teams have to move across the opening. We're going to see bubbles coming down. We're going to see GG blasting people. We're going to see so much happening, so keep your eyes on the screen right now, guys.
Could be a huge game for Oblivion. With just 9 points, they would move up into winner's bracket qualification as well. The Sheila spinning up just to take out the Newcastle wall. They've been mopped up before, they know how this feels, so they're playing defensive. They have a flanker, Zero Tenacity, surprisingly behind them, but it costs Reeds and Blinkser their life. Nano gonna go for the res on Rampart. So much slower, so much less safety, and I don't think Oblivion are making it, no. They get taken out on the wall climb, but unfortunately for them, they will not be qualifying at least this early into their matches. We still have several teams left standing. Orgless and Hungary, one of them who are fighting on the low ground. FaZe controlling the balcony and watching over so much. Meanwhile, TSM are going to go down. Aurora, having lost 1, having lost 2, have 9 Impulse still left alive. Let's see if he can survive on this Mirage. Still waiting for the chance to go invisible to reset, and he's not going to get it as Orgless and Hungry jump down, denying Mirage the chance to do Mirage things.
EXO, however, here in the bottom of the building looking to step out because all the action already happened. They still have their utilities. They're just waiting to walk out with the bubble. Bubbling straight onto another team ready, or perhaps just landed on them. Is this FaZe potentially? They are fighting FaZe indeed and just drop from the back and right on top of their forehead. Swinny is healing right now and they're looking to clean up into a 1v1. FaZe falls down.
And they commit one at a time, but they somehow win the fight. Swinny still alive, hoping for a reset for the team. Cloud9 looking for themselves as Shubi has already gone down, but Naughty is so focused on cleaning up other squads. Jumps on top of one, takes one out, but it's Noctem again to come out on top.
Noctem once again came from the west side actually. They were on the same building but on the west side that actually had to move a little bit earlier than both FaZe and EXO, but since FaZe and EXO since FaZe landed on top of EXO, that gave Noctem the opportunity to breathe a little bit. Bubbled up probably the latest out of everybody since we saw about 5 more bubbles right there. C9 cleaning up the EXO remaining of the fight from FaZe and EXO, and then Noctem with the style, with the mechanics that they've had before, just cleans up that game, and they are actually ending really high up.
This has been an incredible day for Noctem. I mean, they've got to be proud of themselves, of course, but now moving into the next stages, moving into their next games, they get to carry that confidence forward and start thinking about how they're going to approach the next stage of competition, because at this point, with how much score they've accumulated over the past couple of days, you have to know that you're likely good enough to make it to the finals. At this point, you must believe that about yourself, as I certainly do looking at Noctem's play. And the question has to be how we're going to approach that. It's a 28-point game for them after this last round, and Noctem look unstoppable.
28. I'm honestly kind of sure that might have even brung them home the win for the day. They might even be in first spot. We'll have to see. Cloud9 once again a little bit low on the kills, but good placement nonetheless. 13 points is nothing to be sad about. EXO, from the spot EXO had initially, already in the zone very early, I would say 5 kills is a little bit low end. However, you can't really be mad at the top 3. As we go further down though, however, past games, it's always been kind of close at the top. Maybe 4 or 5 teams have the same amount of points, but with Noctem taking a whole 28 out of this whole game, there's really not much left.
Yeah, look at how much further ahead they placed themselves. They were 4th when we started this game and have jumped all the way up to first by just 1 point over Cloud9. And I cannot praise these two teams enough, because when we're celebrating Noctem and their big victory now, Cloud9 being right behind them, what did not happen silently. These two teams were battling it out even in that final zone. It was still Cloud9 and Noctem that were deciding the winner between those two.
Yeah, Noctem, like, the most impressive part about Noctem in general is that they've just been taking fights for power spots, and even when they didn't have them, they just won fight after fight. But now, looking at the overall scoreboard as of now, Alliance sitting up top, Fnatic sitting up top as we saw. However, Cloud9, top 3. For me, about top 10 or top 8, I would say top 8 is pretty much guaranteed to make it straight into winner's bracket.
Yeah.
So those guys should be feeling very happy. And as you said, very happy and very warm, especially on the Japanese toilet. They are enjoying them indeed, because they can go home and rest easily after today.
Yeah, and from the calculations that we've had in the background, even top 10 are looking pretty safe right now. It's just based on, the average amount of points that you're going to get from here on out. Now, looking at this next page where things do get a little bit sketchier for these squads, the game is not over, the day, the week is not over. You've still got time, of course, to make it up to the next bracket. But even if that is feeling a little bit tough, at this point, it is just a matter of preparing yourself for the next phase of the competition that is going to be fighting out of the lower bracket. So for teams like Shadow 3690, Supernova, Dragons, even Orgless and Hungary, who actually had a pretty good last game here on E-District, could still shoot a little bit higher, but are likely going to have to be fighting through that lower bracket. Just have to prepare themselves to the reality that this is going to be a slightly more stressful tournament, but they can still make it.
Yeah, a lot of these teams, 50 points is not crazy. Like, a lot of the team have crossed 50 points, even, you know, in one series. So it's definitely possible for them to crack at it, but with the way that the games have been so far, you kind of got to lead. You know, have you read the lobby properly or not already, and have you gotten warmed up properly? Some of these teams still seem a little bit sleepy, maybe jet lagged, but some will definitely make it. I think as long as they take their time to recoup after the day, they have a chance.
Yeah. There is certainly a chance for all of our teams, and that's the reality in Apex Legends. Whether it be the individual game, whether it be the tournament, you've always got a shot at making it to the top, and especially at this point in the tournament, that is so true. Now that's going to be it for Graceful and I after this wonderful series, but I'd love to hear from our analyst desk, and especially how your predictions are feeling after Noctem topped that group.
Man, I mean, I feel like out of everybody, Jumbo's got to be feeling good because he was also talking about Cloud9, a team that did very well, but Noctem, we talked about this at the halftime. Coming in today, we've seen nothing but teams surprise us here in the best way possible. A really, really strong performance. 2 wins now out of that series for Noctem. Talk to me a little bit about the squad, J-Hawk.
Well, ultimately, the thing that really stood out to me in those games was they get 75 points for the win, but 58 of them come in those 2 wins.
Yeah.
So clearly, they're capable of these major pop-off performances. I don't know the exact numbers here, but I think those might be the 2 best games in terms of actual point total that we have had on this LAN so far. And so clearly, they have a massive ceiling. The one thing that I'm interested to find out is, do we maybe get some consistency moving forward? Because if we do with both, they could maybe be a real threat to even win the whole thing.
Yeah, and I think that when we start to see those types of pop-off performances, we can say that about so many of the teams that are currently here at Champs, because we have pulled the best of the best throughout the entire year across the entire globe to be competing. Right now, they're fighting for that seeding. We heard the casters start talking about it, and as we get through more of these series, we'll start focusing in on it more as well. But as these series finish, the chances, the opportunities for these teams to get those points on the board and start fighting for that winner's bracket versus the elimination bracket, it becomes tougher, Jumbo.
Absolutely. This is when the pressure's on. We got 2 more sets here, which, you know, it's 12 games for these teams, but that's not a lot. You know, we got the cutoff getting higher and higher, as everyone keeps saying. And, you know, when you see teams like Noctem that can, you know, at first you're thinking that maybe they're not going to be up there. We don't have to worry about them. 58 points in 2 games, a 38-point banger, a 28-point banger. Then you're thinking to yourself, okay, we got to lock in for our next sets, because if we're not in that top 20 right now, we might have a long day tomorrow and on Saturday.
Yeah, we'll take a look at a graphic that's going to show us the results here, because Noctem had, like you were saying, Jayhawk, a nice road to victory, but a lot of the points that they acquired for that victory were in those 2 matches. And we talked about it the first time it happened, 18 kills for that 30-point win. Now, if we're just putting that in a match point final situation, 30 points in one fell swoop to get to that 50-point threshold could put you in an insane spot when it comes to Sunday.
Absolutely could, but at the same time, this is group stage. So, you know, this is one of those things where the lobby isn't as tough as it might be in that situation. So are they capable of having those massive performances when we do get to the harder lobbies? We have to see.
All right, well, either way, they got it done.
Absolutely.
For this group stage. Now, of course, if they win, we've got to get them up here to talk to us about the win. So congratulations. First of all, the drip right now, this is amazing. Tell us about how, first of all, the 18-kill win, how it went, and what you guys were doing right today in your series, because you looked so strong.
Yeah, so the 18-kill game, it was a rough start. It was a very rough start. We had to respawn 2 times, but once we get into zone, that's when we really convert into high kill games. We just need to get out of the early game into the late game, and we do well.
I mean, doing well is definitely an understatement here now. So let's talk about group stage in general, right? We've got day 1 out of the way. We're now into day 2. Only 1 more series for all of the groups that everybody gets to play. What has your impression of the competitive field been now that we're most of the way through groups?
We're feeling pretty confident. I mean, especially after this last series. It was a rough day 1 for us, but we're feeling really confident now. So feeling good.
All right, Animal, I want to, while you're up here, we're going to do a little bit of a review, okay? We talked about just how strong those 2 matches were. We're going to take a look back at our final circle moments for those 2 matches because I want to get your inside perspective on what was happening here and why you guys were making the choices you made. What was going right? Tell us all about it.
Yeah, so in this game, we just play really slow. Like we're not the first ones to fight, and we always 3P stuff. So we just 3P all of the fights that we can, and then at the end we somehow managed to 2v3 the last team.
Yeah, I want to know when you see teams like REIGNITE here and a lot of them just dropping the Sheila, what are you guys thinking about? How are you sustaining in this like tight circle to just make sure that you come out on top and with all the chaos?
With the Thermite in our bubble, it was very rough. You know, these end games are very chaotic, and sometimes, you know, it's not all skill. Like sometimes a team apes you instead of the other team, and you know, I think we played very well, but I think we also had some luck on our side as well.
I mean, luck is a little bit generous. Jay, talk me through your perspective for this as well, because we got to see what Atnum was able to bring to the table, but what do you get out of this as an analyst?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about luck, but at the same time, like you mentioned, in that first game, you have to respawn a couple times. In this one, you also had some moments where players are going down, you're having to reset. Y'all got back in that building. Falcons is right outside, then Shopify. What's going through your mind in those reset moments when you guys have the Gibby, the Newcastle, and trying to just stabilize?
Yeah, so we try to use our abilities like one by one, so we don't use both Gibby Q and Newcastle Q.
Right.
So we try to use them separately, and we always try to play our line so we don't go down.
Right. Is there some sort of communication there on, does the Gibby bubble first, is the Newcastle first, is there sort of a default that you guys have?
Usually it's Gibby bubble first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
All right, well, Atnum, we've gotten you up here to chat for a little bit. Before we let you go, thank you for jumping on and chatting. Any final thoughts to leave us with? You've got one more series now you're going to play as a team. You've obviously set yourselves up well. Everyone's looking towards that winner's bracket, but what is the mentality and like what's the final goal for this last series?
Just to get to the end games, really, because if we get to the end games, then we have good games. It's just the early game is our problem.
All right, well, once again, thank you so much for jumping on here and chatting with us. We're not done with it yet, though, because we do have Lay standing by with an interview, so let's see who she's got.
I am here with Naughty from Cloud9. What an exceptional job you guys did. Now, what do you think were the decisions that may have impacted the outcome from the first place team?
So we put up 74. First place put up 75 points. So that's legit 1 point, right? And there's so many things that could account to that. A kill that may got res that we had, you know, could be 100 different things. But I think overall we started off decent. We had a good first game, slow, and then the last 2-3 games were pretty crazy. We had like 15 plus kill points in those last 2 games or so. But I wouldn't say any specific scenario. More so it's like, since it's 1 point, it's so hard to like pinpoint, you know, like one thing when there's so many.
Exactly. I mean, second place, that's still an exceptional job. But what's next for your team? Are you going to go back to the drawing board? What kind of things are you going to do for the future games?
I mean, tomorrow we land at Mill, so we actually have a bit of an upgrade. Or not tomorrow, sorry, later. Later today, we land at Mill, so we have an upgrade from Neon and Cito, sorta. So we're definitely just going to keep doing what we're doing. We have everything planned, everything, you know, pre-discussed. So we're just going to keep playing our game. Finally found our momentum. So that's all that really matters, you know?
Yeah. I can just see you guys with a big whiteboard and like everything strategically planned out, but you know, yeah.
Sauce is, him and I have been through the ringer, you know, so since the start of this year, so.
Exactly. It's not about just the talent you put in, you've got to put the brains behind it as well. And of course, how is it feeling being in ALGS Championship here in Sapporo? It's got to feel pretty good.
It feels, I'm not going to lie, I can't even put it into words. It's the most beautiful place I've ever been to in my entire life. First time in Japan, and farthest away I've been from home. So it's amazing. Big shout out to Shubi, best castle in the game, my teammate. And yeah.
Well, you guys did an excellent job. Thank you so much, Naughty. This is Naughty from Cloud9. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thanks so much, Lacey. Yeah, we talked about just how strong of a performance Cloud9 had as well, and I'll give you your flowers for this one, Jumba. You talked about him heading into the series, so this is your moment to hype them up.
You asked me for the team to watch, and they were the team to watch, in my opinion. I'll take it. You know, yeah, it was awesome. As you just heard, Naughty right there, Shubi, best castle in the game, and I right now have to agree. He's one of the best out there. Like I said, the way he uses his abilities, they are just so good at keeping his team alive. They needed to get that placement today. They got it with several top 5 finishes and taking out a win, and coming out with 74 points from this set. I think that they're happy in going into tomorrow.
I mean, things have really kind of balanced out now that we've gotten through 2 rounds of our round robin here, Zephyr. Only 2 more left to get into for our group stage. So where are you at mentally now that we've kind of gotten even more information for this playing field?
It's going to be tough because ultimately when we talk about some of those teams that are on the cusp here, you sit at around this margin of about 40 to 50 points, which realistically we see that quite a bit with any one of our standout rosters. But standout is the key point here. Usually that's only, at least in this group stage, the top 7 or so teams within a series. If you've only got one more chance to prove yourself before we start to break up the bracket, it is a lot of pressure to deliver.
All right, Jayhawk, now we talked about this starting off today, and we were kind of waiting to see if we were going to get a big point sponge at the top, or if the teams that already had a lot of points were going to let that kind of shake down to the bottom, talking about that cutoff point for making your way into winners versus being in that elimination bracket. We saw some teams step up to the plate that needed to get those points, and things are evening out now. So tell me your thoughts on where everybody is in regards to that, and then also how you think it's going to end up playing out.
Yeah, I believe the cutoff right now is kind of in the 60s range, so I'm still expecting it to get up into the 90s. And so it's about what we do expect. And so now everything's been clarified. With every team now going to their final set, they now know, okay, if it's going to be, let's say, about 95, let's just be a little bit generous there, this is the exact amount of points that we need. Some of these teams are going to have an absolute massive set like Noctem or Cloud9 just did. And so if that's the mentality, I'm looking to see who's going to start taking risks, because some teams are going to be playing a little safe, others are going to be playing for draft position in the winners bracket like an Alliance or a Fnatic, but some are just playing for their LAN hopes of getting in, and they might have to go huge.
This is why groups is always fun. The play will change as we continue on through the competition, but we still have 2 more series to get through. So if at home you're wondering what that means as far as the rest of the day goes, don't worry. All right, we will break it all down for you. 2 more series left on the day. Each of our groups have 1 more series to play. So like we heard the desk saying, 1 more opportunity to get those points on the board, whether that's trying to get into the bracket you want to be into or fighting for that seeding position when it comes to the POI draft. So right around the corner, we'll have groups B versus C, and then to close out the day, we'll be ending with groups A and D. And then when it's all said and done, we will know who is in which bracket and which squads will have to be battling it out in that elimination round 1 just to stay in the competition here at Champs. But like I said, we still got a little bit more to go before we get into it. And before we get into series number 2, it's time for a short break. When we return, B versus C. So don't go anywhere. More ALGS Champs coming your way. It's going to be another exciting day of Apex Legends, and I can't wait to see what our teams have in store today.
It seems like everybody is ready to go.
Sheila sings for the host! And that's how you make a statement with TSM!
Let's fucking go!
And this is what we wanted to see yesterday.
You're just shooting the dome, and this is free beer for Noctem to finish off that jab!
Most dominant game we've had so far.
Down! Falcons take out 2, but Cloud9 sweeping behind them to take the win. Noctem again to come out on top.
Alienware, the official PC of the Apex Legends Global Series.
プレイします。いい？部活とか持っていかん？もちろん持ってよ。バナナとこれが回るだけ。大会のこれブドウ糖のやつ落ちる。ブドウ？炭水化物食え族だったらあんまかっこいいのかな。パウが出ないから炭水化物食えっていう教えのチーム。いい方手柄じゃないですか、コーチは。コーチはね、マジでそう。ジャージいいね。これ着てみよう、ジャージ上。本番ジャージでいいかも。まあそうですよね。ジャージ着なって寒い。上に着るじゃん。半袖だったらこんなにいいんじゃない？キーマンはやっぱ半袖。そうなんだよね。長袖引っかかんだよな、あのカバーに。そうね。うわ、つら。それがね、こんなに薄いだったらまくればいけんじゃないの？ミーティア所属の黒トンと申します。よろしくお願いします。はい。アマチュアさんと春夏さん来たんで。春夏さん来たの？そう、撮ったの。ポーズ飛んでるか。いいっすね。何がいい？リアル？はい。どこ？でまた。そうですね。ちょっとやっぱ生きないといけないね、これ。そう、本当にめちゃくちゃかっこつけてください。バッチリ。これでいいじゃん。そう、どういうこと？いいね。めっちゃかっこいい。無理がある。あ、でもいいかも。もういい。むずっ。めっちゃぐらい。はい。ミーティア所属の熊と申します。今回ちょっとガチすぎる。リーダーの中になんか注目選手かな、マッチが終わった後に出る潜在とかはじゃあそれぞれじゃあチームで選出してることこれないかな。そうなんですか。正面あれはなんかそのなんだろう合間というかそのあれで撮れてるやつだけど、そもそも LGS の多分クリエイティブに出す用の写真は別だから。おちゃらけあれめっちゃかっこよかったです。信号機。信号機そう。俺フナティックに信号機って言われてるんですよ。スキンが色がね。綺麗に。あとは横で横向いてそうしましょうか。でこれもちょっと真面目な感じとニコッと笑う感じなんで、最初真面目優しい方だと。そうでもないです。そうでもないか。しょうがないです。あ、いいですねいいですね。かっこいい。あ、めっちゃかっこいい。あ、いいですねいいですね。じゃあ次はこうニコッと歯を出して笑うんで。あ、そうそうそうそういい。かわいいな。なんもねえです。なんもねえ。かっこいいですね。顔でやってください。売れますか。はい。かわいい。かわいい。かわいい。かわいい。なんか顔して。それでちょっと顔に近い方がいい。あ、これですか。うわ、かわいい。クッキーじゃんこれ。いいね。笑ってもらっていいですか。いいですね。めっちゃいい。いいですね。
ミーティアエイペックス部門所属のリーブルエースです。よろしくお願いします。
僕書いてもらって。
まずミーティアポーズ。ミーティアポーズのちょっと歯を出して笑うバージョンちょっと。
なんかちょっと顎振って。
顎引いていこうみたいな。なんだろう。
OK です
でその次は腕組みして真面目。あ、いいっすねいいっすねいいっすね。そうか。
いいですね。いいですね。
そしたらオリジナルのなんかそのキャラを
みんな
なんかある？
もうねどうなんだろうね。ちょっとなんかこう。
ああ確かにそれ
は
確かに。
だっていいっすね。
あ、いい
っぽい。
で、後ろの手めっ
ちゃいい。ちょっと半身まあこれいくの。
おもろい。
OK です。強そう。
そんな使わない。エイペックスのコーチをやってます。大和です。そしたら次腕を後ろに回してはいチーム紹介みたいな。ありがとうございます。あんまり見ないんですよコーチ。見たことない。これからこのミディアです。はい。ミディアをこうはい。これ前に突き出してあ、そうですね。はい。あ、そうするとあれか、ここが見えなくなっちゃうのか。あ、何でも大丈夫。はい。全部いく。はい。あ、3、2、1。あ、ちょっと逆で。あ、そうです。あ、いい感じです。3、2、1。いいね。いいと思う。
ポーズの山本さん、あんま見てない。
腐ったポーズ。どんな感じなんだろう。ポケット手入れ安定感。
そう、ポケット手入れで。めっちゃ入れていい。めっちゃ
笑ってるところもすごい。あ、それいい。あ、それ俺好きだよ。あ、それかっこいいかっこいい。めっちゃかっこいい。
とんでもないチームです。イメージは悪いです。全員してください。これぐらいがいいんですか。
笑った感じ。
いやいやもう。
メガネかっこいいですね。
あ。そっちに入っちゃってよくなかった。
が頼んだバーガーでっか。
そんなん作る。朝ごはん食ってないから。
これが腕組みした感じ。
はい。顎が20人目。顎めっちゃついた。ここ？うん、そうそうそう。そこら辺がすごい感じる。
ちょっとあれですね、レタッチっていうか、
これも
綺麗にしてもらえる感じ。
あ、できました。
その
あ、なんかちょっと薄くなった顎。うん、いいですね。これ使いましょう。これ使いましょう。これもこっちもない。そうですね。こっちもないですね。
これにキリッとする。
キリッとしますね。確かに。
これはちょっと
メガネかけた瞬間顎で。
メガネよくない？まあメガネだ結構。
本番メガネでしょでも。
そうだね。本番メガネかける絶対に。
メガネ可愛い。
メガネ可愛い。ミーティアポーズです。ミーティアポーズ。
もうそこが気になっちゃうとしても。
ミーティアちなみにミーティアポーズちょっと似てるんですけどこれとこれ。
あ、そうですね。
どっちの方が？メガネなしの方が俺はいいかなと思います。メガネありの方が可愛いでかっこいいのがメガネなしみたいな。
どっちで売る？
どっちで？
でも大会は
どっちにせんメガネなんで。
絶対そうですよ。
そうですよ。
どっち路線で売りたい？
どっち路線で売りたい。
可愛いって可愛い素敵だな。
20顎系可愛いで。行ってくるか。
チーズキリ食べて。これもかっこいいと思う。
なんかどうやらスポンサーさんが
ここで変わりました。
これの配信？
じゃあメガネありバージョンにしましょう。
あ、わかりました。
で腕組んでるやつはなし。さっきの赤いやつなんで。
あ、はい。
ファンミのあれで。
まあなしとかは全然ない。
意外とスポンサーな感じするけど。
あ、
これもそろそろ発言してる。
赤のやつがいいかなと思った。
あ、わかりました。
それもまあ
これもそうですね。いいですね。これもまあ一応全部見てもらうので、後でまたお渡しします。ただ色がついてるやつをまたちょっと色調整とかもしてお渡しします。はい。ありがとうございます。お願いします。
はい、じゃあ熊くん。
はい。では、はい。あ、こちらです。こちらがちょっとこうやってやったバージョンですかね。
いいね。いい感じに生きてる。
いい感じに生きてる。
これ、これニコッとしてるやつですね。
かわいい。
かわいいです。
そろそろかな。熊さんポーズ。
そろそろ熊さんポーズ。
これ
の次。
いいチャンス。
あ、まだ来ないな。
散らしますね。
いいですね。
熊さんちょっとバンドマンっぽいっすね。
確かに。
バンドマン。バンドにそう。
確かに。
もしもっと。
あ、どうやろう。
お前の場合絶対適当だろ。
あらいい。素敵な笑顔。
素敵ですね。そろそろ
来た。来るか。かわいい。
かわいい。
これいいな。
あ、すごい素敵ですよ。
ぎこちない笑顔になるのが一番いい。かわいい。
クマ発音できるかさすがに。
もうね。
頼むよ。誰か言い間違えたし893。
いや、多分初めて見たエイペックスプレイヤーは絶対8割は間違える。俺も最初だってそうだった。
俺もそうだったね。みんなそう。
98
ここら辺は全部熊さんポーズ。あ、ここで変わったけどちょっと目が違っているので。
自分っぽい。
確かに。カタリストっぽいポーズって分からないですね。これいいですね。それ一番おもろいわ。いいね。
レジェンド選んだ時どんなポーズしてる？
ここで手持って
座ってない？
そっちだっけ？
座ってない。
歩きながら
これもいい。これすごい素敵。
そんなんだっけ？
なんか選んだらなんか後ろから片椅子の壁ブイーンってなんか上がるイメージある。最初のレジェンド。それいいよ。
めっちゃいい。
IGL っぽい。
これはマストにしましょう。以上になります。じゃあこれとあとクマちゃんポーズとあともう一個ちょっと選んでおきますね。オレンジ色のやついい感じです。はい。
クマちゃんポーズ採用なんだ。
いやちょっとね、クマちゃんポーズ微妙だったらちょっとこれも良かったと思うんですよ。
それで真面目に。
こっちにしましょう。真面目に。
確かに。
了解しました。これは絶対取りましょう。ありがとうございます。クマちゃんポーズ始める。これがちょっとこれを一旦保留にして。
カタリストっぽいポーズ取ってきゃよかったね。片側点出すよりの。
片側点こ
れは
こうやってやってほしい。
絶対いらんやろ。
いや欲しいでしょ。
てか何やってるかわからんくねそれ。はい、OK です。じゃあ行きましょう。はい、ありがとうございます。よいしょ。これがノーマルですね。ただ下のやつが出ているので、これもそうですね出ているので、こっちの方が多分いいと思います。はい。
ほくろ取ろうとしてる。
若干色が濃いから一旦これはノーマルのバージョン。これがミーティアのポーズですね。
目つき悪い？
いやそんなことないな。いい笑顔になります。いい笑顔。
エイベックス界目つき悪いツートップユキオ俺らしいからユキオ君いわく。
ああ確かに。
俺とユキオが。
ユキオさんも確かにな。
どっちも目悪いだけなのに。
こう笑ってるやつと
ゆずくに声をかけれなかった理由なんか怖そうと思ってこっちとこっちってどっちがいいですか？
こっちの方が良さそうですね。
あ、こっちの方がいいですか？あ、了解しました。ひきよさんもな、あんま顔じゃわからないんですよ。何が？感情？あ、そう。実況で仕事してる時にちゃんと顔を作ってるがゆえに普段はもういいやって感じ。ああ、すごい素敵ですね。あ、これもいいですね。エース君は出動じゃないビッグがワンチャン呼ぶかもしれない。確かにこれかっこいい。確かにこっちとこっちは
どっちやそう
うわ、どっちもいいこれこれどっちも残しときましょう。でもなんかバストで使った時に左のやつはなんかそこまで映んなさそうだよね。確かに右のこれまあポーズ的には左いいけどね。そうそうそう、技的に映んなさそう。そうなんですよ。もうちょっと高かったらそっちの方がいいかもしれないけど、もうちょっと高いとこれが映んなくなっちゃうんですよ。また角度変えて、そうですね。後でまたチャレンジしてみる。これ取ります。あ、そうですね。後でまた取れます。はい。エースっぽさは左の方が。これはちょっと
これマストだ。
マストっすね。あ、これもいいな。あ、じゃあという感じでございます。はい。
OK です。
OK です。よいしょ。これが真面目なやつ。はい。なんか目が綺麗に見える。綺麗ですね。目が綺麗に見える。光を感じる。普段光ないから。あ、これもすごいなんか貧困法制やなーって感じ。これでも目開けてないからね、だいぶ。あ、お父さんみたい。あ、これもいいと思います。
笑顔。
これもなんか余裕を感じるような。今回奇跡の。これよかったな。奇跡の。これよかったな。ビジョンでここはよかった。確かに。そりゃそう。かっこいい。
めっちゃいいやそれ。
ライティングポーズ格ゲーっぽいもんね。優しい。優しい。注目ポーズ。怒るとこう。ルイズマン持ちます。あ、確かにあるけど。リングマンあるな。確かにリングマンある。使っていい。まあいいからディボーション持ってくればよかった。ディボーションあるんですよ。なんで？なんか当たったんだよ。なんか作ってくれる。もうちょっと作ってくれる。見たことあるわ。そう。エルスターがもあるよ。これ10万分の1で。すごくない？すごい。ガチですごくない？いやもうこっちです。こっちです。オッケーです。以上が以上になります。はい。ありがとうございます。どうしますか？こう。あ、それいいですね。これ。見えるのそれいいの？あ、確かに。縦だと。これがそうですね。ちょっとダブルをするみたいな。そうですよ。武器見る時のやつが。それみんな。あ、いいっすね。みんな見てますね。あ、めっちゃいい。あ、めっちゃいいっすわ。いい、めちゃめちゃいい。これグッズですね。アクスタとかに。3、2、1。あ、めっちゃいい。飛び込じゃないですか。あ、めっちゃいい。どう持つ？どうがいいんだろうね。今だと取ってないカットだと。突き刺すタイプは取ってないよね。あ、そう。それはいい。それはいい。で、体を少しそうですね、ちょっとだけ見て。あ、そうですね、そんな感じで。あ、ちょっとユニフォーム直していいですか？ちょっと、そう、オッケー。もうちょい、ボルテックスとかなんですか？あ、これはご飯ですか？
お昼おやつ。
それだけちょっとでかい絶対でかいと思ったわお前なら結構でかいですよまあ言っても黒本さんならね絶対いけるマジで見せてうまそうだけどさでかいねうまそうやばいわこれはいやでかいと思ってた俺もちょっと欲があったら食ってる薄々気づいたいただきますめっちゃ手についちゃうわフラティッシュみたいなのあるようまいこれどうやって食べようかなかぶりつける用だからユニフォームに落としたら終わりだねそうだよねめっちゃ前のめりでやってますよだからユニフォームあるのどんだけチャレンジングなものかこういうチーズケーキ超うまいねデビルだからね何デビル多分ぽいんでしょデビルなんだよ適当でしょほんと多分そういうのあるよ種類でそうなのあるさすが詳しいどこで落としてるの小指と中指ダックスリーファイブ入れないファイブ入れないしてパンツをだから索敵のやり方も変わるよ最初1枚例えば右だから右手にまあファイトの時はファイト IGL って言って主にファイトは全部
自分は IGL やってて自分が機能しないとほったらかしにするとみんな真面目にやらないんで頑張ってますもう友達っすねまあ本当はね、友達感覚でもう接して確かについでにコーチングされてるみたいなついでなんだまあ最初それこそちょうど1年前にそのアドバイスしてるみたいな
Hey, at the end of the day, the storyline that we were talking about, it would be crazy if it happened, ended up happening.
And T-Law! Yeah! Come on, baby!
Enganchamos a la cámara tengo que grabar para el blog.
Será que pede? Tá feliz?
No estoy feliz acá en la esquina,
Voy a estirar, va a durar 3 días. Voy a estirar esta Un time murió. Un time se fue al baño y bueno, mi teammate está callado desde que entró a la mesa, así que no sé cómo fue la experiencia, la verdad.
Fica ali perto, né?
¿Qué se foto? Valeu, cara. Bueno, cuando llegué a Team Liquid fue una locura el apoyo de parte de los fans. Nunca hubiera esperado pasar de, no sé, estar tranqui básicamente sin organización a estar con Team Liquid. Fue una gran diferencia en mi vida, sobre todo por la cantidad de apoyo que recibíamos de los fans. Sí, señor. So fresh and so clean. Al principio al llegar a la facility es muy crazy el edificio. Nada, llegamos, vimos los trofeos de todo el equipo. Muy lindos todos, man. Y después pasamos como por los scream rooms, por así decirlo, donde estaban todas las PCs y stream rooms también. Y nada, todo muy top de gama, man. Muy lindo todo como tenían acomodado.
Piso 6.
15% batería.
¿Eh?
Bueno, mi nombre es Matías Riffel, Matías Agustín Riffel, y mi nombre en el Apex es Kurev.
Mi nombre es Alexis y en el juego es Jaguar Suma. A ver, que no sé qué se vea. Vale. Let's go.
Mi nombre real es Luis y mi nombre artístico de juego de internet es Nisul.
Había muy pocos nombres disponibles en el Minecraft. En el Minecraft Premium yo me compré mi primera cuenta, así que me tuve que inventar un nombre random y bueno, apareció Kurev de la nada.
La historia comienza porque soy muy fan de dos colores, que viene siendo negro y azul.
Porque antes jugaba yo en la consola de mi papá y él veía mucho una banda que se llamaba Jaguares. Como yo jugaba en su cuenta, pues jugaba más que él, pues le robé el nombre.
Yo al Apex empecé alrededor de 3-4 semanas después del lanzamiento. Me acuerdo que estaba jugando con 30 FPS.
Empecé a jugar en la Season 2, pero porque uno de los amigos me regaló un pase de batalla. Y empecé a jugar por dos motivos. Porque me regalaron un pase de batalla y porque Watson. Y en ese tiempo yo estudiaba ingeniería eléctrica y dije, nah, va a ser mi nuevo main. Y desde ahí empecé a jugar Apex.
No jugaba con gente en ese entonces hasta que llegué a PC. Llegué a PC, no sé, como la temporada 5 de Apex. Me pasé con unos amigos por el tema de Battle Royale, ya es que era muy famoso en ese entonces. De lo que sí me llama mucho la atención fue el tema de las habilidades implementadas en el juego. Y los personajes, cada personaje tenía su característica, ¿sabes? O sea, su propio juego.
Así que empecé a trabajar y conseguí una PC humilde de como 40, 50 FPS, pero cada vez que prendía directo se me caía, se me crashaba la PC, pero pues sacrifiqué no hacer directo, no hacer nada para solamente jugar competitivo, jugar rankings en PC, porque en ese tiempo yo jugaba en consola.
Me acuerdo que en mi primera competición habíamos jugado la LSQ. Yo en ese momento todavía no sabía que estábamos jugando por 2 spots para la Championship, así que fui y jugué así nomás, tipo sin presión. Quedamos octavos y dije, bueno, octavo para mi primera competición como IGL no está tan mal, ¿viste? Y dije, bueno, voy a meterle un poco más de tiempo y a ver cómo me va. Y bueno, hasta acá estamos ahora, ¿no?
Hace mucho tiempo no me gustaba perder y hasta la fecha me sigue sin gustar perder. O sea, nunca tengo eso en mente cuando juego. Aunque me iba mal en el juego o aunque mi equipo no quisiera hacer algo, aunque me tiraran hate, yo siempre iba a seguir jugando bien. Aunque fuera a perder, o definitivamente fuera a perder, yo iba a hacer lo máximo posible para dar buen show, para jugar bien.
Sigue un Kraber, ¿no?
House Grenade.
¿Roto?
Rota la Catalyst.
Cuando me empezó a hablar Liquid, bueno, me hablaron, me presentaron la idea y me interesó bastante. Vas a ir a vivir a México, vas a vivir con Nisul, vas a... Básicamente a representar a Liquid desde México y me interesó muchísimo esa idea.
Aê, perfeito. Como se sente?
Como $1.000.000 me siento.
1, 2, 3, ya. Besos.
¿Por qué hay 3 cámaras?
La organización es muy, pero muy amigable, tipo... Toda la gente que he conocido en Liquid hasta ahora fue como que muy heartwarming. Muy linda la bienvenida a la organización, por así decirlo. Gente muy interesante, muy capaz y siempre intentando lo mejor para que vos estés cómodo, ¿me entendés?
Unirse a un dúo ya establecido hace un montón de años, que tenga sinergia, te ayuda un montón, porque eso facilita un montón las cosas a la hora de jugar, porque se nota que Jaguares y Nisul a Jaguares se tienen mucha confianza, ¿me entendés?
La verdad que son dos muy buenas personas y como jugadores son dos jugadores excepcionales. ¿Cómo explicar? Cambia todo, absolutamente todo cambia, tipo... Pasar de verlos en una pantalla a ser parte es un cambio radical, tipo... No sé, tipo los veía en competencia y cosas así, y me interesaba mucho el ambiente competitivo y me interesaba conocerlos un poco más, pero ahora que estoy en organizaciones como que cambió todo, muy...
Mira el
muy
cielo,
buena
mira el cielo, Jaguares. Mira. Mira. Oche.
Al unirse a una organización de Tier 1, la cantidad de fans aumenta mucho, potencialmente, ¿no? Entonces, a la hora de fracasar en algún torneo, siempre te quedas pensando, ok, tenía gente dependiendo de mí, sea emocionalmente o lo que sea, e não di la talla, ¿me entendés?
Oi, teste, som. Meu nome é Felipe Melo e meu nickname é Estressado, porque eu sou muito calmo
Durante a BLGS 1 e 2, nós estávamos se adaptando ainda. Então, o Kurev tinha acabado de chegar e é preciso um tempo de adaptação, até para você entender as características dos jogadores e a característica do time.
Bueno, al principio tuvimos 2 malos resultados en BLGS y queremos probar un approach diferente al equipo.
E após a BLGS 2, eu decidi mudar o IGL e tirar um pouco da responsabilidade do Kurev y fazer eles se adaptarem aos meninos.
Me parece que yo tuve que haberme adaptado a ellos en vez de ellos adaptarse a mí. Además, yo como que entré a una región nueva también, que no sabía bien cómo funcionaba.
Hay que matar a esos güeyes, hay que matarlos, están. Pick up. Roto Chapi. Roto de Castle. Mátame, atácate. Nice. Vamos arriba. Roto. Ay, a vergazos.
Group number 4, we have Liquid in first. Oh my God. I didn't even realize what a fucking massacre lobby number 4 was looking like, dude. Liquid in first with 94 points. Holy shit.
Let me tell you why this is massive for T-Law. They did not make finals the first 2 weeks. They need a win. T-Law is definitely the talk of the week, man. They made some crazy improvements.
Oh my God. And T-Law with another W, man.
From week 1 and 2 and being 70th overall to a first place, we go to this last game and Liquid is in front by 20 points.
They're looking for more and they want blood. T-Law, an unstoppable force today, has not stopped moving forward in every single fight. And they kill another squad here most likely. Bro, it doesn't matter, bro. Every 3v3 T-Law has won today, and they lose off the third party. A great day for T-Law, and they qualify into the BLGS finals, dude. Insane. They have literally won every single 3v3 today. And dominant performance in qualifier 3. Good job. Seriously.
Pues recientemente, fíjate que me he sentido como que más capaz en el tema de poder ligerear o tomar decisiones. Antes no sentía como esa confianza en mí. Con estos dos...
Tócale.
¿Le toco? Pues me gusta que son muy divertidos.
Para mí, algo fundamental del equipo es el ambiente que tiene. Tipo, es un ambiente muy tranquilo. Es el primer equipo que no es tan tipo serio a la hora de jugar. Es el equipo menos serio que tuve y es el que mejor le va, ¿me entendés? En ese sentido, sí.
Perdón.
Jaguares é muito calmo na maioria das vezes. E nisso, apesar de ser calmo também, é muito explosivo, isso é muito bom. E pega demais, dá muito dano. E hoje eles conseguem controlar um pouco o Kurev. E eu acredito que quando os três se juntam, cada um se complementa. Ou seja, o que falta em um, o outro complementa e hoje a equipe está muito bem.
Como que nosotros estamos constantemente proponiendo al juego. No esperamos que venga un equipo y nos quiera tomar una decisión ellos a nosotros, ¿me entendés? Sino que nosotros tomamos una decisión sobre ellos. Al accionar nosotros primeros, ellos tienen que reaccionar a lo que nosotros hacemos, ¿me entendés? Y estamos en un constante juego de ataque en vez de defensa.
Flash uno. Muerto. Sigue poniendo.
These scores are so close, dude. These scores are so close, man. TSM in first place with 43 points. Falcons in second with 41. T-Law in third with 40.
Al primer piso de la casa de la derecha, ¿eh? Dale.
Karev and T-Law with the Kraber Bro, second floor, best building in the game. And now Sykes gonna be dead, and the Kraber shot onto Sykes, man. Sweet dreams, LG now fighting. They gotta watch out. Kraber in the back, brother, again. Karev is being a demon to LG. He is making their game impossible to play correctly. Karev right now is having a generational series.
Nice.
Nice, amigo. Bien. T-Law with a massive W.
We see the teams at match point eligibility here going into game 6. And we are going to have Liquid Alienware. Oh my God! If they win any of the games moving forward, the tournament is over and they will be your America's champions for the regional finals of BLGS.
¿Tienes Catalyst, Cure? ¿Tienes Catalyst?
No digas mamadas. No te digas mamadas. Sí. Sin querer piqué Catalyst y como que
Karev actually picked Catalyst, you're right. He 100% picked the wrong legend. That is crazy. And that zone goes to front launch. Karev and T-Law are in a fantastic spot to win this game, baby. It goes right to where T-Law is sitting.
Break the wall, break the wall.
El Gaimin, estamos solos, no piquen tanto, ¿va? Estamos solos, no piquen tanto.
T-Law full 3-man still up. TSM dead. T-Law wins. T-Law wins. Let's fucking go. Vamos, T-Law, baby. Come on.
The storyline that we were talking about, it would be crazy if it happened, ended up happening. T-Law wins it with 85. Not only did they win match point, but they had the most points in the lobby. They were the best team today.
T-Law takes the win in Game 7. They are the champions of the Americas BLGS Regional Finals.
Fíjate que nunca me consideré alguien especial. Nunca creí que yo fuera, o que mi deseo, o sea, nunca mi deseo fue ser jugador competitivo ni nada por el estilo. Yo simplemente jugaba por diversión. Y hasta la fecha sigo pensando que ver a gente mejor que yo, sigue siendo como que ellos son famosos, yo no. O sea, ellos son gente que logra cosas, yo no.
E acredito que essa equipe tem uma boa mentalidade e se chegarmos bem treinados, organizados e com confiança, podemos conseguir um bom resultado. Espero que ganhando.
Seguro siempre. Yo me siento muy confiado. Yo creo que mi equipo también. Con Jaguares ya vengo hablando de hace tiempo de IGL con IGL, ¿sabes? Cambio de ideas. Con Curet pega demasiado de lejos. Es alguien muy importante como para tomar picks. Cada kill cuenta totalmente. O sea, y siento que yo puedo como que, si es que algo de distorsionar o dar disturbio a qué vamos a hacer, yo los puedo como que calmar y volver a poner meta de cómo ganar.
Pues la verdad es que siento que sí nos puede ir muy bien. Ya hace poco, pues en estas BLGS, con esos nuevos cambios, o sea, la dominamos completamente y la verdad es que yo creo que si seguimos así, podemos ganar la LAN.
Yo creo que nos va a ir bien. Tenemos muchas posibilidades de ganar. Sí, no, Japón es una locación que es mi sueño, básicamente, es muy lindo. Y ir en una competencia a todo pago con amigos también es genial.
From snow to show outside in Sapporo. It hit a little heavy last night, enough to make a few ice sculptures outside of Daiwa House. But as it goes, the action never stops when it comes to the ALGS. So we were right in the thick of things and ready to continue. Down here in the building, on the floor, and in the stands, the fans are ready to go, even though they can't hear me. Usually they can. This is a Japanese house crowd, by the way. It's that big. We had to do 2 languages live, ready to kick it off. And day 2, Game Series 2 is going to be just as live. We finished with a fantastic performance so far, but now we get into the thick of it. Groups B and C have a chance for the very first time and the very last time to potentially cement themselves into a winner's bracket run here in Sapporo at the ALGS Championships of Year 4. Welcome everyone watching at home. My name is Rain Day. I'm your host here for this second series and our third series heading into this evening, and I'm joined along with some fantastic friends. Glitter Explosion, Snipe Down, Jamerson here to welcome you back into what has been already a very eventful day. Lauren, we started off with some major wins, Noctem taking Series 1.
Yeah, we were talking about that a lot in that first series. We were looking to see which of the teams that hadn't performed yet would really step up to the plate. We saw that out of Noctem, especially with an 18-kill game, then the second win, but we also saw that out of Cloud9.
Yeah, and that was a surprising kind of turn of events. If you're going to have those moments, you need to have them now, Snipe. These teams, this series is their last time to play before they get put into either the elimination or the winner's bracket.
Yeah, I mean, this is the make it or break it series. We have some teams that, you know, North America finally stepped it up in that last set of games, but there's a couple teams that are still right there that no one is really sure of how they're going to perform. You know, LG is definitely one of those teams where I think, you know, there's a lot of players on that team that have a lot of hype, but they need to really step it up going into this next series.
Obviously trying to figure out little things that have big impact. Jamerson, they had a day to reset. Obviously coming into it now, what conversations needed to have happened for success for the teams coming into B versus C?
Yeah, for right now, I think it's about stopping a lot of the momentum from some of the stronger teams that we have in the lobby, especially for this set in particular. Fnatic having a fantastic day yesterday. Of course, the hometown favorites, but they definitely showed up, and I think a lot of the lobbies do have to contend with that kind of aggression that's been coming out of Fnatic. And so if you're going to be around them, across all 3 maps, you have to make sure that you keep them in mind when you're making your rotations.
Fnatic have won 3 games so far in Sapporo. They'll see if they can add another 3 here. We already know how Yuka F is feeling after interviewing him last night. But let's take a look at today's schedule. I mentioned it at the top of the show. We've already gone through Series A, wonderfully hosted by Lauren, and we continue on here with Series 2 and Series 3 to close out our group stages, and that's going to lead us into discussing what could happen later on tonight. But if you missed A versus C, we want to help catch you up with what occurred. And as of course, Lauren, you were there, we kind of mentioned that this is a moment where North America stood up. TSM, Shopify, Rebellion, all teams that were in the mix alongside Falcons and Cloud9.
Yeah, that was a really fun way to kick it off too, because we had TSM and Falcons up there in that first game match for the final moments. But you mentioned it, we saw Shopify come out on top. We ended up seeing Noctem get that insane match in Game 3. And we were questioning NA heading into that series because we'd seen the other regions do well.
Yes.
Well, we got what we were looking for out of them here.
It seemed like EMEA stood out yesterday, Snipe, APAC North as well. It was hard to miss Fnatic, Meteor, their performances, GHS, Interforce having moments. But yes, this was North America's kind of morning. Will it be their afternoon, though?
Yeah, I mean, I think this has been kind of a consistent theme around all the Apex events is North America kind of comes out asleep in day 1, EU kind of dominates, and then day 2, it kind of picks back up. And, you know, I guess we're going to see where it goes, but I mean, this is one of those events where I don't really think any region is above any other region. We've seen it the last few, you know, EU has won, APAC has won, and it's just kind of up in the air now of who's going to win and be crowned the final champion and the best team in the world.
I mean, Jamerson also knocked him taking the win. That wasn't expected. We did not anticipate that team coming out on top.
Yeah, I'll be completely honest. In my prep for this one, I had big question marks. That's all it was, right? What do I have to say about Noctem? Well, they definitely showed up earlier today, and I'm glad that they did. I do want to talk about, though, of course, about how we had so much dominance coming up from EMEA and APAC North yesterday. I mean, the thing is, if you still look at the score lines for North America, if you look at Falcons, if you look at Shopify Rebellions, they did a perfectly solid job, right? Getting 40 to 50 points per set. But the thing is, we have higher expectations for them, right? They didn't have the huge blow-up games that Alliance and Fnatic had. And so hopefully this is now the final set, the final day, that they can really lay it out all on the line.
This is what we like to call behind the scenes the happy page, where you are in winners if it continues this way. You notice Noctem, winners of our last set, they'll be playing again in B versus C. Virtus.pro will also be playing, and of course the team Fnatic, who have only had 2 games so far, will play their 3rd. They're in 2nd place. And now let's transition to the not so happy page, where on the back half of it, you are threatened right now with going into the elimination bracket. Doesn't mean your tournament's over, but it means you are the closest to your tournament being over than pretty much anybody else, and you do not want to get there. VK Gaming will be playing. They're right on the cusp. Can they make a move? DSG, Complexity, a fan favorite. You saw them playing in the snow earlier on. Is that going to benefit them? Some teams you may say, you know, a snowball fight before you play? No. But Snipe, for Complexity, it actually might work for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think this Complexity team is the team that has the most fun out of any other team in the entire. I mean, Monsoon and oh my gosh, what am I doing? Kimchi are just like, they're best friends. They're inseparable. You see them jumping into each other's arms, celebrating. Yeah. It's one of the most adorable things. And I'm a huge fan of that roster specifically because of that. And I think we're all rooting for Monsoon. We always have been.
And I think too, just quickly, part of it is that you do have energetics coming in, and I know we don't talk about this. We see the stats. We know that Yuka's got the most kills on a Kraber, but you know, how is Yuka feeling? What is the environment in the team, Lauren? That means almost just as much. And if you mention Yuka, you have to look at the dynamic between this group B, because you've got a juggernaut, somebody who is a top 2 out of the 40 teams competing here. Will they be taking all the points from this lobby? I know a lot of teams trying to catch up. Hope not.
I mean, I know the green room definitely thinks, a couple people think they absolutely will be, but it was fun talking about this group the first time around, and now we get to see what they're going to do again, because we had highlighted Meteor at the very top of the very first day as a team coming through from that LCQ. What can they do? They did well. They did well for their hometown, and now this group's got a little bit harder.
Fnatic, a team also very, I think, deserving of being in a championship, maybe hoisting a championship. You have to think this is the best one possible. But you cannot ignore in Group C, Gaimin Gladiators and their consistent performance. They haven't won a group yet, unlike Noctem, but the fact that they are in this lobby means that they can win the group. They are a serious threat. LG, also a team that kind of Snipe you had mentioned. We don't need to go too far on it, but a few stats we saw. Sweet getting his first kill after 10 games of play so far. That's uncanny.
Yeah, I mean, Sweet is one of the only players in ALGS history to have over 1,000 kills for tournaments, lands, and everything, and it might be the meta. I don't know what it is, but for him to get his first kill in the 10th game, not only that, but he was the only player in the tournament left without a kill. So something is not going right. They got 25th in the last LAN. But, you know, there's some other teams that, you know, we can focus on.
Yeah, we'll see if that comes out to be the story of course, LG, or if it's going to be a different day for them right now. You, however, have picked a team that you have your eye on, and it's DSG.
Yeah, I picked DSG because this is a team that has consistently, you know, early on, they were considered, Strafing Flame was one of the best IGLs in the game. You know, everyone was putting him in the same category, possibly as Zero, of who's the best of that region. Even though Zero moved, they were really up against each other. And some of the stats I have for them is, you know, they got 5th at Season 1, they got 8th at EWC, and then they got 28th at Season 2. So their placings have gone down. Yeah. But the strange thing about this event is their best map is E-District, averaging 7.5 points, and they're getting to the top 5 50% of the games. Now, they have not reached a top 5 on World's Edge once. So it's one of those things where did everyone catch up to him as an IGL on the older maps, and then he's better on the newer maps? I guess we'll see.
I mean, one of the things we saw at EWC, which was amazing, was their ability to rally, to make these kind of special plays. And we know that Strafing Flame and Player K have the opportunity, the ability to do it, which is, I think, a position you'd rather be in, knowing that there is that star-studded power versus I've never seen someone capable of changing entire landscape of a finals. And yet, they still have to get there. Jamerson, though, there's a team that's been playing kind of below the radar, but they might need to be higher on people's awareness. That's Virtus.pro.
Yeah, right now, I mean, in the past, when we looked at Virtus.pro, it was feast or famine with them. We have to be completely honest. It was either first place with amazing frag line or going down in 20th, 19th without any kills at all whatsoever. But right now, they're piloting a lot of these games extremely well, able to navigate the mid game and slowly convert more and more now in the late game. So I'm hoping today this is where they can actually have all that come together and start getting the wins. but the simple fact that they're able to maintain a very average scoreline throughout all of this is already a good signal for them. Now, my big concern for VP coming into this is that the draft isn't working out completely in their favor. They have a lot of friction on a lot of these maps. It's going to be difficult. We're seeing Falcons starting to wake up. I know they have Falcons nearby them on one of the maps. They've got Fnatic nearby as well, I think on E District. So this is going to be a lot of friction for them, and this is going to be their biggest test to see if they actually have improved their roster.
I mean, I think just the fact that they survived what seemed like a repeat of history when the first map on E-District, somehow Zach and Nasty end up in a contest. This is why we did the whole the draft, so you don't have to fight each other right away, Snipe, but they somehow found a way. It's still working for Virtus.pro and Zach Mazer, renaming Mazer Moments into a positive thing.
I was belly laughing in the back. I was like, dude, I'm laughing. I was like, did Nasty perfectly pick the POI right next to Zach to try and run him down in the first set of matches? I was like, this is history. Nasty wasn't even at the last land, gets back, and he does the same thing. I was like, this is hysterical.
I mean, Virtus.pro, they've got a lot of history. Those players have been there for a while. We'll see how they do. Lou and Slayer adding in, but Complexity, we talked about them top of show. They are in a position to need to win here.
Yeah, I'm excited to talk about Complexity. I mean, like Snipe was saying, it's hard to not love the trio of Monsoon, Kimchi, and Enemy, but I think when this meta started shifting into the direction that it did, this was a squad that everybody was definitely looking at thinking this could favor their play style, all right? They were able to win the second qualifier for BLGS, and now we're getting a chance to take a look at their series performances here so far. Shotties, bubble fights, this is something, you think Complexity when this is what you get. And I think so far in the tournament, as you'll see reflected a little bit here in the results, they've had a little bit of a tough go. I think part of that, though, is that they've had a little bit of bad luck on their rotations. They've run into Fnatic a lot, which of all the teams that you want to run into if you're a bubble fighting team, it's not Fnatic.
No.
You don't want to be anywhere near Fnatic, right? So they've gotten a little bit unlucky in that department, but they're still in a semi-decent spot when it comes to looking for that winner's bracket side of things. They're in 24th place right now with 57 points, and they need to get to what we're calling that 90-point threshold to try and see if they can keep themselves in that top 20. They need 33 points to get to that 90-point bare minimum, which is an average of 5.5 points. They didn't hit that average in the first two series, but they were hitting that average in scrims. And I know scrims are different. We always have to take them with a grain of salt, but it's something that they're capable of doing if they can find their rhythm.
If they can get 6 points a game, that's what is typically in Apex known as kind of staying with the pace of whether you're qualifying. Obviously, the other element that is, I think interesting that you brought up is running into Fnatic and those bubble fights. It's becoming very clear that you're not separating yourself usually by these off picks. We saw VP with Cossack. You're separating yourself by how well you're bubble fighting in this Gibraltar Newcastle meta. Jamerson, we got asked in the van, we had someone who was wondering, why is Fnatic so good at these bubble fights? Why are teams running against them and not coming out alive? I mean, what are some of those intricacies people should be paying attention to?
I mean, a lot of it comes down to experience, right? Back when we were preparing for Germany for Mannheim, I mean, we were talking about Fnatic and how strong they are with the shotguns. Luckily for them, the Mozambique came around with the Akimbo, and everyone felt great at it. But the problem for Fnatic was that it was a much easier gun to execute with, right? Everyone was spamming it, but now you do have to worry a little bit more about the overpeaks, about getting repeaked on the bubble fights by some off timings that the Japanese really have been able to catch people off on. I think they are taking some very courageous pushes a lot of the times, I would say, and with excellent tempo. I think that's the biggest benefit coming out for Fnatic, is that they fight at such a pace that if you don't react to their initial bubble or to their initial push, you're basically going to die. But if you do at least spot them out on their approach, you should be roughly safe.
Snipe, what are your thoughts on this? I mean, you've played in these bubble fights before professionally. What is Fnatic doing so well that's working for them?
It's just baiting and switching. Honestly, that's the biggest thing. That's something I learned from Halo. It's one of the things where you go in, you take a little damage, you bow out, you let one of your teammates go in, start to take the aggro, then you come back in. And another thing is they don't just sit there and heal while their teammates are fighting.
Right.
Like, if one of them gets weak and back up, he's 110 HP. He doesn't sit there and pop a bat. He waits for someone to take the aggro. He goes back in, gets another PK shut off, then pops a cell, gets 50 HP back. They're just so good at getting in and out. And honestly, the M&K movement, in and out, being able to dive in, out, all that so fast, that way they don't have to focus on that alone, helps them in these bubble fights significantly.
Other elements of Apex we've seen: controllers, mouse and keyboards. Shotguns kind of tilt their way towards mouse and keyboards heavily. So what does that mean for a lot of the meta that has been doing well for our controller players? They're having to adjust a little bit more. Of course, if you want to adjust the way that you watch the ALGS, well, I got the perfect thing for you. Face It, baby. You can go and check out Face It Watch to be able to watch the ALGS your way. What do I mean by that? It means that if you care more about Fnatic and you're saying, I want to see exactly how they're bubble fighting, I don't want to watch a POV of 2 or 3 other teams during it, well, you could just select Fnatic. You could select any team you want, VK Gaming, maybe Complexity. You want to hear their comms? We're talking about how funny they are. Maybe they're not so funny in this series because they know they got to win. They need 33 points to get to that 90 average, like Lauren said. Well, you could see it all on Face It Watch. Watch the ALGS your way at faceit.com/watch. Also, another interesting element of today is that when you are watching, you're earning. That's right. Every single day, we have a unique Twitch drop that you can earn by spending just 30 minutes to claim it. Now, obviously, as we get closer and closer to Sunday, there will be different ones for skins, for sprays, and even for gun charms. And to me, I always think the Championship Sunday one is the most special. You know, it means you were there watching the biggest moment in ALGS history, certainly the most attended moment in ALGS history as well. And speaking of attendance, we have 2 gentlemen who are ready to go for this first cast. We've been talking a lot about Fnatic, guys. Obviously, Mark and Dan, you've seen them bubble fight. What makes them so good in your eyes? Why has Fnatic really been the team to watch starting out here in championships?
I mean, it's a great question, right? And you only got to watch their POVs to really kind of get that feel of why they are so good. And I think Snipe did a great job of explaining the basics of it, the baiting and switching. It's taking a little bit of damage, but not being the first to get knocked. And one thing for me that always highlighted by Fnatic in and around those bubble fights is the little bit of movement that you're seeing as well. The M&K players really being the more aggressive initially and be able to jump back out, to be the bait, so to speak, and then re-engage with those shotguns when the damage is done.
Yeah, I really like this. Like was talking about knowing when to heal as well, knowing when you are safe to pop those cells, maybe even pop a butt if you really have time, but mostly it's about re-engaging at the right time. You saw the series layout there right in front of us. We are going to be starting off on World's Edge, and this is how the POI draft is looking. Fnatic had #1 pick. They took Skyhook West, so they are definitely going to be a team to watch, but they are also a team who has already accumulated enough points. They will be safe. They will be in the winner's bracket, so now it's just about getting as much points as possible to stay #1 so that the next POI draft is yours.
Yep, quite right indeed. And when we look at the 2 groups that we've got in this lobby, B and C, it's the last time they're going to play against each other. And now the conversation in the tournament here at the ALGS Championship has kind of turned a little bit. Before it was like, how are people playing? Where are they accumulating some points? But now we're starting to look at qualification for either the winner's side of the bracket or that elimination side of the bracket. The 90-point mark is something we always talk about. That is the benchmark. If you hit that across all of your group games, then you will go into that winner's side.
And I think it's going to be even lower than that. I think Noctem hitting 85, they should be safe as well going into that winner's bracket. So that's the number I'm going to be working with for this series. Now we've got several teams that have been performing well that should already be safe. Fnatic, Falcons, Virtus.pro, Noctem, but then we've got those bubble teams, the teams that need some points to try and get there. The likes of GG, Green STERGO, VK Gaming, REIGNITE, Disguise, Complexity. They're all still searching for those extra points here. And then we have the danger zone. You've got the teams that are really struggling right now. X and Y, Zero Tenacity, Burger. They need big games here if they're going to find themselves in.
You throw some respect on Team Burger's name, by the way.
Sorry,
Team Burger. You can't just say Burger. Disrespectful, I guess.
Hamburger.
You're going to have all of Apex out coming for you. All the Aussies will be on your back. But Fnatic, what a performance has been so far for them in Sapporo. A lot of talk about it. You know, 3 wins already been notched up, and that's another thing to keep your eye on as well when we move our way, not into just the, of course, winner and elimination bracket, but when we get to match point finals, we're going to be looking at those statistics. What teams have managed to win games of Apex Legends, because you can't win the tournament without being able to win one of those games. Now, here on World's Edge, our first zone is going to be central, slightly to the north here. Probably pulling towards Fragment, maybe even the train station. That height of epicenter is going to be vital to hold down if you want some success.
Interestingly as well, Fnatic's actually worst map has been World's Edge so far, so maybe that's good news for other teams to try and pick up some points here. And you can see on the mini-map where we're going to be heading. We're heading further up north into the areas of Survey Camp and Epicenter, probably just south of that as well. Always a chance it could pull right directly middle, where currently VK Gaming are trying to put themselves at the same time on those kind of carts as well. So it's a big old move for the likes of Team Falcons, who actually have woken up today. They had a very difficult day 1, but now they are right back into it here at day 2. Now we have a little bit of early aggression and maybe an early fight here. Complexity were talked about very much on the desk earlier. Can they find those points they need to get into winner's bracket?
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to play for this Evo Harvester to get a little bit closer to purple. It was VP, if I was not mistaken, who were on the other side of that potential little fight, but this early on, you don't really want to be taking too many engagements, especially when you're already safe in zone and kind of planning your next rotate, so to speak. So VP have already moved through the vault tunnel of Harvester. Speaking of which, another vault that's being hit right now is going to be elsewhere. This is Falcons who are inside of the vault.
And Falcons, this is their best performing map so far, averaging 10.25 points per game on World's Edge. If they are going to secure points anywhere, it should be here. That's not the same case for some teams, though. We've seen some real struggles for certain sides. Virtus.pro, they've been consistently getting around 6 points. We saw them transitioning earlier as well. It's not been an amazing map for them, but it has been a consistent one.
I was just about to say, great job from the observers. Falcons are kind of working towards that Evo. They're obviously going to gain some extra Evo as well from the vault that they opened, but I was a bit worried there that Aurora was still lurking over at Stacks. They had not rotated as yet, and you know, Falcons have come all the way from launch site, so they're really taking their time and what's going on a wide berth around this zone to make sure that when they enter, they're going to be as close to Reds as they can. But Aurora just being there, lurking in the shadows, they have to be so aware of their position.
Yeah, it is an interesting rotation for a few of these teams who have kind of had to deal with some of their off choices, their off picks when it comes to this POI draft, because they prioritize Storm Point and almost getting Gladiators and will get the first knock. And sadly for Dexter, gets caught off guard.
Certainly does indeed. And GG just line him up, knock him down. It's as simple as that. Even with the mobile shield going down, it was not enough to deny 3 different weapons being traced onto his body. So a little bit of a thought, going to have to come into resetting here for GS. Elsewhere, you can see that Monsoon has also gone down for complexity. So a little bit of action starting to pick up here, even though it's just 1 or 2 knocks. Certainly are starting to see the guns fire here on World's Edge.
Yeah, for Gaimin Gladiators, they're a squad who have been able to find a good amount of points so far. They are at the top of the bubble that I was speaking of earlier. 71 points coming into it, 72 now with a kill point. They only really need, you know, your average of really 3 or 4 points per map here, and they should be okay. They should be able to find themselves in that winner's bracket. But we have seen teams in this position before really struggle when you're that close.
Yeah, it's a weird dynamic sometimes, isn't it? When you start to think, oh, we only need this many points, instead of your approach if you needed 10 points per game, for example, where you're really focused and locked in onto what you have to achieve and know that there's no real wiggle room for making any mistakes. Orgless and Hungry, they're a team who do need points though, Dan.
They definitely do. 49 points coming into it. They are quite a bit away from that magic number that we were speaking of. They would need at least 1 win with a good amount of kills and maybe even 2 big games if they're going to find themselves in that winner's bracket. So we really need to see something special, and it has to be, for me, in these early games. You can't rely on those late games where you're trying to force it. Actually, just take a risk in these early games. Don't play too safe. And we know that this team can fight. We know they can be aggressive, but I just think they've not been able to find their rhythm so far this tournament.
Well, looking at our map overhead as we take a little look at Orgless and Hungry's position here on Grandma's house with that beautiful survey beacon in front of them. They're going to be safe inside of this next zone, but on the map overhead, there's so many teams already inside of Fragment and Monument that everyone is going to be stacked up on top of each other. We are set up for a little bit of a bonanza of an end game here, which has kind of been synonymous with some of the games we've seen so far, as Disguise, who Snipedown was talking about on the desk, are going to have Arctic go down.
It's against VP as well. The VP are not going to be playing that core stick, but we are going to see 2 of those knocks get finished off, 1 on either side. So it's going to be a 2 versus 2. They're trying to find one another at the moment, but it's about what angle you take it.
Well, the Catalyst reinforced the door, but Sheila, the ultimate locksmith, Disguise taking a lot of damage here, and they have to try and retreat, but I think it was Slayer actually who just re-poked there, as now Remix Powers is going to try and move in as a third party. He's been sent out to try and get some extra KP here.
And Noctem are going to be on top of the world after their performance in the previous series as well. They were able to win that one with an incredible amount of points, put themselves up there in what should find themselves in the winner's bracket. They're not scared of anyone.
I was about to say, they've got all the confidence in the world. They know their job is essentially done, right, with the points they have on the board. So they can take a few more risks, overextend, try and pick up some KP, and maybe focus on some teams they don't want to see going into that winner's side with them. Elsewhere, GG trying to move through the vault tunnel towards Landslide here, but they're going to be met by Fnatic.
Fnatic back on the Mirage as well. This is something we saw very often throughout scrims. I thought they were going to be playing it quite a lot of this tournament, so it's good to see them back on it, and it can be really difficult to go up against when you do get into some of those fights, trying to find where that Mirage is after the ultimate. There is where the zone is going to continue to move, so not really much more information gathered by that next ring console. Everyone pretty much was banking on this kind of area. Maybe if someone was hoping for more of a fragment pull, but I don't think anyone was looking at that overhead. Source X and Y in an interesting position on those train tracks. It could continue to pull that way, but a lot of people here in the dead center.
Yeah, I just want to talk about Team Falcons. If you're wondering where they are, considering that they dropped down at launch site, they're now coming out of Climatizer, which is where they've been dropping in the POI draft a little bit earlier on. They have wrapped the entirety of the southern and eastern side of World's Edge to get into this position. And they also just hit the ring console as well at Climatizer. So they're not only going to have information, they're going to have a lot of Evo. You would imagine they'll at least be on purples. And yes, indeed, 2 purples and 0 has a red as well.
Might find 0 Tenacity here. Shex is waiting around the corner and he's going to get a nasty surprise, but suddenly, absolute Superman leap away.
Yeah, decides to peace out. Will they be able to survive, though? That's the real question. Is he going to be able to drop? Because there's other teams inside of Fragment who are probably going to have an LOS on all of these ultimates and bullets being fired. Shots coming in here from Waltzy with the Sheila, enough to get the flash damage and break the shields, but not to get that knock.
And we saw this position quite often in the previous series for Falcons, where they found themselves on the northeast side, and the zones really helped them. They were able to hold that high ground for a significant amount of time, and they weren't overextending, they weren't taking too many fights. They were just making sure they were very healthy, looted up, got to red shields, and then they would engage in those final circles. So we'll see whether it works out for them again here on World's Edge.
Fnatic have moved from Landslide through the train tunnel towards their next location, which is of course going to be the Monument side where the zone is starting to pull. Just a quick note as well, you probably caught it at the top of your screen, but VP did manage to get the respawn onto Lu, so they're back up to a 3, and they're essentially center zone at the moment as well. So VP doing a really good job there. As GG, they're going to take the route of least resistance, and that is through the skies, and as long as these bullets don't connect, they should be able to land pretty safe here.
The only team that's been eliminated so far is Disguised after the initial fight we saw earlier, and they are on the kind of lower end of the bubble teams that I was talking about as well, so not the best start for them. They're going to have to watch and wait for quite some time before they get the chance to find some points, but GG will find a wall to play with, and Build a Base begins. It's like Build a Bear, but you don't really get anything fluffy at the end of it.
Aurora having to fight their way in. They'll be more than comfortable for doing that. They're going to get knock here as well. Orirain is going to move in with that Nemesis to get the first one of this fight on Kuraton. Mobile Shield going to go down as well, just to make sure that nobody's going to be caught off guard, maybe ratting at an angle where, as they try and chase after a few more kills here on the edge of zone. And Aurora are one team who don't mind stepping into zone, even knowing that the player is trying to escape. And this is not going to work, quite simply. The Falcon fails. The Jets did not quite engage in time.
Yeah, sadly, ever since those changes to Valkyrie, you are very vulnerable if a team catches you out, and Aurora, that's exactly what they were looking for. Some easy KP, extra loot, and now they can start to rotate in from that southeast side. By the way, Falcons are still heavy on the east as well, but now we focus a little bit more towards Monument, and all these teams that have really positioned themselves nice and early. Noctem, one of the ones who aggressively forced their way into this position, now in a fantastic spot to pick up some KP, potentially.
Well, Lu has got himself the big red, the Kraber in his hands. Just waiting for the opportunity. It's 140, but it's not enough to get that knock.
He was daring them, encouraging them just to peek out that pixel more further. As the zone does continue to pull up to those train tracks that I was speaking about, where Source, X, and Y are still locking down that position. Now, I imagine it's not going to fully pull up. It probably will finish in the open area just above Guild and below X and Y. But that means there is a lot of work to do for some of these teams that are in Monument and Fragment, and you have to move past the teams like Guild, for example, who really could pick up a lot of kills if they have the kind of vantage point and the windows to work with.
This is where you're looking at the map overhead and how one zone shift has changed what is a good position and what isn't a good position. Right? Everyone who's in Monument has to leave now, right? And you're looking at that map overhead, you're looking at playable space, buildings, for example, which is an IGL to try and play, and there quite simply is none. You're going to have to create some false covers. It's going to be Gibraltar bubbles and trying to burn time, which is going to bring you success. The teams that are now wrapping towards the north side as an Impulse gets taken down, but going to be dragged back to his feet here by Kajak. Means Aurora will be safe, but the teams who are wrapping to the north now, away from all of this, are going to have a far easier potential walk into this zone. And you're looking at Source, X and Y, like you highlighted earlier, Orgless and Hungry, who we talked about as well over at that Beacon building. And then you look at LG and Team Falcons, who are very close to each other, and the winner of that fight, should it break out, is going to have a clear walk into zone as well.
Yeah, that northeast area is going to be very positive. Well, speaking of the fight, it's already actually started. Funk's gone down, Waltzy starts here, now they follow up.
Funk and Sykes will fall. Sweet will escape for now, but how long will he be able to survive? That's the real question here. LG maybe got one more chance at a potential res, trying to look if there's any beacons available to Well, Crafters, excuse me, for him to get the beacon and get those banners, but it might be a Sweet solo job, and if there's anyone out there who can do that, you have to say that Sweet Dreams has got some experience on the big stage of pulling off those solo plays.
Definitely seen it a few times. Now Aurora, who average about 4.5 points on World's Edge so far this tournament, could it be another early exit for them? You can understand, I think this would be their worst map. If you think about the playstyle of Aurora and how they like to push fights, World's Edge is very difficult to do so, especially in a circle like this where so many teams are able to post up, find somewhere to call home. And Aurora at the moment are just, they're in the in-between. They don't really have anywhere to call home.
Something to highlight here when we're looking at end zone. 0 teams are in end zone right now. When I'm talking about playable spots, that gives you every bit of information that you need to know. It is completely in the open. There's only going to be a couple of walls to play where it's going to provide you a little bit of cover, and I think the Fnatic, well, they want the smoke at the moment. GHS Professional will be eliminated. That looked like the most simple job for them in the world.
If there's anything I've learned from Apex Legends, it's you do not want the smoke, and Fnatic look to maybe try and push up for extra, but they don't want to be too greedy here. That was a gift of that first kill onto the last remaining player from GHS. But look, 25 seconds, they still have to move through Fnatic, and there might be a few teams in their way.
This is the kind of zone I think the Fnatic like as well. It's not one where everyone can set up. It's not where everyone can play for a position, as Team Burger will be the 4th team to fall out of the lobby as we fall down to 16 squads now. But it's one where they can fight. It's one where they can force their way in. And that's exactly what they've managed to do. They get under this bridge. They're going to get the castle wall down. And now Fnatic, having picked up a couple of KP on their way to zone, can start to focus their attention onto placement. Virtus.pro finally make this push onto Remix Powers and Noctem Esports, and they get the first knock as well.
Oh, Virtus.pro, they need this. Noctem, not so much. So maybe Virtus.pro will be able to take advantage. They've got 1, they've got 2. They might just find the 3rd here, but they don't really need to worry about it. They've done the initial damage. They've been able to take this spot, and they can continue to push from here, just as Fnatic did earlier. But I do like that position that Fnatic find themselves in. We should see them in the late game. We should see them in that final circle with where they currently reside. But GG were watching this. Maybe they're thinking about having a little go at them.
Well, LG fans, just an update for you. Sweet still alive on that northern side of zone. Elsewhere, Aurora now forced to fight, as many teams will be doing in the next few moments here. Falcons are involved in a fight, and it's actually going to be Walty who picks up 2 onto REIGNITE. Aurora just waiting, biding their time as the nades will go in. The bubble goes down, but now the zone is forcing them to move forward.
Maybe this could be the end of Aurora unless they can fight their way out of it, which they cannot. They go down in 16th position. 15 squads now remain. Zero Tenacity also in a bit of a struggle bus right now. And VP were able to escape, but maybe it's just Lou. It is just Lou. The rest of them have gone down.
Does have a Kraber though. How that can turn not just into a couple of KP, but can ruin the game for others as well. GG just finding a little crevice here between the bushes and the railings in front of them. Lou won't be able to do any damage as VP will be eliminated. GG just trying to pepper away. Have a mobile shield, and if they break this one, then they might be able to hit some bodies here. Blast is really heating this Sheila up, but not able to connect for any downs for now.
One of the key reasons why Rampart is used in this meta, for that very reason, to be able to obliterate a castle wall and ruin anyone's plan for cover in the late game. Speaking of late game, Fnatic still on that south side. Green STERGO just to their west. Orgless and Hungary still in a fantastic position. And then Team Falcons, at the moment, have X and Y to think about. We mentioned X and Y earlier, but do they know Falcons are here?
Well, Sweet's still alive. And that's who's in front of them right now. They're trying to pick up the final kill onto LG, but for some reason, when Sweet plays the game on his own, it becomes extremely elusive to take down. But speaking of taking, it's going to be the high ground that's taken, as finally Sweet will go down. Orgless and Hungry and Matafe will be credited with that kill, as Falcons now have a clear walk in towards this zone, back towards the Carnage though, back towards the Chaos, and the action of the Monument side of the center of the map where everybody still has to leave, and Light has found that Kraber probably from the body of Lou.
So many teams in in-between positions right now where they still have to move. They've been able to push up a little bit, and yes, they can work with what they have, but they still have to go, as you can see now, VK Gaming next to be eliminated in 12.
Monsoon doesn't have a Kraber, but he does have a Sentinel. You see castle walls go down, bubbles go down as well, but it's going to be Phony with the Sheila, who rips him from the sky before he can even get his feet on the ground.
Bubbles everywhere, bubbles galore. Dare you jump into another one to try and take the fight? That's the real question. Draken are going to have to here. It's going to be killed on the other side.
Dragons are gone. They're eliminated as well. Complexity now with the Mozambiques in the hands of enemy are going to get enough done, but can they survive here? GG want to try and force this. They want to try and take this fight. They know and can hear the audio cues of these resis going down, but the last thing they want to doing is being the first one to go down for their squad. Complexity will be eliminated. GG played that one patiently and played it clean.
XNY also went down after Orgless and Hungary, and it looks like Gaimin Gladiators might take out another. Fnatic are being pressured at the same time. Green STERGO take them out, but Falcons are coming for the third party. Guild also go down.
And all of a sudden, we're down to just 4 squads. We have REIGNITE, GG, Green STERGO, and Team Falcons. And Falcons, who have wrapped almost the entirety of Wild's Edge here, finally find themselves inside of this end zone in the God spot, and Waltzy is lining them up.
Looks like REIGNITE are down to just a 1, so it is just Gaimin Gladiators versus Team Falcons, and they have them in their sights. Waltzy is licking his lips, he's rubbing his hands together, and he says, I'm going to hit this harder than the gym.
Come on, boys. Give me some kills. It's been a good game from Waltzy so far. Seen his name pop up in that kill feed more than once. And with GG and Shunmi as the final player alive here for Rig, it's going to be up to Light to hit a big shot with this Kraber. It's a 3v3 to win this first match.
Bubble does give them a chance to reset, but they are still on the low ground here. That Kraber shot could be everything. All you need is one big shot can make a difference. They do have the ult here. It's going to force a bubble on the other side.
Castle wall goes down. Is that going to be a distraction? Are they playing for KP? That's the question. Waltzy has to be careful. But it's going to be Imperial Hal who gets that first knock. But now it's all up to Hal. The CEO has to clutch and he can't. GG from the low ground. Take down Falcons and will win your game number 1.
What a play from the Gaimin Gladiators. The Newcastle slam, the leap out of nowhere to take the space, to take the position and just catch Falcons slightly off guard when they were a little bit split. You could see Waltzy was desperate to try and get back to the other 2, but the bombardment was also perfectly placed so that he was just slowed at the same time. And Gaimin Gladiators, the team who I mentioned was right at the top of that bubble, was close to trying to secure their place in the winner's bracket. They probably have done it right here, right there, with that victory.
GG looking good again on land, right? It seems like these 3 gentlemen just know how to get the job done, and that's going to be a fascinating game, I think, an end game 3v3 for the Des to break down a little bit later on, because there's so many elements to talk about. They had to split the attention, they had to split the resources to even get their way towards that high ground and bridge to make that a fight. They did it brilliantly, and like you say, the castle wall away just takes the attention away for a second. The Gibby ult as well slows Waltzy on his retreat, and that slowing, that damage allows everybody to get involved. And then I always say this, it's one thing to have the idea in your mind, it's another to execute, and the final piece of the puzzle is always you have to hit these shots.
I do think it was that moment where Falcons had to temporarily adjust their sightlines to the remaining player of REIGNITE, and that just gave GG that one moment to think about how they wanted to approach that final circle, get the bubble down, and then they had all the tools in that final fight to make it work. That does now put Gaimin Gladiators on 96 points overall. They'll be in the winner's bracket. That's exactly what they needed. They just needed the one game. For Team Falcons, also we know they only needed a couple of points, if not had done it already. So 2 teams who we'll be seeing in the winner's bracket today are right there on your screen.
You can look at the stats as well, 9 kills on the side of Falcons. On the other side, GG with 13 kills, 14 assists as well. Everybody shooting damage pretty close, but the knockdowns also on the side of GG. But that end game was, again, if you're a big fan of Apex Legends, you love the technical aspects of it. I think that endgame is certainly one that the desk is going to enjoy breaking down a little bit later on. But the 2 powerhouse teams that have been in this lobby, right, they're the ones who step up first in this game number 1. And World's Edge is one, of course, where they're so comfortable.
Yeah, and I think you've got to look at the whole map for Falcons as well, how they were able to start from launch site, move all the way around to the eastern side, to the northern side, back down to the east, and then they found themselves on the western side. I feel like they touched every part of World's Edge they possibly could. But I do think as they look back, as they assess that game, they will say, we probably should have won that. And if, you know, it's group stages, they don't care as much, but you look at, you know, suddenly a Saturday or Sunday performance and they're not finding those victories, then they'll start to kick themselves.
Yeah, especially a Sunday performance, right? If that kind of opportunity arises on a Sunday, you can't let that one slip through your fingers. Anyway, it's going to be GG who take the game, the first one of the series here in B versus C. We'll be back with game number 2 in just a few moments.
Well, boys, gonna get into it with here, and teammate against the ex-teammate. Waltzy against...
Battle Beaver, the official controller of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Yeah. I think we need to. Can you slam that wood? You look at that height. Son. Wait. Give you ult for you. You need to go and Krishna for us. Go, Ulka. Go left. Come on, left. Run. Give me one. I'm breaking down. Boys!
Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the ALGS Championship here in Sapporo, Japan. And if you're wondering what you're watching right now, production has informed me that this is a banana boat, which is going through the powdered snow of the mountains around. It is quite the occasion at the moment, isn't it? We woke up this morning, kind of looked outside, and the snow is different. It's like this powdery snow. Like I saw the most perfect snowflake the other day. I told you about it, didn't I?
You did indeed.
I've never, like, in the UK, if it snows, it's slush, it's carnage, it's ice.
I've never
horrible.
seen
Here
such a perfect snowflake. You know, you see the Christmas decorations where like they're very sharp around the edges. I was like, that doesn't exist, but then I saw one land on me. It was beautiful. Wonderful.
Poetic, almost. Yeah. Anyway, let's talk about the Apex and less about the beautiful snow here in Sapporo, because the players on our stage aren't too interested. Actually, Complexity were pretty interested in it earlier.
Very interested.
We'll talk about the Apex for now, because it's GG who quite understandably are going to be very happy with how that game number 1 went. A big win for them, not just with the placement and not the Champions banner being given their way, but of course the amount of KP they picked up along the way as well. It was the consummate all-round performance from the EMEA team. And again, EMEA, man, like, I kind of jovially said yesterday, they've been warming up for this event with the training weights on due to the ping differences they've had to play on the international scrims. But, I mean, don't get me wrong, we're still early in the tournament. It's day 2, but the consistency they're showing, it's very impressive and hard not to talk about.
Really hard not to talk about how they've been. And I mean, if we look across the overall standings at the moment, and you know, around that 85-point mark, which we think should get you into the winners bracket, there were a few teams playing who have surpassed that just after game 1. Aurora, Guild, Virtus.pro, Noctem, like Falcons, Fnatic, they're all up there now and should all be in a confident place. I mean, even if 85 isn't the number, if it's a little bit higher, they've got 5 more games, you know? So it's not going to be a situation where they should be worried. It's the ones who are down low, those who are in that miracle scenario that I spoke about earlier, GHS, Dragons, 2 teams that are going to need back-to-back victories at some point if they're going to find themselves in that winners bracket. Is going to be a likely elimination bracket for them if they don't.
And LG, one of those teams as well, who's probably got some good points on the board yesterday in a few games, but then really went quiet. And if it wasn't for a little bit of a solo run from Sweet towards the end, that might have been another dud game for them. And when you're looking at total overall points, Luminosity fans, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it's not looking great for them. 42 points on the board at the moment. You compare that to like teams that are on 3 figures at the moment after a similar amount of games. It's worrying signs, and something needs to change, and it needs to change fast.
Yeah, 35th position are Luminosity Gaming, and they're pretty much in that same conversation of going to need 2 wins realistically to find themselves in the winners bracket. But there is still 5 matches to happen. World's Edge is still where we're going to be going, and then we transition to E-District. And looking across for the best map for LG, sadly for them, it is World's Edge. 4.75 points on average per game. It goes down to 2.75 per points on both E-District and Storm Point. So for LG, I mean, you'd say it needs to happen here, otherwise I'm really going to be worried about them for the next 4.
Well, they do have a good POI over at Climatizer, right in the north side of the map. Taking a look at our POI draft. We just want to keep you up to date. We mentioned Fnatic, SkyWest, Falcons down on the other side, Aurora right next to them. GG actually dropping over at Thermal to win that previous game as well, which makes it all the more impressive.
Even more impressive. And, you know, it's been a struggle for some of these teams who, even the fact they have good POIs, the zone isn't always going to play your way, right? A good POI statistically is because people will be able to transition quickly, they'll be able to get loot fast, the pathing is going to be great for you as well, but sometimes if you're on the complete other side of the map, you still have to work out a way of beating teams. You need to make sure you actually take those fights when they are presented to you, but you also avoid fights when they're being presented to you as well.
Well, we're loading into game number 2 then, as game number 1 is in the books. The last game on World's Edge here between these two. before we change up the maps and we switch over to a little bit of E District. And I think the story that we have to follow here is Luminosity Gaimin, right? I mean, we kind of talked a little bit about it. It's been a lackluster performance so far. There's no other way to really talk about it. Sometimes you got to call a spade, and now they need to perform. That stat that you've just presented to me kind of caught me off guard a little bit, to be honest. I mean, 4.2 doesn't sound great, but then when you half it, when you get to Storm Point and E District, this is a big moment for them.
A very big moment indeed, and you start to worry about some of these teams as well. But, you know, sometimes you need that kick up the backside. Sometimes you do need to find yourself in that elimination bracket just to say, all right, well, we've struggled in group stages, but now we've got into the bracket stage. Perhaps this is where we need to take a real look at ourselves, go back, assess what has gone wrong. Why haven't we been able to pick up those points? Why are we only averaging 2.75 on Storm Point, for example? Was it a bad POI draft? And if it was a bad POI draft, you get the chance to draft again in elimination bracket. And another thing to take into account, once we get to elimination bracket, once we get to winners bracket, it becomes an 8-match series as well. You have more time to get points, and you can draft for the maps that we're going to see more as well.
Well, one thing to highlight here is we see the console information presented on our map overhead as well, is that GG are rewarded by winning the previous game by getting a thermal zone. Funny how that happens, isn't it? It's always a good thing.
Well, Gaimin Gladiators are going to be rubbing their hands together, I'm sure. Orgless and Hungry, they're very close indeed at staging. They need it. Orgless and Hungry would love to pick up some good points here, as would Complexity down towards Tree. And you can already see Complexity moving pretty quickly towards the southern side of Thermal here.
I mean, one thing just to highlight, just final time we'll talk about LG for the time being, is they're going to have to earn some points here, right? You're looking at a Climatizer drop for them on the POI draft, and we're going all the way to the complete opposite side. Literally could not be further for them to go. So LG is going to have to fight. Speaking of fighting, it's going to be Zero who finds Zach Mason.
So Zach Mason was just slightly separated from the rest of the squad, but Virtus.pro, the remaining two, are just hurtling themselves towards Harvester at the moment, and they'll be able to get him back up. And they should be more than healthy back as a 4-3 as well. But Falcons will say, well, we'll take the extra KP. Because again, I'll remind you that, yes, teams may have qualified for the winners bracket at this point, but they will be competing for that position in the POI draft, which will be very important. You want to make sure you are heading into the grand finals from the winners bracket. So then again, you have another situation where you are first in that POI draft.
Well, Gilded managed to pick up 8 points in that first game. Currently set up in one of these... one of the two of the double buildings, which kind of overlook a lot of the action that takes place at Thermal, and this is a place where you certainly do want to be holding. We see a lot of end games putting either down towards the donut building or right to where they find themselves right now, where you can play for quite some time. Falcons now having to deal with Noctem Esports, who are trying to rotate through Lava Siphon as well, and even though they don't get the knock, a little bit of damage, which is going to force them away. VP, by the way, we did mention, it was Zach Mazer who was taken down earlier on, but like you said quite rightly, now they've been able to get that banner crafted, they've been able to get him back in the game, and VP will continue as a 3.
So a lot of early movers down towards Thermal, as you would expect. But the late arrivals, Meteor just got hit by a Meteor at this point.
LG and Meteor. This is a big moment for both teams for different reasons. Although Meteor in a pretty similar position when it comes to the points to LG. Neither team really going to be full of confidence taking this fight, and Sykes and Sweet have already had their shields broken, and it's going to be Sykes who goes down first. So Meteor now are going to move in. It's a 2v3 for LG. Rival Ace flies past and will be able to do some big damage and should be able to finish this one off.
LG eliminated. We said they needed points. We said World's Edge might be the place to do it. It's not going to be. Has to be E District, has to be Storm Point. Otherwise, they might find themselves in that elimination bracket. But a great chance for Meteor to try and find points on themselves. As OAH have just lost one. Henchman's gone down, but maybe they can get him back up. No, they will not.
Just looks really disjointed for LG at the moment, but maybe there's some hope on the horizon as we do change maps. Team Burger, though, they're going to be playing underneath one of these balconies in Thermal Station, right down on the southern side of it. A lot of teams already starting to take up real estate inside of Thermal Station as well. You've got Disguised here, you've got REIGNITE, you've got GG, of course, who dropped over here. Orgless and Hungry are playing up on that high ground. Team Falcons who are wrapping now from that south side. Now we're going to see a little bit of poke between the two teams who are essentially kind of co-occupying, I think is the best word to use it, these buildings. It's going to be Orgless and Hungry. I don't know if they were the aggressors or they were the ones that were aggressed on, but it's Guild in that other building who poke out and managed to take 2 players down.
Well, they were hungry. Sadly, they weren't able to find any kills, but Henchman has just been able to escape. And this is when desperate times lead to desperate measures, right? When you do have to wrap, when you are in a scenario where you have to achieve points for your team. Otherwise, you might find yourself in that elimination bracket later on in the tournament. But Dragons take this building, and it's a very solid building to be holding.
It's a really rough situation as we see a couple kills being exchanged between Falcons and VP. That's its own story in this game. But if you're playing center zone and loads of teams start to arrive and then you lose two, getting back out to craft your teammates is very tough because you're going to be going against the flow of traffic. This was the fight that we were kind of discussing and hinting at. It seems like both teams have managed to get both of the Nox back up to their feet, so it's a 3v3 for now.
Virtus.pro just more than happy to stay in this building. They don't really need to push out at the moment. Falcons were kind of hovering for a short while, but I think Falcons are now going to look to try and go out of this circle and look for a ring console potentially, but they might run into Noctem, who are already down at Tree, because there is that ring console at Tree that I think teams are trying to hit right now.
Yeah, I think VP actually hit that, which is why we just saw on the map overhead that they're playing for this position. I think it's actually going to pull down to the southern side of Thermal Station, if I'm not mistaken from what I managed to just catch out the corner of my eye. We'll have to keep an eye on that and keep you updated as we do see that information coming in. But Aurora, this is more old school Aurora, just taking the scenic route. Everyone else is already at Thermal Station. They dropped over at Stacks and they haven't even got to Harvester yet. They really do like to just kind of, you know, breathe the fresh air, touch grass in-game.
Speaking of old school, 1,500 grenades were thrown. Normal frag grenades, by the way. They have been the most popular grenade throughout the ALGS Championship, and I think that's always something to look at because thermites are very useful, but sometimes they're situational. Arc Star is very useful, but again, sometimes situational. The frag grenade is just the be-all, end-all. It's just any situation. The Sky
Master
nades,
of the skies.
They just absolutely demolish a team if you can place them correctly. I love the stats that we've got coming in from the team as well. Just being able to see how that meta is shifting throughout this tournament, whether it be on the legend compositions, whether it be about grenades or weapons. And I'm wondering how that's going to change as the tournament goes on as well. Right now we've got a little bit of a lull as some of those late arrivers are just making their way down to the southwest side of this map.
I'm not quite sure what happened to Falcons here. I don't know if this is a map overhead, maybe not showing all three, or someone was taken down. But it is going to be three, indeed.
They did respawn.
It's going to be a respawn, excuse me, as we see Walty come back into the game. So something happened, obviously, where Walty was finished off, maybe in that earlier scuffle that we saw between VP and Falcons. Don't give me those eyebrows.
Don't know what you're talking about. Well, Falcons now have the option, if they want to, they can go down towards Tree and hit that ring console that I was speaking about earlier as well. Fnatic, however, Yuka is fully sending it right now, by the way. He wants to close this gap just so he can toss that bubble for a fight if they would like to do it. Because they are controlling this northern side, and it's going to be X and Y on the receiving end of this push.
Well, speaking of frag grenades, there's one sent up. And a second one follows as well. Are they going to be able to connect? Will there be big numbers? Yes, there will indeed. And they keep raining down Fnatic, showing why those frag grenades are so devastating.
Surely with that damage, surely with those ticks, you continue to push.
Well, now we're going to see a thermite.
And now the bubble comes out defensively as well.
This is so, I mean, great use of utility. You can see it for Fnatic, everything you were talking about, but it looks like now they might be looking to back off. I think maybe they thought someone was trying to wrap them, so they backed up for just a second, and that's given X and Y a chance to just reset here.
You've used so much utility here. You have to commit to this push, and they will do so.
Bubble goes down. Yuka's going to hold, and now we're going to see that bait and switch in that has made Fnatic so successful. But now, the question is, can they clutch in this situation? Meltzera should be able to finish this one off, and will. Yuka will be brought to his feet, and X and Y, even though they were given a little bit of a chance, are taken down, but Fnatic get the wall down. The castle wall is down. Can they stick the reses?
Yeah, they should be fine. It was just damage coming from a distance. I think it's Orgless and Hungry, or maybe Gaimin Gladiators actually, because Henchman's the solo. He's just hiding. Dragons, GG, they're all having a look at that fight, just hoping maybe they could pick off a little bit of the leftovers. Sadly, they could not, but Fnatic will be back up to a full 3, and again, we get to witness the bubble fight. But I was worried. They committed so much utility, so much grenades, ultimates, tacticals. It was all there to try and push X and Y, but in the end, it was worth it. They now hold that northern choke, which is a power position, because not only can they potentially pick up any kills for any late rotators, but they also have a nice rotation into the zone.
So Falcons, who have had to respawn Waltzy a little bit earlier over away from where the zone is going to be pulling, now have to hold down this tunnel. And this is not a position I think that if they were given a list of positions to hold for this zone, they would like to take. However, triple take in the hands of Waltzy, no scopes,
yeah,
more bolts, no, so it's kind of
naked weapons.
We'll make it work for now. We'll try
one
and
of the things,
whatever we've got will work.
Yes, you get respawned back in, but you always have to remember these players are not going to have all the attachments that they once had. So
it's like the hand-me-downs.
It really will just be almost fighting with their fists at times. How about that shift? I mean, that's, I guess, what a lot of teams were expecting, but this is really good for Fnatic, by the way. I mean, after fighting so heavily on that northern side, they will be rewarded for it. But those who were heavily committing for Thermal in particular, this is an almost impossible rotation out of Thermal into that zone because you've got such a high ground difference to try and make.
Do you know what's really interesting about this zone as well? Look at the teams who are holding down some of those buildings, the high ground buildings. They're the teams that were in your danger zone when we talk to points, right? Disguised, Guild, Dragons, Orgless and Hungry, even though they're a solo, the option here and the ability to pick up KP is so huge for them because everybody who's down on that low ground of Thermal Station has to come to them. It's essentially free shots if you play it well.
And obviously these teams, a lot of these teams won't even know that that zone has shifted their way just yet, but they will be pleasantly surprised when they do get that information a little bit later once they get next zone info just from the game rather than from a ring console. And they will look back at this game and say it had to be a big point game if they were going to find themselves in the winner's bracket. It's completely right. Dragons down almost, I think they were in last place coming into this one. As Falcons are being pressured, it's going to be Noctem on the other side of it, but Falcons are going to wrap.
Well, House still has his Q available. They did burn the Newcastle Q from the other side on Noctem. So when you're keeping track of utility, you're keeping track of who has what. Well, Hal, he's still got his Q and it might have just kept him alive, and the damage output means that Falcons surely have the advantage when it comes to damage right now.
Big Arc Star as well, so they're going to have to back off, and then it's going to be a re-wrap now as they all push around the left-hand side instead. And actually, they might just take this as an opportunity to get ahead of Noctem Esports, who it looks like are not going to be taking this fight. They said, we've expended enough of our utility here, it hasn't worked out, let's back off until we are a little bit more healthy. Because once the tactical has been used, once an ultimate has been used, you are taking a fight in a very disadvantageous position.
Fascinating to see both teams essentially made exactly the same decision. Yep. It's like, we've done some damage, we've backed them down, let's use this opportunity not to fight, but to rotate while they have to heal. Well, both teams almost parallel to each other, sprinting in towards finding a spot to play. They're probably going to re-engage again in a few moments' time as they still are completely parallel. Noctem aren't quite safe for yet, with that zone about to chip away at them.
Something we've just seen on the minimap is Aurora flying on into this zone, and they're trying to find someone to call home, but the one place they found was where the rat was laying, and sadly for Orgless and Hungry, his spot is blown, and Orgless and Hungry will be eliminated.
And Aurora now find themselves dead center zone as well. Newcastle wall is down, the castle wall is fortified as Leica decides to take a little bit of a different approach to things. He puts his up on this high ground of this rock to just rain down fire, and Aurora, who probably thought they were comfortable, are feeling a little bit less so now.
What an angle that is as well, and he does have a couple of grenades to try and throw through that tiny gap, as now Team Falcons will finally shut down Noctem. That fight did re-engage, did re-happen, or happen again, and Falcons will survive.
And that means that Waltzy can finally get some attachments for his guns, which is always a good feeling.
Thank goodness. What a reward, genuinely.
16 squads remaining now as 4 have fallen. Speaking of fallen, Waltzy is going to be taken down, and Zero has to use that bubble now to get him back up. You've got to wonder, those sort of situations on the cross, if you're forced to use that bubble, is it going to bite them a little bit later on in this rotate?
A lot of teams still alive that are down in that danger zone that I was speaking of. 16 squads still remain. But in these next 19 seconds, that's when we're going to separate a lot of these teams who have found somewhere to call home and those who are desperately searching for a new lease. Falcons have got to move very far, by the way. They actually have to move the furthest out of anyone here. GG are going to be the gatekeepers on this southwest side. Green, STERGO, and Complexity, the other two down on the south.
Big game start for Fnatic, though. Mentioned they have 3 wins so far already. Well, they have complete control of that northern side still. Everyone has to move towards them. GG trying to fire through the VP wall that's just gone down. Zach Mays is going to be forced now to move forward. Charge rifle from Monsoon's in the feed as well. As now GG are going to be forced to use this castle wall to slam them away. Lufka, the first point in defense, but he's going to go down.
This could be a huge fight for VP as well. It was a really tough move from them, but the Dark Veil has allowed them just to push up, get aggressive on Gaimin Gladiators. But this is a good position from Light, but VP back up to 3. and it is a 3 versus 2 now.
The difficulty as well for GG is that it was the Newcastle that was taken down, so no ability to drag someone back to their feet, drag them back to the safety of this building. Instead, it's going to have to be a little bit more brute force. And speaking of which, Sheila, she heard the call and she's starting to wind up.
Is Sheila going to start singing GHS Professional go down, but now we're going to see the push from VP. Blast has perhaps taken too much damage here.
He'll be taken down. I think Light still managed to get away, so they're not done quite yet. Meteor will be eliminated as REIGNITE will join them in the lobby. Team Burger also fallen. All of a sudden, we're down to just 12.
Yeah, there were so many teams on that south side. They got forced into zone altogether. One team who has impressively found somewhere to call home is Team Falcons, and they are doing some work onto the boys over at Complexity from a distance. They have Disguised above them, BK above them, as Gaimin Gladiators finally fall in 12th position.
Fnatic managing to pick up that kill as well. Look, and the space that Fnatic have on that northern side of this zone is immense at this point. Elsewhere, like you can see on your screen, Falcons are finding the complete opposite. Everything is so tight as they're trying now to force this fight onto DSG, and they know they have the armor advantage.
Great initial cracks from Imperial Hal. Now he needs to back off and just feed that information to his teammates if they do want to push up on it. But at the same time, they also need to be thinking about their rotation here. 12 seconds before the zone moves and they send it in.
While we're down, Walsey with some really strong Eva shots here. Zero will fall, but not before they win that initial fight. Walsey now trying to hold the line, trying to hold the bubble. Sheila starting to warm up, but not quite hitting in the way that they wanted. Falcons will be eliminated as now Disguise will be 3P.
This is going to be a chain of events now as team after team start to push up on anyone who's taken that damage. Disguise trying to escape as a 2, and actually the castle wall might be able to send you to that high ground, but probably to your demise afterwards.
Virtus.pro have been eliminated as well. We saw them a few moments ago engaging, but now they'll have to wait for another turn in this lobby. Guild, who have been in this position since the very start of the game, still holding it down.
Yeah, Guild should be securing their position in the winners bracket just with this performance. They're on 15 points right now. That puts them way above 90. Green STERGO go down in 8th position. And look at Zero Tenacity, just using that shield perfectly, all cowering behind it, hoping they don't get shot.
And this is the space I was talking about with Fnatic. It's a great opportunity to look at it, to see it for yourselves, and it'll be even better to hear what Fnatic are thinking. Let's jump into the comms of Fnatic. Fnatic sounded pretty calm in the comms, to be fair, and why wouldn't you in this position down? They have so much space to play.
Fnatic, Aurora, Guild, 3 teams who should be in the winners bracket already, still alive. But I want to keep an eye on Zero Tenacity and Dragons, because they're the 2 teams who really need points here. But now we see Guild, they are rapping on Fnatic.
Guild are rapping Fnatic. They want to try and take this truck away from them, and now Fnatic all of a sudden find themselves in the most comfortable position to one that is extremely uncomfortable. You and Leica have to clutch up now.
1v1 trade, 2 versus 2. No one else getting involved at the moment, but Dragons could see this as an opportunity to push up. You can see they've bubbled. They're getting closer. They're keeping an eye. So Fnatic reluctant to push up. Guild have lost one. It's a 1v1.
It's a 1v1, and Leica will win it. Guild will be eliminated, and Fnatic will live. But can they survive the third party? Well, Stera does what he can, but it's a top 4 performance as we're into our top 3.
The Dragons take advantage, but Zero Tenacity now there. They're the 2 teams who need points, but Aurora could be the party poopers. They can pick up some big points here as well, and they have the Mirage available. 9 Impulse might be able to bamboozle everyone.
We're about to see Mirage winning a game in the ALGS. You would have asked me that 6 months ago. I would have called you crazy, but Aurora want to make it work, and Aurora will make it work. Amia again with a win here at the ALGS Championships, and Aurora look dangerous.
Aurora make their mark on B versus C and secure their spot in the winners bracket as well. If it wasn't already, it boy definitely is now. The real question, we see the dance moves once again.
Something fresh from me too.
Have they choreographed anything new for us? The answer's no.
The answer's no.
I got my hopes up.
Strictly business here for Aurora, getting the job done. And you got to think back to the moments that changed that game, right? I mean, you're looking at Guild and the play that they made onto Fnatic. They wanted to escape the building. They wanted to try and play that truck, knowing if they win that fight, they've got an opportunity to win that game. But the fact that that fight took so long, and no surprise considering the support map that we still find ourselves in, it didn't work for them, and it kind of ended up throwing both teams' games away because of the amount of time that it took where everyone else could then get involved.
That victory, those points starting to send Aurora even further up the overall standings as well. 18 points in that game. To give you kind of a reference, that puts them 21 points behind Team Falcons in the overalls, and it puts them 24 points behind Fnatic, who are currently first in the overall standings. And again, when we start to think about that POI draft in the winners bracket, Aurora would love to be #1. So it's about trying to catch the likes of Fnatic, the likes of Falcons, and of course Alliance, who still are yet to play and are on 120 points.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the success Fnatic are having as well. Remember, they're dropping Sky West, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, they are indeed. So you get the feeling that if they got a POI pick first with a first place finish, then they're probably going to go Sky West, considering the success they've had, as we take a look at some stats here from match number 2 of our top 3 teams.
And it really was a game for Dragons and Zero Tenacity, a much needed game for both teams, it has to be said. Dragons came into this in last place. They were down in 40th. Now they pushed themselves up to 36th in the overall, so maybe there is still hope for them. As for Zero Tenacity, they now are up into 23rd, so their chances of winners bracket is definitely being increased here with the points they just found.
We can see the series results. This is the combination of games that we've seen and the overall points. You've got Team Falcons on top with 28 points, 1 point ahead of Gaimin Gladiators just behind them with 27. Aurora with that win move into 3rd place, and let's say it's always a good feeling as a European dad to see European powerhouses up there in the top 3.
When it has been tournament after tournament of who and which region will be on top, and I think it was Snipe down on the desk who said, you know, it's really tough to call who is going to be on top here at the championship. Well, certainly EMEA are putting their best foot forward right now.
They certainly are. They're looking very, very strong indeed in the EMEA. What has been a fantastic start on day number 1 and 2 just seems to keep rolling. It wasn't a fluke. It wasn't a little bit of an outlier. It's just been fantastic play from them overall. And also, we've got to give a shout out to Falcons and Fnatic. I think they've really started to come to life and show the class that they've had in these last few games.
I think what's important for Aurora is finding points on World's Edge as well. When I was looking at those stats, World's Edge was their worst performing map, and I feared it was because they weren't getting the openings maybe they needed. There was a lot of end zones that were filled with buildings they couldn't push, but when you get an open end zone like that, that is something that Aurora like to lap up.
All right, then 2 games done, and it's time for a change of scenery, as we will be changing maps over from World's Edge to East District, and we'll have to see what teams step up and perform as we do, of course, change that map again. Will it be Fnatic? Will it be Aurora? Will it be Falcons? Or will we have somewhat of a surprise? Stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Alienware, the official PC of the Apex Legends Global Series.
open, mirage open, смотрите. Mirage вот наверх прыгает, так поэтому. Да. Стоим. Вот эту сторону ходит. Я сейчас направо утяну, право, я утяну все. Я затапну вправо. Подожди, они только дали бабу. Я утяну. Нет, они не в бабе стоят. А что? Нет, там. Это моя. Они летят. Да, не, я дамажу, всех дамажу. Не залетят, не залетят. Дай ему умереть. Рапорт, право, помогите, я только рапорт, право. Убил нахуй. Лошел.
Welcome back, everybody. Game 3 just about to start here on day 2 at the Apex Legends Global Series Championships. We've got groups B and C, and the story so far has been that of Fnatic, Falcons, and Gaimin Gladiators. But it was Aurora who took home the win in that previous game, showing that EMEA is continuing this kind of train that they've been running and really been impressing so far in Japan.
Yeah, I think there's a few EMEA teams who are starting to worry the rest of the lobbies. If you look at how well Alliance were playing yesterday, how now Aurora are continuing their play in today, because I think that's what's important, is consistency across the board. It's all well and good having an amazing day 1, but if you can turn that into then consistency to day 2, day 3, day 4, you start to actually see a possibility for maybe lifting a trophy.
I'm trying not to get too excited.
Don't get too excited.
It's
one of those moments.
I'm not trying not to get too ahead of myself. Just keep it going, please. Anyway, I'm not on the predictions for a reason. Let's look ahead, because we have a change of map now. We're going to go over to E District, if I'm not mistaken, for our game number 3. And it's an interesting change of pace, because the zones that we've seen there on World's Edge were probably 2 of the most open zones that we've seen for quite some time. That's not going to be the case here on E District. We know how each district zones play. We know how the POIs play, and we know that the opportunity to play space early is there for essentially everyone in the lobby. It's going to be more of a slow burn with that exciting ending towards the end. We'll take a look at the overall standings as well, because of course we're starting to talk about qualification towards the winner side of the bracket, or if you're going to have to go through the elimination side. And you were up bright and early today, Dan. You had your pen and paper out. You were talking stats. You were writing down numbers, and I just ignored you because it's what you do and I don't.
I think that the lucky number right now is somewhere around 85. Now, if that is true, that would mean that everyone who is above 13th would be in that winner's bracket, which would mean there's only 7 more spots available. Now, don't take that number as an exact. Of course, that math can change somewhat. But I do think that you have to look at who's below Enter Force 36 and who can potentially push themselves into that 7. Now, the likes of Furia, they still have to play. 100 Thieves still have to play as well. But a team like Complexity, who are currently playing, they really need to put some more points on the board if they want to secure themselves in that winner's bracket.
Yeah, it's the ones with serious played at 3 that you really have to focus in on. And the likes of VK Gaming, you've got the likes of Zero Tenacity as well. And down the other side, I mean, I want to keep talking about it, but LG struggling a little bit as well. And if you're down that side and you've got a 3 next to that series played, it really is 3 massive games ahead of you, because all of this kind of compounds, doesn't it? It's not just getting to the winner's side, it's then POI draft. Even if you get through or find yourself in the elimination bracket and then have to fight through, the POI draft isn't going to be great for you, so you've got that kind of uphill battle to play against. So these 3 games here, we really can't understate how important they are for not just right now, for qualification, but potentially the knock-on effect towards the end of the tournament as well.
What does excite me is that this is the first tournament where we have 3 maps on LAN. So when we get to POI draft, even if you do qualify in 20th position into the winner's bracket, you could still be in a good spot to take one of the priorities on a map, or at least one of the top 5 positions on a map.
I'll have SkyWest.
Yeah, actually, you guys leave SkyWest for me, but I think when you get to the winner's bracket and the loser's bracket, there is going to be a situation where 2 of the maps are going to be played 3 times, and 1 map will be played twice. So that map that's only being played twice is probably not going to be focused by a lot of those teams picking first, but you could say, all right, well, I know I can get a good POI on that map that's only played twice, and that's where I'm going to find my points. There's still hope.
Goodness, imagine. See, this is why you're good at this bit. I leave this bit to you. You're smart, intelligent.
And then you're good at everything else, so that's why we're a good team. No. Okay.
I'm not smart or intelligent. Is that what you're trying to say? Okay. Wow.
I'm smart and intelligent. You're strong.
I'm gonna go and tell Walter. I'm gonna go and tell Walter you said
Please
that.
don't.
We're
he
friends.
scares me.
Yeah, we're friends, and he's gonna back my beef. It's gonna be simple. He's gonna.
His arms are bigger than my thighs. They really are. It's terrifying.
Let's take a look at the POI draft before things get progressively weirder. Talk to me, Dan. What are you seeing here?
Well, we are seeing that Shopify Rebellion are going to be over towards Viaduct. That's where they picked it at 41. In terms of prioritization, Ninjas and Pyjamas went with Energy Bank. They were actually the earliest pick on E District. And the real question is, are they going to be able to do anything? I think this is incorrect. But anyway, we'll look at what's happening elsewhere. I think that we have to try and trust in some of the teams that have been performing well on E District in general, because that was A versus C, and we are playing B versus C.
You're so intelligent. You're so smart and intelligent that you saw that.
Well, I saw Ninjas in Pyjamas, and I was like, they're not in lobby. They're not in our lobby right now. But the teams who have been performing well on E-District, Gaimin Gladiators, averaging 11.5 points every single time we have seen them on E-District. Apart from that, Fnatic 9.5, everyone else down in the 7s, 4s, 3s. So looking at Fnatic and Gaimin Gladiators to maybe take the series here in 3 and 4.
I enjoyed all of that for numerous reasons. The biggest one being you were so convinced by your own statistics that you looked up and you went, my stats are obviously right, so this graphic must be wrong. That's the kind of confidence I like to hear from you. And confidence is going to be the key to success for a lot of these teams as well, as we head over to E-District, which I have to say has been a lot of fun to watch cast, and I'm sure for the players to be a part of in the build-up, and of course the execution here at this event. It really has been the end games that you love to see in Apex Legends, where everybody has an opportunity to clutch up, to win those games, and now we are into what is some of the most important games of the tournament so far.
The teams I mentioned that are very good on E-District, well, it gets a little bit worse for those teams who have not been performing well. I mentioned LG earlier, only 2.75 points on average when it comes to E-District. It gets even worse for the likes of GHS, REIGNITE, only 1.5 points per game when it comes to E-District. Now, granted, we've only seen them play twice, 4 times in total so far, but that's still 1.5 points on average across 4 maps. That isn't a statistic that is going to bode well alongside your hopes of trying to pick up points here.
As a positive person, Dan, as you know I am, I would have been saying to my teammates if you just read that stat, only way is up, boys. Exactly. It can only get better as we get eliminated first. Anyway, I will also just throw a stat at you, if I wasn't mistaken. I'm pretty sure that Aurora just secured the first ever win on LAN for Mirage as a legend.
That is a bold claim to throw out. Unsure.
Pretty sure it's true. They put it in the in-game chat. That's why I'm saying it, yeah.
Wow. I mean, if that's true, fair enough. Someone was surely going to do it, especially...
And if it's not true, you didn't say it. So it doesn't matter. You've got your record still.
I mean, Mirage has been very much played throughout scrims. Fnatic was the team that really was honing in on it. But I think that Aurora, knowing they qualified, just trying to put on a little bit of a show for us as well. I mean, it's not a crazy pick. That's the funny thing is that, well, there was once upon a time where picking Mirage, we would have been like, oh, they're just trying to be entertaining.
No, what they would have done is someone forgot to pick their legend in the pre-game lobby. We saw that a couple of times.
But ever since the changes to Mirage, he is very viable. He is extremely helpful when it comes to trying to gain Evo for your team, especially once you get up to blue. You get all of the abilities of the other legends. You can scan packages that are come down. You can do survey beacons. You can do ring consoles. You can do everything. You can even open the bins that are there for the assault characters, for example. So everything is included when it comes to Mirage. And then the ultimate, it's a little bit selfish, but it is very fun to play.
Swiss Army knife.
Yeah, the Swiss Army knife of Apex Legends.
There you go. Team Falcons are going to be happy, though, as we see the ring pop. Numerous reasons. One, the zone's coming their way, and one, they know it's coming their way as well, as they do have a ring console at their POI, so they're going to be very happy to see that, just kind of solidifying what should be some pretty comfortable points for them. Just looking across though, I don't know if they've got any Evo harvesters that are near them, so that might be something that's somewhat of a concern for them, having to play the spot, although it is over height, so they should be pretty good to shoot down. And I think the exact phrase that Zero used is this should be a 5K game, because they just sit up on height with long-range weapons and just shoot everyone as they move in. Understandable.
Lots of damage and hopefully a lot of kills to go alongside it. Now, Dragons pushing in, GHS on the other side, 2 teams who are right next to each other in the overall standings, 36th and 37th. Need to have a win. You cannot get into the winner's bracket now without a victory. And maybe it could be E-District, which is where you actually find points. They will get the ring console information and they will continue on their merry way. Now, we saw the overall standings a little bit earlier, and I mentioned those kind of 7 spots that seem to be open. Now, 85 might be the cutoff that we think right now, but that could very much change. It could be even lower than that for some of these squads. What you have to do at the bare minimum is put yourself into the top 20 before the other teams play at the very least, just to give yourself a chance. As Noctem looking to maybe get aggressive here, the castle wall is slammed down, but the counter wall comes out, not breaking it, but Noctem, are they going to be able to get the damage?
Well, Disguise are going to lose player K, and that's been a little bit synonymous. The first knock once again goes against them, but they equal it up for now, but they are stunned on that wall, and Disguise will fall, and Noctem will win yet another fight. And I've got to give I keep saying we need to give them credit, but there's numerous reasons for it. It's not just the fact that they're getting points and gathering points through placement in these lobbies, Dan. They are putting so many KP on the board as well alongside it that it really has been the all-round package from them.
Yeah, Noctem went from a quiet day 1 to suddenly being a team to watch here at day 2. They put themselves up to 12 in the leaderboards and are now hovering around that top 10. And then you start to add them to the conversation of, all right, how far can they go? They found multiple victories so far. And when we do get to those finals lobbies, it will be the teams who have found wins that we start to talk about actually lifting and hoisting that trophy. As for Disguised, they go out in 20th position. Not good news. They're in 25th in the overalls. They need points if they want to find themselves in the winner's bracket.
Similar situation for Complexity, been a little bit quiet today. Looking back on some of their games yesterday as well, it felt like they got into some good positions, but it was the vital fight that kind of decides, is this going to be a points game or is it going to be a spectating game, so to speak, as you're taken out. Just lost those a couple of times, and those bubble fights not quite going their way, which is something that obviously they love to do. You know, we were talking about this meta being the Complexity meta, well, it's not quite been the case so far here in Japan. GHS Professional, though, they're going to be safe inside zone. They have ring console information as well, so this building will be their own for quite some time.
Just touching on Complexity as well briefly, I think they were in one of those difficult positions where they were in the top 20, but they were right on the cusp of it. So they were one of those teams that didn't know whether to take risks or not. Now, speaking of taking risks, Orgless and Hungary maybe need to as they secure their second knock in this fight.
Ace taken down, Kuriton's gone down as well. Henchman gets the finish to make sure they secure that KP. Orgless and Hungary want to chase down this final kill, understandably so, because they are desperate for these points. Kinda just goes across the zip line and should be able to chase down the last player alive. There's the shield break, there's the flash, there's the kill. It's going to be Meteor who are eliminated second in this lobby, as Orgless and Hungary will get some important points. Now, I just want to kind of highlight, if there's one team in EMEA that we've watched throughout the years who could all of a sudden, out of nowhere, just put on performances and go on these crazy point stacking runs, Orgless and Hungary and the teams that have been led by Matafe have been those teams. Out of nowhere, when it looks like nothing's happening, they just drop a bomb. Maybe this is going to be that game. It's a good start.
One big game from Orgless and Hungary, and they would be in that conversation of making winner's bracket as well. That's what they need to be thinking about here. Just stay consistent, stay within touching distance, but need to be thinking, all right, how do we find X amount of kills here? And suddenly, a gift from above.
Well, it's snowing here in Japan. We're seeing some snowflakes fall from the sky, but we're seeing legends fall from the sky. I think GHS Professional managed to get one knock thanks to Tyler in the triple take, but maybe not as much value out of that situation as they would have wanted.
Yeah, I think it caught them off guard that they weren't even ready. The reticles weren't in the right place, and X and Y try and dash away into the bus, and it looks like they've been able to escape. GHS really not wanting to push up on this because of the amount of pressure that's coming from the buildings of people that are being held up on the high ground. So GHS just going to escape and allow X and Y to survive here, which is great news for X and Y because they also are a team who are down in 30th in the overalls right now, as Oi Rain has just gone down in the kill feed.
Yeah, it's great news for X and Y to be allowed to get back up, but frustrating on the other side of things for GHS because
they need points too.
Well, the work they put in has not been converted into points. 0 points gained from those interactions we've just seen. None of the knocks were finished, so kind of just nothingness.
I guess it's bigger picture thoughts for GHS Professional. If they want to get into the winner's bracket, they have to get a big game.
Fnatic. Saw some social media outgoings earlier, Dan.
Yeah.
Someone complaining about people ratting on us.
Who was that?
Who do you think?
Falcons?
Good guess.
Was it Orgless and Hungary ratting on them as well?
I'm not getting involved in the conversation. Fnatic may be looking to do something similar to someone else, though.
Oh, well, Orgless and Hungary.
You can speak louder now because I think this is going to go on a lot longer than I initially thought it would.
Yeah, Orgless and Hungary have actually run the other way. So, good attempt from Fnatic, but doesn't work out on this time. A spider does not always catch the fly. You liked that one, didn't you? I can feel you just nodding at me.
I haven't had enough sleep over the last 3 days for that to register. It just took me a bit of time. I was like, loading screen was on my face.
Speaking of taking time, Team Burger, look at them up towards Lotus, and they might be walking right into the trap of Virtus.pro. There could be some big KP available for VP on this game because they're going to have to play more of an edge because they haven't been able to find themselves in one of these priority positions.
Ooh, they want this. This is the high ground down to the low ground. Look at the shield difference between the two teams as well. Lou's got the gold charge rifle, and that thing is just ridiculous, honestly. It is able to output so much damage. In the feed again, Rain has been taken down for the second time, but not finished. So Aurora having a little bit more of an uncomfortable game. Team Burger are out of there, by the way. They have wrapped all the way back into zone, and VP, who had an opportunity to pounce, unfortunately their prey has escaped.
But if Team Burger do continue to go the same way, they might run into Fnatic, who are waiting on the other side. There's just two teams who are trying to gatekeep at the moment, but I think what might save them is the ring eventually closing and forcing those teams who are waiting into something a little bit more of a situation where they actually have to find somewhere to play. Team starting to take to the sky now to reposition at the same time. And Galleria is going to be the area where a lot of squads find themselves in before they get to this next zone.
I think Leica was probably looking at that grav lift that was in front of him and just had a little flashback from yesterday. Took a very wide berth. Elsewhere you can see in the kill feed a little bit of action taking place. As Team Burger...
Sharky going down to the ring, but VP getting the knock, but they are desperate to try and get back into this zone.
They have a long way to go though, Team Burger.
They really do. And Virtus.pro are still looking at them as well, or at least looking at the area, because they would have seen in the kill feed that they got that knock, and they're thinking, well, Team Burger have to come out at some point, and where are they going to arrive?
Fnatic are committing to ratting someone in this lobby.
They need the dopamine fix. I think Fnatic also, seeing in the kill feed that people are going down to the ring, they know that someone's going to be arriving as well, so they're just trying to take advantage of that, and you can see on the picture-in-picture here the journey of Team Burger.
Down to just 2.
It's not a fun journey to watch, I will say. I've watched better ones.
REIGNITE are inside the zone as well. I think there's a solo inside the zone. So somehow or other, Team Burger, who have now got back up to a 3, I believe, might actually find the solo of REIGNITE, and this awful time that they've had could end up in a KP for them. Orgless and Hungry, the team that Fnatic are looking at right now.
The reason why we're focusing so heavily on these teams on the outskirts of E-District right now is because all the other teams are just so much heavily in the zone. They moved so early as well. Now, speaking of the zone, it has shifted heavily as well, away from where everyone thought it was going to be going.
And really importantly, with that information that we have, obviously on our map overhead, Fnatic here at Energy Bank, they're sat on the ring console. So they're going to get that information as well. It's going to pull back to them, and that's why you're seeing Fnatic on our map overhead all of a sudden scarper through, because they know if they can win this fight and they can get through towards where that zone is, they're going to pretty much be free. Elsewhere, VP and REIGNITE having a little bit of a fight, and it's only REIGNITE, I think, is just one player alive, if I'm not mistaken.
They're just split at the moment on REIGNITE, so the player who got revived, I think, was just left behind, and sadly, Virtus.pro were able to find that remaining player. Now, just to paint a picture of where that zone is moving, it's moving to the north side of the circle we saw prior, so it's going to be difficult for those teams to move early, but Fnatic lost 1.
Orgless and Hungry, I said how they can just all of a sudden out of nowhere find a little bit of momentum. Well, maybe they're doing that right now. Team Burger also in zone. I'll keep you updated on how long they stay there.
Burger might have escaped, by the way. Falcons just lost 1 to a Sheila, and they're about to get knocked yet again. So weak!
Oh!
Falcons eliminated in 18.
Yeah, big banger coming in there from Remix Power. We talked about the frag grenades and how much of a difference maker they are. And that's being shown once again as Falcons will be decimated. Sarah, good shots with the Eva Ray, but not quite enough. It's Leica who has to clutch now, and Orgless and Hungry win an important fight here against Fnatic.
They know where he is. And are they going to survive?
The zone!
The zone starts to add to this fight, and now it is just an outright dash away from being burned by the zone.
And who's the team who are holding them out? It's Team Burger. Would you believe it? Who have been inside of the zone for so long, who might actually be the benefactors of this.
This has been a topsy-turvy story, but it's the boys from the land down under who are maybe going to come out on top, as Team Burger will be within this next zone. Orgless and Hungry struggling to get out, and Fnatic, Leica says, actually, you know what? I'm going to stay in here and I'm going to ruin your day.
I respect it. They were committed to ruining someone's day in this game, and they managed to do so. A little KP being picked up. It's a point on the board as Fnatic will fall. Work has been done in those previous 2 games, you would imagine, for them. As now we have a little look at that map overhead, and we were talking about how this could be a good game for Falcons earlier on because of the fact it was pulling towards height. They ring console. Well, now you can see why we kind of raised our eyebrows when we saw that ring pop and pull away towards the western side of that original zone. Nobody inside of that zone. That bridge is going to be vital real estate, and VP might be the ones to claim it.
Yeah, this has actually worked out very well for Virtus.pro. Noctem also in a pretty solid position at the moment. You could say the same for those who are on that east side, but the solo remainder of REIGNITE maybe could play a part in what's going to happen on the northeast. We also see Orgless and Hungry did get eliminated in the kill feed as well.
GHS, who have played this side for quite some time, now find themselves in a really good spot towards zone, but I don't think they're quite safe up on this height. They want to try and move down a little bit earlier, or maybe wait for some teams to walk into that spot where they can get the damage down, they can get those kills, and then take it away from them a little bit later on. GG down on that low ground the other side of the building. But again, safe inside of the next zone, but the one after that is the one that becomes very interesting.
Well, this is what we all pay our money to see. Monsoon and a Kraber.
This guy can be box office, but he's got to start to warm up now. 5 shots left in the Kraber. Big red in his hands. Can he turn it into points?
It's not a bad position for Complexity as well on this southern tip. Potential for a lot of KP if teams start to push towards them.
Kind of something like Complexity's day, right? That shot.
These are a lot of shots being committed, by the way, on maybe fights that don't really need to be shot at.
These ones might need to be, though. Again, it's 0 for 3 from Monsoon. 0 for 4. This has been a un-Monsoon-like run with this weapon in his hands. Usually, the guy doesn't miss when he has the long-range weapons, but this is looking like maybe the pressure's starting to get to Complexity.
Knows what an impact it could have if he was to hit one of those bullets. Aurora are going to be one of the teams that are down below here, stuck in this building a little bit, but the zone does stop closing in, so they're going to be okay. 1 minute 10 before it starts to close even further. And that's so frustrating to be shot through a literal crack in the door, but they are able to just get away. Well, everything's had to be expended here as well, and Aurora, I wonder if they'll take advantage of that. It's going to be Aurora, X and Y, and then Complexity still watching over them.
Complexity are ready to third this.
Enemy is lining this up.
Well, Complexity looking to third party this at the nearest opportunity. Let's jump into the comms of Complexity and see when they pull that trigger.
Still need to look at that as they walk forward. Be careful of this team on the other side. Make sure you have all 3 walls, enemy, because when we walk forward, we're gonna need to fucking set it up this corner on planter. And we're gonna have to clear right. We're gonna have to clear right too, because right is not in. Heard?
Yes.
Heard.
The March team energy. I have 18 energy.
Yeah, I know, and we're like, we need to look left and get ready to walk forward and play this though.
Yes. I'll set up my wall.
Yeah, they're inside bus and they're actually staying inside bus.
Get out. Underneath us.
That's fine. Where can we
focus it right here?
Yeah, I see it.
Focus the castle,
please.
Yeah,
we need to kill this. We need to kill this. They should be able to dust. They're gonna go too.
Yes.
It's full team far. I'm nading their bubble.
I'm just eating it and fucking healing.
What are you doing?
They're moving right now.
Just get ready to go forward.
I'm gonna set up.
We might be able to just ape underneath too if one dies. Heard?
Heard. We can't. There's another team up here.
I know. There's 2 teams up there. Yes, I know. Listen to what I'm saying, okay? Yes. Careful of the oobs and get ready to set up walls facing right here. Yeah,
Alright, I'm gonna set up my ult.
There's a team directly under us.
I'm looking at right.
Okay. Oh, that fucked me up. Okay. No, that's not good, man. Set up my wall. Oh, we need to look right, guys. We need to look right.
Heard.
On top height. Move. Can't see it. A lot of kills here, guys. We might be able to bubble up to the right. Might be able to bubble up to the right, too. Yeah. Okay, castle goes really low on the right. 19 flash. On that.
I got the ammo. They're fighting bottom left.
A lot of people here.
Bottom left?
Yeah, full team. Oh, that's a window.
I'm out of ammo, by the way. No. Okay, I'm useless.
What's going on bottom left?
Look at zone. We have zone.
Wait, can we like go up here and...
No, we have zone,
no, we don't.
I mean...
What? I mean, we can't. Dude, look at that. I know, but I'm trying to look for fucking max skills. Look at
over here. I can't do anything.
Is that one team?
Yeah, there's one team over there now.
Okay.
They're fighting here. Do we third this?
No, maybe. No, we can't. There's
the opposite of us.
There's a team right here. There's a team bottom left as well. We have to walk in and kill right, heard? We have to walk in here and kill right. That is our fight.
Yes.
Complexity, you can see the nerves are starting to affect him a little bit here, Dan. There was some clear calls made, maybe instructions not followed, shots being missed as well. It's uncharacteristic here, but they are still alive and they're still safe.
A complex scenario for Complexity. Desperate calls, a couple of whiff shots, but they are still in a position where they could potentially pick up some big points, some much needed points for their chances for winners bracket. Final zone about to close, 3 seconds, and we still have 7 squads remaining. Team Burger, remember what they went through. The 2 of them are now central zone. Can you imagine if they somehow find a win here?
It's certainly something I've been keeping my eyes on because Team Burger as a duo, like you say, they've been through a lot in this game. They've taken a lot of zone damage. They've had to play the majority of the game as a duo, but they are safe for now. GHS Professional will be eliminated. Complexity now make their move. They want the KP. They want to make their own fortunes, and they will do that by taking down numerous squads around them. 5 squads now remain.
Complexity now own the eastern side, by the way, and they have those rampart walls that were being set up very strictly organized as well to make sure they had that protection. Aurora going to be down low, have to use their bubble to stay alive, and it's going to be Guild who are southwest of them, potentially going to pressure.
Noctem though, trying to swing out onto Complexity's position. They've got to be careful. Guild now on Phony. They're involved in a fight of their own down on this low ground, and it's going to be Aurora who win that fight. Guild will be eliminated, but here come Complexity from that top rope. 4 squads remaining. It might be 3 in a few seconds' time.
This is really good management from Complexity, recognizing where the damage is being done, where they can take space, and where they can get KP. They do not confirm the kills onto Aurora yet. They need to think about bigger picture. How do we win this game? Now we see Team Burger getting involved.
Team Burger get involved. Aurora will be eliminated, and it will be Team Burger who'll fall as well. But Noctem Esports, who have been one of the stories of day 2, are looking to close this game out. Sheila's there. Wizard looking to connect. He's just got fish in a barrel. This should be a simple win for Noctem Esports.
Noctem Esports, just 1 more to go, and it will be found. Noctem get the job done. Noctem find another victory, their 3rd of the day. And they are really starting to heat up here in Japan.
That's another knockout performance from Noctem Esports. What else can you say? Their management in these end games has been impressing me so much, and it only bodes well for when those match point formats start to come into play, if of course they can make their way there. Noctem Esports and Amir once again with a win here. This time on E-District, and it just feels like it doesn't matter what the map is, it doesn't matter what the lobby is, they're getting the job done.
Noctem now surpass even the likes of Aurora in the overall standings. They are in 4th place, starting to catch up. Team Falcons starting to catch up. Team Fnatic as well. Again, that POI draft is very much on the minds of all these teams that are picking up big points, but when all these points are being picked up, that means there is teams who are failing to achieve those points to get closer to the winner's bracket. For Complexity, who we focused on quite a lot in that game, they pushed themselves up into 15th position. They're now on 88 points. Maybe that could be enough to get him to the winner's bracket. They are very close. This is how everything looks after match 3. 22 points for Noctem, 12 placement points with 10 kills. An incredible game, but Complexity also pick up 9.
Yeah, really good game from Complexity. They didn't quite get the win, which when you're looking at situations where every point counts, that's going to hurt a little bit, but did a really good job towards that end game to get those 9 placement points to go alongside the 9 KP they picked up. Team Burger, I don't know how, but they ended up 3rd. One of the most ridiculous games that they had to go through. Spent the majority of the game in zone, it felt, until they finally got to center zone as a duo. Aurora, again, with another consistent top 5 performance. Top 4 performance, so actually giving them less credit than they deserve. But elsewhere, you're looking across, quiet game for Falcons, quiet game for Fnatic. Has to happen sometime.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't really necessarily need the points because they're 1 and 2 at the moment in the overalls, but teams who did need some points was definitely Complexity. And just looking at the head-to-head between Enemy and Remix Powers, 2 players who definitely stepped up, and even though Enemy was under a little bit of pressure from the comms from Monsoon, he made sure he actually got the job done when it came to the kills.
Yeah, you can see that maybe Complexity feeling the pressure a little bit in that last game, but maybe the pressure that made them perform. Sometimes people step up when it really does matter, and as they always say, pressure makes diamonds. So maybe Complexity can start to shine a little bit more as we look at our series of results here between groups B and C after the 3 games we've just covered. We've got GG on top, Complexity just in behind them now.
Yeah, I think Complexity...
Oh, actually, that's unfair. They are joint.
They are literally exactly the same. 31 points and the same amount of points from kills and placement at the same time. So Complexity, job done for them. They'll feel like they are very close to that winner's bracket. Of course, we are hovering around the 85 points is what we think, but it could go a little bit higher, could go a little bit lower. We'll have to wait and see. But for Complexity, they'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, you can really start to feel the pressure stepping up a little bit now, can't you? Not just the decisions, not just the intensity of the comms that we're feeling as well, but also some of the shots that we're seeing missed is very uncharacteristic, and that is why we always talk about the difference between playing at home and playing on the big stage in front of a wonderful crowd like we have here in Japan as well. It's just a different experience altogether, isn't it?
It is a different experience. I mean, shots missed, and there's a lot of Kraber shots missed there by Complexity and specifically Monsoon. We don't see that very often, so that's why I think maybe nerfs are involved.
We're going to now go over to our wonderful people on the desk because it's time for us to step away and give someone else a go. How are we doing over there, everyone? By the way, you feeling good?
Great. I'm smiling.
You enjoying
you guys
the games?
Smiling? Yeah, you having fun?
We're having a great time. Fnatic have added to their wins though, Rain. So you guys take it away.
That's right. Fnatic continuing to impress. GG also, as well as Complexity, and Noctem continuing their hot start. What a day it has been so far. Series 2 halfway underway. We got one more series coming up this evening, but welcome back to the analyst desk where we give the casters and the players some time to breathe. My name is Rain Day. I'm joined by Glitter Explosion, Snipe Down, and Jet Set Jamerson, back again to talk a little bit about what happened. And I think, you know, Lauren, it comes off a pretty hot start in Series 1. Now Noctem getting a win in Series number 2 yet again, but Complexity also playing pretty well.
Yeah, and I think that's important for Noctem because when we were talking about them in the first series, we even heard Jayhawk mentioning, okay, sure, they had a couple pop-off performances, but moving forward towards the bracket stage, the biggest thing is consistency. Can they keep replicating these types of performances? We're now halfway through the series. They do it yet again.
Yep.
This is starting to look pretty good for them.
Absolutely, and you talk about new maps, you talk about E-District, the impact that that's having. Certain teams having an opportunity to step away from the pack snipe, especially since it's so new, still figuring out priority POIs, how things will play out, and now that's a part of the championship equation. You got to have it figured out.
Yeah, one of the things that I've actually been keeping an eye on is a lot of these just EU teams performing extremely well. I mean, you have just the regions have become so much more close-knit.
Yeah.
And I think one of the biggest things that stands out to me is the fact that when EU was like kind of behind the pack, they were seen as a more passive meta or a more passive region. Yet now, when the meta is a more passive region and it's all about finding that opening, waiting for teams to commit to these bubbles, EU is now seen as maybe the top of the pack in terms of all these other teams here. So it's quite curious to see the year 1 to, you know, year 5.
Yeah, and every land has something different. I think, you know, when we look at getting into kind of what took place, I know we have some final zones we're ready to walk over as well. And Jamerson, I kind of want to start getting your thoughts too on how things transpired. I mean, Gaimin Gladiators, that's the team I'll kind of start off with. They're showing up, and they're showing up in a big way, kind of going back to where they were in Split 2 playoffs in Mannheim, coming off of a great EWC and going, this is a team that needs to be dealt with. They might be the favorites in EMEA. It looks like they're continuing form today.
Yeah, I'll be completely honest. I had some more reserved predictions for how GG were going to be able to perform throughout all of this. I was looking at the meta overall, and you know, Lufka last time around was doing an amazing job on Newcastle. I was wondering how they would actually fare when it came to a lot more teams bringing Newcastle in and basically changing the entire dynamic of how the team fights break out here for champs, right?
Yeah.
Because in Germany, it was completely different, right? The overall meta, but I think this is a good sign. It's a good sign because throughout Germany, to the best of my recollection, they weren't able to get any wins throughout the group stages, but they were able to successfully get a lot of second places, a lot of top 5s, didn't really convert into the wins yet. And here now, finally, on the last day of groups, they are able to secure this victory in the game number 1.
Yeah.
So that's a really good sign for them.
I mean, there's starting to be this distinction between teams that are performing well, getting points, putting themselves at the top of these leaderboards, but there are also now differentiators in terms of teams who can win. If you have won, like this team right here, 3-4 wins, I believe, across 2 days in their hometown, we're calling them the hometown heroes of Fnatic, well, that's got to be feeling good as Matsera takes a second to get himself composed and get ready for 4, 5, and 6. But Jamerson, match 1, walk us through how this went.
Yeah, this was an absolutely scary one for Gaimin Gladiators because you had Walty on the other side of this one, Falcons playing along that train track railroad. But the, I think, singular threat of that REIGNITE player on the left-hand side, or excuse me, on the right-hand side, drew a lot of the attention of Falcons away, and importantly, bought GG enough time. Right here, that Gibraltar ultimate. If it wasn't for that split second where they decided to deal with that last solo player, they might not have had that Gibraltar ultimate ready for it. It ends up securing a knock for them, bringing this fight much closer, and GG, in a really disadvantageous area, were able to get the win.
Really good play there from GG to make a little something out of nothing. Snipe game 2, it would be all EU again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy that I get to see some Mirage gameplay. I talked about it as a Mirage myself. I've been Mirage maining. It's so cool to see just a different meta and a different character in action here. And you see this, I mean, this is them just taking space, realizing how much they have, watching these other teams needing to move up on the edge of zone. They decide to take the halfway point instead of putting their backs to the edge of the zone, just so they could force all these teams together. There's no point to overextend. They get to shoot out some ankles like a little chihuahua or something, a little dog chief, you know, a little ankle biter. Just putting down some damage, and once again, you know, you just wait for these bubbles to go down, get your kills. You can push in when everyone sees the knocks. They do this, they get their height, and now they're making sure they get any bit of this last KP as possible. Once you see this happen, this is when you know it's your game. Might as well take the kills that these other teams are sacrificing.
I'm sorry, man. I had 2 chihuahuas at one point in my life. Shout out to April and Jumper. Okay, Lauren, game 3, I mean, we would get back to roots here, and Noctem continue their momentum.
You know, and I'm really happy that Noctem was able to do this, but in order for Noctem to get this win, they had to go through Complexity. We talked about them before the series, and Complexity was really the belle of the ball in this game for me. Not only did they have a position at the top where they were in a bit of a rough spot, but we were able to hear their comms where Monsoon was specifically trying to put them in a position to get as much KP as possible. They did that. They won like 3 bubble fights before they had to go up against Noctem, and by then enemy was out of ammo. So Noctem getting the win, still great for both those squads.
I mean, the fact that Noctem can continue what felt like, I don't know, maybe a dream run and taking the series in Series 1 and now going back to it again in Series 2. 2 series on the day for Noctem. It's a possibility we could be talking about. However, these 2 kill leaders in our kill leader race, we have our in-zone kill leader race coming up later today, but will these people be on it? Maybe. Team Falcons, 0, 8 kills, 3,800 damage, but Legacy Snipe, 4,400 damage, 10 kills. What a performance he's put up.
Yeah, that's incredible numbers considering the playstyle that team has, especially with Phony being the IGL. And this meta specifically, we saw them put themselves in some really, really good spots. They were able to just hunker down early, get those rotations in early. And by doing that, they can just focus on all these other teams lately that have to move in, use the scouts for the damage. That's why he doesn't have so many assists. He's getting the picks across the map. And so it's very impressive to see that team performing.
Another guy who, you know, was saying, actually the clip of him using the Sentinel went all the way up to the #1 best voted montage, I think, on our Reddit. Monsoon here with 8 kills. That was edited by our boy Zephyr as well. Shout outs to Zeph. But I think, you know, Jamerson, Monsoon, if he puts on this kind of performance, which people have known him to be capable of in this type of environment, Complexity is a monster. They are a threat that you may not be able to deal with.
Yeah, very vibes-based, of course, the team is, and it seems like here in day #2, they are starting to pick things up, and honestly, I think it's just refining their gameplay style. They haven't really changed up much from what looks like what we saw yesterday here in the final matches for them. They're still trying to go for that center zone, get into better positions. I think it's about being familiar once again together as a team.
When you
stretch, just a little limbering session.
If you were ever wondering what we meant by vibes-based, that's what we meant. I don't even know what stretch that is. You got to be like advanced yoga to be doing that one. They don't let beginners try that one out. Gaimin, Gladiators, Complexity, Noctem, Guild, and Aurora leading our top 5 so far. Falcons, Green, STERGO, who we have yet to mention so far in this series. Got to mention them now. They have done extremely well. 35 points across Series 1 and Series 2, 35 points as well. They're on track to actually outpace that with 42 points. Green STERGO putting in a very consistent performance. So keep an eye on them, even edging out Fnatic, now Dragons, and Team Burger for that 7th spot. On the other side, teams do need to pick it up. Overall, though, Fnatic continuing their rampant run through the rest of this lobby. Absolutely no remorse for the hometown heroes. Falcons right after them. Maybe that's a big story to, you know, some of us who have been watching Falcons recently. Certainly, though, Falcons anticipating, expecting this of themselves, Lauren, at all time. Now just saying, well, what we thought would happen is now finally happening.
Yeah, sure. A little bit of a pickup after that first day, right? I think they were slower out of the gate than people would have hoped, probably than they would have hoped as well. But now they've put themselves at the tippy top, and also got to give a little bit of love of to Alliance up there, because they're the one team at that portion of the leaderboard that has 2 series, while the rest are at 3. So Alliance also looking insanely strong.
All right, well, you know who's going to look strong? The players that we have coming up tomorrow. Very special players. They actually haven't played for these last 2 days because they're creators who we're inviting to go to a creator showdown here in Daiwa House. We're going to have a couple members, not only who are players, who are creators, but who are musical. creators as well. Some members of the band Sim, who, if you ever watch Attack on Titan and you know the word rumbling, you'll be very familiar with them. They will be playing on Saturday morning. That is what I heard. I thought this was Friday. Sorry. Okay. Okay, they will be playing. It's a bit of a double entendre. They're playing in the Creator Showdown Friday, but they're also playing here live on Saturday morning. That's right. Not only are we having an ALGS championship with $2 million on the line, we're having a concert as well. Nice way to make a fun Saturday go by. 3 games have happened, 3 games to go. B and C, their last chance at redemption, revival, and maybe resuscitation for those at the bottom. We'll see who takes the cake and who is able to make themselves winners and find themselves in that coveted bracket tomorrow, on Saturday. So let's take it over to our casters. We got a brand new pair ready to do it. It's Vicky Kitty and Genome, guys. Good luck. Let's get the action going.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. I mean, I'm super excited because not only do we have even more competition coming in, but we got so many things still to look forward to as the tournament progresses. I also want to keep seeing Noctem. You talk about these last groups actually being able to perform. They were able to skyrocket in the overall standings by 6 points from that last game alone. We have to be paying more attention to this squad. And it's times of the essence, right? This is when a lot of these teams are starting to feel the pressure, kind of figuring out where they stand in the overall standings and where they need to be going, what they need to do as we go on to our 4th match, final match, onto E-District.
Yeah, our first look at E-District for this tournament. You and me, Vicky, it's going to be... I've been looking forward to it for sure. And yeah, look, Noctem absolutely deserve to be lauded in this spot when you consider how strong these 2 groups are in the matchup here. I mean, you've got all the powerhouses, Falcons, Aurora, Gaimin, Gladiators, Fnatic, all in here, and Noctem are mixing it with them. I've had, 2 of the most insane, kill-heavy, dominant games earlier on today, and they're making it look like it wasn't just a flash in the pan.
You gotta treat them with respect out here. That last game was 15 KP. The whole time I was seeing them light up the kill feed, I'm like, wow, this is actually crazy. They had wiped 2 teams back to back. Now looking to see how they're gonna fare up against the likes of Complexity, who hasn't taken a dub just yet. Did get close to it in that last game with 2nd place, 9 KP, and looks like we are moving up over to the north side of E-District.
Yeah, we are. So will it go to somewhere towards City Hall or perhaps even further up towards Resort? With how sort of northerly that zone is pulling, I'm going to take a guess it's going to go more, maybe a little bit more central there and be sort of just at the top of City Hall there. We do see a few zones around there and to the south of that POI.
I'm going to say, I can't play the circle game just yet when it comes to Egypt. We've seen so many different shifts in general, but also the chokes that you have to be worried about when it comes to some of these rotates. Nice shots from VP. Trying to look at the team from right across from them, but denying them the information of getting that ring console that they themselves will be able to get and see where that next zone is pulling. You can already see Guild over by that north side here. They're able to exit out from Resort. Meteor the same way. They don't really have to move too much. Team Burger calling in that evac tower to see where they could find themselves. There is that ring console over by City Hall where you could expect some teams from that south side maybe trying to take advantage of unless they want to try to play for that final circle positioning.
Reignite dead center. We've seen them in that spot a few times so far. Of course, they did get a 3rd in our first match of this series, but only the 1 KP across the 3 games.
Been difficult here, especially when we're in that midpoint right now. Last game on E-District, you want to find that opportunity to sky strafing Flame. Incredibly low, having to back away, playing off the fence line, utilizing the rampart walls. It's Orgless and Hungry that have the high ground advantage. Eating out the nade, trying to create that space. These guys are actually opting to back away right now. They do not like the position that they're currently in. So other teams within the vicinity, like we saw VP now already on their move after they were able to scan that ring console. They're actually slowly approaching Disguise on the edge of zone.
This is Fnatic versus Green STERGO, though, down near Street Market. Fnatic, of course, always looking for these early fights. It's been a key to their success so far. Win an early fight, get early purple, start looking for more people, snowball that, and then just run red hot with red armors into the final zone.
Remember what Rain Day was saying earlier, you have to keep your eyes on Green STERGO and the way that they've been able to slowly start ramping up themselves. They had gotten 6 KP in that last game, 6th place too, trying to take some of these fights to get a lot more aggressive. And it goes hand in hand with what we're mentioning, where right now we're in that point where these teams know where they're situated. It's the last opportunity for groups B and C to finalize the points that they need to be in that winner's bracket.
Yeah, and I mean, this is their third round draft pick. So, you know, 52nd pick onto Viaduct. Obviously, that means they're very far away from where this zone is. So, of course, that's why they have opted to, you know, stick around, grab those Evo harvesters that are fairly close together over on Street Market. And that's partly why I think we're seeing 4 teams in a cluster so far away from where most of the action will be later. Are these teams going to predict that? Are they going to realize and be, you know, expecting the third parties this far from zone? Perhaps not. XNY could be a factor that these two teams are not expecting.
At least if they could try to gatekeep them too, right? Especially since this is the third-party opportunity for Source X and Y as they slowly approach the back end of this fight between Noctem and Green STERGO. You can see the pings too. They actually noticed them, but they're getting pinged from both sides, having to back away. Round closing in, they are inside of the edge of that zone here, but they do not want to be caught in the middle of the sandwich. Backing away, playing from underneath, this is a good call for now, while X and Y now make the rotate. But this is also what I really like about this POI specifically, is that there's a lot of areas to coexist, but not just that, to be able to rotate out if you need to get out of this POI.
Yeah, and just interesting that, you know, even though we are so far from zone, all of these teams being very wary. It feels like as we approach the end of this group stage, teams are no longer like, oh, yeah, let's just, you know, we'll have a tilt at it, give it a try. No, they're locking in now and saying, look, this is where it's about to get really important if we make it into winners or not, or as we've talked about, you know, their position in the POI draft if they've secured one or the other.
Especially since you have to just wait after these last 3 games to end to see where you stand and what is going to compare to be the other teams that have to play in that next group. A lot on the line here as GG. So they're going to be able to just settle down here. So many squads have already found themselves in the middle of that next zone.
Yeah, and as we see this zone close, right, you have to pay attention on the map to these edge teams of, they're looking for priority around ring consoles, right? So Fnatic have found that in Neon Square. Source are now looking for the same thing, and just like they were tussling over those Evo harvesters, now there's a different objective that the two teams are locked in on. So again, you need to look around you, look at the surrounding POI, see, oh, actually there's not that many ring consoles on the southwest side of the map, and therefore we should be expecting some of those teams that we heard that we ran into earlier to be looking to take a similar pathing towards this final zone.
I like how you bring that up, because then you have to think about where would you want to try to commit to that ring console, whether it be Boardwalk, Resort, take your time and playing, by the way, outside of zone by the objectives like we've seen Aurora do constantly too.
Yeah, that's a good point actually, because yeah, the closest one is probably Boardwalk. From here, you'd have to go all the way north, which actually isn't too bad considering where the zone's pulled. This means you're actually a little bit closer, but perhaps they didn't have that information ahead of time. Again, those 4 teams still in a cluster down south. It still hasn't come to blows just yet, but we do have Meteor pulling up on VK Gaming in Energy Bank.
Isolated fight for now too, because Aurora still going to be able to prioritize their objectives. They're going to be rotating away here as Meteor. Looking ahead, they were able to get the first initial knock onto VKG. Taking a different angle though, while they want to contest this, they know that they have the advantage, which means that VKG are just going to be out of there. They do not want to be able to try to get caught slipping. As LG engaging in a fight, they need this too. LG has just been asleep thus far in the series, and this could start picking things up for them.
Yeah, we're seeing classic edge fights, but you've also got some very important fights for some positions closer to the end zone here. You're seeing that between GG, Orgless and Hungry, between LG as well as Virtus.pro. Now, Orgless and Hungry, you can see they've got a knock there. I'm not sure if they've fully reset. No, eliminated at 20. Matafe's team have not yet managed to secure a top 5 placement in this tournament. It's not looking good considering in the past when they've been doing well, it's placement mostly that they've relied on. They are sometimes quite a passive team, and this is their win condition is just completely slipping them by.
It's working against them instead, and GHS are going to meet them back in the lobby. Falcons going to be able to pick up KP2 from Hal, getting that knock onto Lou. And looking at the amount of teams around them, you were talking about originally Gaimin Gladiators were over by the north. Now they're forced to back away, try to see if they could maybe get some magic happening, maybe get the res here. LG, who have now been able to take control over that northeast choke. Falcons directly in the middle of City Hall.
Meteor after that earlier kickoff with VKG, and now looking to try and grab the extra 2 kills available. The Rampart went down earlier, and now they've got Noctem to help pin them in here. Meteor might actually just use this as a chance to rotate in a freer fashion, as VKG are the ones pushed out of the zone.
Everyone dispersed. VKG's looking to see if maybe they themselves could get a res. Meteor's over to the north side, where they will also have a ring console if they haven't scanned it already, as well as an Evil Harvester. STERGO gonna try to get this crack. Eva 8 shots though, hitting at the very end. He had to reload, it's fine. You get the melee hit, you get the last hit, and you get the last member of VP.
Good work from Asia's there. One of the most improved in the last 12 to 18 months. This player has been on the come up in APAC South, joining Dexter and Ziki, who have been long-time teammates.
Early Christmas for Noctem. They're gonna be able to get the Mythic bin right there too. We will walk away with some red Evo shields, but I'm mostly interested in the congestion spot that we see over to the north side. Look at Gil, Team Burger, and Dragons right on top of that Evo Harvester before they will inevitably have to approach from that north side where Complexity is sitting.
Yeah, look, these teams have played plenty of these types of zones in scrims. They've got plenty of practice. They know it's going to go down to the water, to the canals. They're going to have to be really relying on the mobile shield, the castle walls, and they'll just be scant cover, right? They'll be looking for those blue crates, trying to just slip into there and hugging walls, and as they have to worry about teams sitting above them. These are the kind of things that they will be thinking about when we get to the end zone. But before that, yeah, we've got Falcons. They love playing up in this spot. It's, you know, I tweeted earlier about the way they play Energy Bank, and this is very similar, right? They've managed to predict the zone correctly. They'll take advantage of that by holding high ground, bunkering up behind both the Rampart and the castle walls, and then they essentially just spray everyone that they can see, but particularly focusing on where they are going to want to or need to jump down later. They carve out a space for themselves in that final Zone 5, Zone 6, and use that to try and achieve victory.
And you can definitely do that when you're looking at Zero's weapon loadout, right? He's got the gold charge rifle ready to go as they maintain that space on that second floor building here. Aurora now move up. They're not the only ones here. Over on the north side of where Team Falcons was sitting, the team that they were shooting at originally, we see Fnatic teams now slowly trying to move in from the south side of City Hall. While we take a look at Gaimin Gladiators taking that jump tower, let's jump into a listen with Gaimin Gladiators as they find out their place in landing.
What should I do?
Wait, drop. Yeah, there is someone. Go around the right side. Oh, yeah, around the right side. Yeah, fuck off. I'm feeling singing zone ahead.
It's set, you cannot.
Oh, wait, I'm retarded. Yeah, I'm actually blinded. Get into zone somewhere. Like you can. Nowhere. No, retarded. Can you be safe anywhere?
Maybe. Like here. There's slow grenade. Yeah. They're picking get below them, get below them. Really fucking bad, bro. Yeah, I know, but what can we do?
Let's look forward if you can.
Come.
Anyone building?
Come, let's keep coming, keep coming.
Oh no, it's third, GG. They actually, they sort of mistime it, right? Maybe they thought it was second zone. Sometimes you just get a little bit confused, or it takes you too long to recognize that, and they can't get the meds off in time. Without the trio, of course, it was the Gibby behind. You need that bubble to walk into the zone and reset. Without it, I mean, what is Lufka going to do here besides feed some KP over to Complexity?
Yeah, Monsoon picked that up just as quick. It was unfortunate. He didn't even pop the syringe too, right? Rocket first. He was done for after that. 16 squads left as LG maintained the high ground. Team Falcons against X and Y.
Damn.
Cleaned them up. They actually took exactly the position that Falcons was sitting in originally when they had the rampart walls up.
Yeah, there's a few entrances into that building, I guess. Maybe they just found a way in that wasn't being watched at the time. Hard to know, I guess, without seeing it. But Green, STERGO, and Aurora have been the teams blessed by the zone here in Game 4. It's gone to the southwest, and they've got some spots down there as Guild. So many rampart walls set up in here.
Have an opportunity too, sitting in 5th place overall after those first 3 games with 30 points. Sharing that space with Dragons right underneath them. Not only that, you can see the Charger from a distance too. Just making sure that they can try to clean up some KP if they can. So many squads now coming in from that north side like we were expecting. LG now approaching up from that high ground. Fnatic right there alongside them. Team Burger playing up the low ground too. Dragons and Guild also just continuously are going to have to eventually meet up with each other in that next zone. Disguise get eliminated. Fnatic now looking for an opportunity to help cover Meltstera.
Yeah, they're trying to hold out. I think that's LG trying to push up the stairwell towards them. They will have to at some point. I don't think the position they're currently playing is not in behind that pillar. See, they've barely got anything. It's a desperate catwall. It cuts off such a small pocket that I don't think this is actually going to help them. Sure, they're in the zone right now, but for how long, Vicky?
And this allows them to find an opportunity to find a flanking angle instead, but Fnatic, so incredibly low. Alaika tries to get right behind them. Too much time has been wasted. It actually ends up working out in favor for LG.
Why are you pushing that? I mean, LG had such a small amount of space to themselves. Fnatic just could have pulled back, waited out the catwall, and easily had the better position. I really think that was a premature push there from Fnatic, or at least the 1 or 2 members who were on the wrong side of the catwall.
Even forcing the pathing right with the thermite that they threw right in front of the catwall. Yeah. Maybe waiting to see if they could cut them off. Not working out for Fnatic here too. Meteor now instead get beamed with the Sheila. Over to their left, that is Bambino. Little Ace is gonna meet him back on the floor. Trying to dance around the edge of the bubble. Has to reload the PK. Playing for his life from underneath the knockdown. No body block. Instead, he gets scooped up from right behind them as he tries to hang out on the edge of this building.
Well, that's a big dub from Zero Tenacity, who finally picked up the pace here a little bit. Grabbed a couple of placement points earlier on. And this has given them an okay position. Now they've got a chance to actually challenge into the zone by taking on Aurora.
Oh, and Guild and Dragons had completely exited out of the house earlier. You see Guild now playing up this low ground here, right underneath LG, who are looking at Dragons, still playing King of the Hill.
Yeah, something else interesting to note is we were talking about how much damage Legacy had before, right? You look at some of the other teams. The players who are leading are the Sheila players, the Rampart players, right? Legacy don't need no minigun. That guy is just beaming people with whatever turns up in his hands.
Gotta make do with what you got now as Guild forced to split up, forced to find a corner. And it was LG that had that high ground too. That's why Guild originally didn't want to approach from that low ground too. And then as Dragons had met their demise, similarly now LG move up into that next zone. Complexity right behind them. Noctem popping off. We saw them get that mythic bin. We saw them when they got those full red evos.
Yeah, actually late. Luminosity Gaming getting the better of Guild now, so only the solo. But wow, this pocket on this side of the river is carnage. We're seeing X and Y, Zappa there, Noctem, 3rd place. The team nobody was really expecting to come out this hard, this fast, are doing so well.
Aurora's also trying to wrap around them while Source X and Y are still continuously trying to put some angles into peppering them. 8 squads left. The calm before the storm, dome for dome. You hear the Sheila playing right behind the other side of the Newcastle, but there's other spots looking at them. BK Gaming and Green STERGO before they try to engage here, knock them, get more KP. The last bit of what was Aurora as Source X and Y are still trying to find an angle.
Yeah, Aurora getting wiped out there. It's tough. They could have just kept trying to defend against all the teams who were rotating in from the east, but I think it would have been an endless horde, honestly. Maybe earlier on they needed to take out Green STERGO and fight for that god spot.
LG dropped down, find the opportunity right in front of them. Newcastle Water just completely boofed them out. I love the communication there to funnel in here. Complexity was able to get that first knock onto Sweet, though they trade that off for Kimchi going down. Monsoon following up next, all up to side to dancing around a knockdown. He gets one. Can he get the other? The third party's inevitable.
And the fourth party, BKG come in to clean it up, but X and Y are right on their backside. Who's going to win out here? The two Apex South teams will go for it. Source look like they've got plenty of ultimates left in the bank here. Will they get focused on by teams behind them? Green STERGO, they've stayed out of this. They're doing a very good job of maintaining their position behind cover. Noctem similarly waiting for the time to pounce.
Losing out on KP though, the third party, the fourth party coming in, working out for Source X and Y. BK Gaming stuck as only a solo. Same thing could be said for Guild as Green STERGO are looking down at Noctem.
The rat play working very well for Guild right now. They're going to have to start creeping in along that line. Actually, I think you might have just seen the other rat from BKG. Meanwhile, you can see Noctem trying to hide behind this box. How much util do they have left? The bubble has to be used.
Oh, but that was such good timing. They actually isolated Ziki with that wall, with the timing on that dome, allowing Noctem to now have the advantage and the slight high ground, looking at Green STERGO that have just been demolished here.
Jesco gets a knock as a solo, as well as maintaining fourth place for Guild. This means Noctem pick up the #1 spot in the lobby right now as they look to take out Source. Noctem, where did they come from?
Remember what we said, pay attention to Noctem, the back-to-back. It wasn't just a miracle start here for day 2 for Noctem. The third dub that they've been able to obtain in total throughout the day. Beautiful showcase, back-to-back on E-District nonetheless.
This is Noctem's second round pick. 31st in the draft. That's out of 60 picks, obviously. They go for draft point. So you said 2 in a row. So they won both these E-District.
Yeah! They won that last one.
Oh,
KP.
my lordy. That's an insane performance on the new map. One of my questions coming into this LAN, Vicky, was so many teams, especially the more experienced ones, right, have so much experience on World's Edge and on Stormpoint. They've been playing it at the highest level for the longest time now. E-District, does that give some of the newer teams, some of the teams that haven't been able to play out every single scenario through online, through splits, and through LAN, a better chance to theory craft, to find a new angle to play the new map from? And maybe this is a hint of that here from Noctem.
It's something refreshing. It's something new for Noctem to also lean on when it comes to the strategy that some of these teams have opted to go for when it comes to transitioning and adapting around E-District. You can expect a lot more teams in these final zones. Although in a final zone like that, it brought everybody out into the open, but they still were able to patiently play. And in that 3v3 fight versus Green STERGO, it had to do with isolating that one player that tried to push. It just took enough timing to put down the dome. Now he's separated. Now his team cannot give suppress fire to help him out. And then the Newcastle wall. That was beautiful from our squad here as we get to look at the heavy hitters. Johnny with the 5 KP. Guardian Angels, we got the 4 revives. Sykes with 7 assists. That's another team. LG, maybe waking up a little too late, but better late than never, as I always say, especially after that 4th game.
Yeah, I mean, LG, they're currently in 30th spot with 60 points. That's quite some way away. We're having a look at the series results right now. You can see with that dub, Noctem does get clear of the pack on 47 points. Guild with the good ratting play almost makes it into second with 35, and Complexity solid just a point above them.
Crazy to see from Noctem all the way down, right? How close it is within second place, even going all the way down to Team Falcons there. And the overall scoreboard has allowed Noctem. I said earlier that they elevated themselves after winning Game 3 to 6 points in the overall standings. Now they find themselves in second place right behind Fnatic with 132 points.
Yeah, so you can see some of these teams currently playing in their 3rd series, like Fnatic, like Noctem. That's why they're pushing up the top of the scoreboard. The fact that Alliance is there in 4th with 120 points and they've got a whole series yet to play is bonkers. But as we were talking about, anyone who's got a 3 next to them, they're currently playing their last series, right? So LG are currently sitting at 60 points. They probably need at least 25 to 30 points more just to be in contention here for winners bracket. They've got 2 games
one map left to do it.
You know, it makes me also wonder, with Noctem that had played in the earlier series, earlier in the day, into then playing in this series, building up that momentum and carrying from one series to the next, not really having any cool time for them to really have to kind of warm up again. They really just started up just as quickly after that 4th game, 2 games back-to-back, Genome. And we are going to make that transition, though, out of E-District. We are moving on to Storm Point. And you never really know what to happen here because Noctem, we already seen that they've been able to really do it. Can they keep it going as we move on to Storm Point? Don't go anywhere, guys. We got some more Apex Legends action coming to you right after this break.
The trick shot! The trick shot! Oh my god, I'm clipping that!
Everywhere that you go, I be on your heels, I want out of smoke. A manifest this to reality, this not a fantasy, so that you know. A beast to a beast, we are family, and on the real, this is not a hoax. You never approach, I went on the post with my killers and foes. Burning the flames, burning the flames. They call me insane. Say it in vain, you know the name. Ready for war, attacking my option, they can't say no more. It is your choice, what you waiting for? Let them all burn till they all hit the floor.
The Apex Legends Global Series is a proud partner of the city of Sapporo, the capital of the North. Herman Miller Gaming is a proud partner of the ALGS. Today's players are competing in the Embodied Gaming Chair. Find out which chair is best for you guys at hermanmiller.com/gaming. And our coaches are sitting in a Phantom gaming chair with 7 unique colorways, and you guys could try one out at the free-to-play area located here in the concourse. If you guys are here visiting Sapporo, it's been a fantastic time. Look how beautiful these chairs are. I mean, the cherry blossom theme, it makes me really just want to see how comfortable it is because you can never go wrong with a great chair.
It makes me want to stick around until cherry blossom season in Japan, frankly. I think it's still at least a couple of months until that, but I hear it's quite beautiful, so who knows, maybe I'll be back.
I'd be down to join you, honestly, when it comes to seeing the beautiful things that Japan has to offer here. But you know what else I like to see? The beautiful things that our group is going to have to offer on Storm Point for Groups B versus C. The last time these groups will be able to perform before they wait their fate, after they get to sit down and watch how Groups A versus D play out to see whether they're going to be in the winner's side of the bracket or the loser's side. And at the moment, Noctem has definitely made a statement today alone. Don't believe we saw them take a dub just yet on Storm Point. Earlier today, we saw the dub on World's Edge. Now we saw the back-to-back on E-District. We kind of have to hold our breath to see how they're going to be able to transition onto Storm Point, or are one of these squads that are now starting to wake up going to start ramping up. LG doing fantastic in that last game.
All right, let's have a look at the POI draft for Storm Point. Who's prioritizing? GG going for Mill. Fast rotation, Trident, plenty of love for that POI. Falcons, who used to pick that, but unfortunately didn't perform well enough to have priority, have gone for Lightning Rod. But you know, has similar rotational advantages from up the hill there. Disguised, they've gone for Ceto Station. This was a powerhouse for them when they played during the split in APAC South. Had some of the most nut stats. I think they had like a, was it like a 40% map win rate at one point from Ceto Station? It was something nuts, like 10 plus, 12 plus points a game. Yeah, look, that said, are they the same team now? Well, physically, no, there's a different person in one of the chairs. Unfortunately, Easy Flash no longer with the team, have swapped them out for Arctic. And yeah, look, if anyone's wondering, like, no, they, you know, this isn't the Timmy team anymore. Obviously, they went over to 100 Thieves, and Disguise picked up the old Legends Gaming roster. You know, a lot of switches have been happening. Wouldn't blame you if you're getting some of the teams mixed up, but this is, of course, Player K, Strafing Flame, and Arctic now.
Yeah, honestly, that offseason roster mania for real out here. While we get to take a look at our first game on Storm Point. Last 2 games left to go, guys. And already the action has started. The drive-by, though, is able to steal that Trident and get away from Fnatic.
Oh my, so they've all gone through, you know, the gravity cannon section of the wall and rushed straight at Zero Tenacity. And honestly, if I was Fnatic, why not, man? I mean, this is a team that they shouldn't be respecting, frankly. If I was in their position, why not try and get that if you do, you know, get some half-decent guns? I mean, if you're all walking out of there with a Mozam and a Dream, you know, the long sightlines of this POI may not exactly suit you, but yeah, sure, if you've got a Devo off the rip, give it a shot. Especially
when you know that the main objective there for Zero Tenacity is to try to get that Trident. They know that there's going to be an isolated player there. Currently, Zero Tenacity are sitting in 12th overall, but Fnatic could not pick up that KP, only doing a bit of damage before navigating back to the wall where there is a ring console too.
I mean, it's also kind of interesting, right? I mean, Meteor went for Northpad in 60th pick, the very last pick of the POI draft, and it's kind of fascinating that an actual POI is being picked well after the no-name area, and that's essentially just because Tridents are so strong in this meta.
It's huge. We've been seeing it as some makeshift cover, but also being able to go for those quick rotates and substitute for the Catalyst, like we were talking about earlier, Genome. Some of the squads that are forced to run Catalyst are the teams that may not have access to a Trident themselves. So seeing how they're going to be able to work around the edge of the zone. We know where the zone is going to be pulling now over by Stormcatcher. See Complexity, I called the evac tower earlier on too, so that way they could get into a position very early over by the hillside.
GHS Professional currently in 19th in this lobby. Actually looking to pick up some more points here with a zone right in their lap. Never ends on Stormcatcher, but you can sit up there and use that as a solid base to go anywhere around it to pick up some KP as well.
I always prefer to be on that east side of Stormcatcher too, just in case that circle does end up pulling over to that side while Noctem. See that they were getting pinged by a team in the distance. It was Disguise that had actually ended up rotating away from them. Green STERGO right there on their 6. There was an Evil Harvester there too, so some of these teams trying to take advantage of the Evil Harvester on their pathing. GG right next to them too as well. Going to be able to drive by with the Trident. How many squads though? How many squads here? Oh, but Gil getting off though. This is crucial. They're literally dropping like flies. They didn't have it. Oh no. Holding my breath literally here. He was forced to use a Newcastle. Gibby gets re-knocked. They dirty him. Everybody with a G7 singing as Falcons pick that easy KP up from Guild. I was going to say, everybody just driving by with the Trident. They were getting off. I don't know if there's some sort of miscommunication right there, but they got up early, and that was just easy for Falcons to clean up.
Yeah, as we've mentioned before, as someone's getting shielded to death there. Looks like it's Gaimin Gladiators. The other two got out. That's fine. If you don't have the bubble, you can't really be riding around in the Trident.
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, we didn't see the full picture. Was it either they were like, oh, we can make it the last couple of seconds, and then they just get picked up by a couple of teams at once? Were they being greedy with the bubble? It's hard to say, but essentially, once the bubble's going to run out, you need to park the Trident, get out of it, wait another 12 seconds, and then get back into it again. You really just can't risk driving it around without the bubble on it. You are just in far too vulnerable a position.
Especially when you're moving in an area where there's like 5 other teams looking at you, right? Because that's going to be extra damage here. You see Green STERGO, they're pinging around them to try to plan out their pathing, see what position they want to be in, because there's already so many squads within the area. We know that in a circle like this, it could easily shift over to the right side. That's what I'm expecting usually by that hillside, which is why we saw Complexity quickly rotate there off of the evac tower, almost meeting up with Falcons. And Fnatic waiting in the distance as the Trident moves up. Oh, he gets off.
Stick.
Just Stick. Shax doesn't know. Gaimin Gladiators get the respawn, but
they go for it.
They try to do it with the arc star. They miss out on the stick, and as you said, Gino, you have to have that bubble ready.
I mean, it actually looked like there was an arc star on the car, but maybe they got the bubble up after it got stuck and therefore was still safe.
Zach putting up that Newcastle wall right underneath the bunker door, though, calling in the Gimme Ult 2. Trying to engage on this fight, trying to create this space. Zach lets it flow here with the Mozambique, gets it first initial knock onto Metafe. Sliding out, though, I like the way that they're playing around this natural cover, too, but they cannot let the reset happen here.
Door closes, removes the Newcastle wall. As a result, we're getting flashbacks to Mannheim here with the Akimbo Mozans.
Do get that knock, but they're going to be able to easily get the res right afterwards because we saw them just drive away off that Trident. VP get to count their blessings here, getting some of that KP. And the fighting has not stopped this time around by the wall between Meteor and Zero Tenacity.
They didn't push their luck any further. Looks like they eventually went back into the wall and continued their looting. Meanwhile, Meteor moving up from North Pad into Zero Tenacity, the two landing next to each other. North Pad and Trident.
Not forget about Fnatic's positioning too, right out of that cave, right? Because now they can easily third-party this as they come forward, though. Hearing all the action happening over by wall, trying to see if they have the opportunity, and they're not the only ones, right? Noctem are right behind them, coming from wall.
Okay, crouch walk from Fnatic. Pings go out. They know where some of the enemies are. Do they know where all of them are? They're probably not expecting Noctem on the other side. You're at an advantage, I'd say, here if the other team is firing first, because then you can make the decision about whether to back off, to wait a little bit longer to third or fourth party. But it looks like Fnatic might have been the ones to give away their positions in the first instance.
Meanwhile, the Rat of Meteor is just looking at all this action happening in front of them while they're forced to still play inside the zone. Fnatic pinging, they hear them right on the other side of the knockdown shield. He gets another knock. Leica getting some more KP while now Noctem finally making an appearance. Huge nade coming in to be able to knock Bambino. Remix gets the knock. Another one around the dance of the mobile shield. Nice patient play. He needs some backup from the rest of his squad. Here comes a Newcastle utilizing a lot of this utility. The single from Meteor, though, now also coming in.
Zero Tenacity down. Noctem against Fnatic. Their point total says they can play with the big boys. Their 3v3 says they can as well.
The Meteor solo was also able to steal a kill. He is still alive, by the way. Look at him in the distance from the north side by the bunker. And Noctem don't even know.
This has been such an impressive series, really just announcing their presence to the world. Incredible.
Got to keep it rolling here. Noctem. Also going to be able to all that loot. They're going to have that ring console too if they don't have that information already, but it's going to be difficult because you see where the circle's pulling. And I was saying maybe shifting over to the east side. Look at this zone. It is going to be pulling to the south side here. And LG are in a great 50-50 rotate opportunity position where they could either have rotated north in case it moves over to the right, or in this case now since it's moving to the south side, they could go uncontested on their rotate through this choke to the south.
Yeah, hold on. The way this zone is pulling, I mean, as you said, it won't finish on Stormcatcher. Does that mean we get it on the hill below where currently there are no teams? People, I think, are maybe thinking about it now. We're seeing a few push out towards that gravity cannon. Source is in the spider choke next to them. Then you got VP and GG on either side.
You know what actually ended up working in favor for GG? They had gotten their res over by Launchpad. They took their time to reset. They got the ring console there. And since nobody was around them when they got that respawn, they were able to walk from that south side for free because, like you said, there was no one there originally.
That's right. They were zooming out. Let's pick their third up. REIGNITE playing the position. Oh, actually, were they Dark Zero by then, or were they REIGNITE when they won from this position? Yeah, no, I think they were DZ by that point. That's how I always think about the position east of Stormcatcher, you know.
So many changes. Aurora now facing off against Orgless and Hungry, while Noctem make an appearance from the Trident, trying to get down to see if they can get some more KP. Again, the timing of these third parties, that is the goal that Noctem has opted to go for with the way that they've been dominating in the last 2 games alone on E-District.
I'm a little bit surprised with the Orgless and Hungry performance so far. You know, there were so many lands in a row where Metaphase was struggling, and then all of a sudden at Mannheim we saw flashes of the team that showed themselves when we play online, when we are during the EMEA splits. And I was kind of, you know, most teams, once they've sort of got that monkey off their back, tend to really start showing up, but it's not been the case so far here in Sapporo.
Either way that this meta has treated them too, right? Just trying to figure out whether you want to play for that final circle positioning, since they are one of the teams running that catalyst. It's difficult as Orgless and Hungry now move up right in front of, I believe it's still going to be Noctem on the other side, and Aurora looking to see if they can try to third party this in the distance.
Well, if there's one team you don't want to go up against right now, it's definitely Noctem, and that's who OAH find themselves looking across the ditch at. They've got no fear. I mean, they just took out Fnatic. They can take on anyone in this damn lobby, and it looks like they're going to. If they get a crack off this Skynade, you can believe they are going to full send this. 85! That's pretty good! Let's go, Remix! Get in there!
You know that's the best feeling too, when you eat the nade, you know the positioning, he gets the blast off the Mastiff! Oh, but the trade up, and is it worth it with 4 teams within the vicinity? He can't get it from the back. That's what I was wondering, the G7 shots hitting from the back and knocked him, get eliminated.
It was GG though! That was from way up the hill!
Grieving.
Like, they're behind like 2 other teams up the hill, so I don't know whether to give credit to OAH there or if that was a little bit unlucky from Noctem just taking too much damage from the back. That said,
that was just them counting their blessings. You know what? Like them being able to see, okay, we have time to reset. Thanks, GG. But Falcons were also engaging in a fight here.
Falcons, 3-way here. LG and REIGNITE below them. They're on the better side of this, but they don't have Zero. Right, just recently taken down. Finished off there.
Good work out here with LG having REIGNITE right to their right.
Oh, I think they're rezzing him right up the hill, actually. I think they got the banner. Yep, there we go. Zero. We just saw a flash of the green transponder coming in off the respawn beacon up the hill.
Although with Ring 3 now closing in, you have to commit to the direction of where you want to go into that next zone.
There's not a lot of time for that, right? GHS Professional will have seen that respawn. Dragons also, 2 teams staring at them on the way in. Typically, as they made these approaches, especially in the first series they played yesterday, they didn't work out. Teams, yeah, they're really hitting these shots when it comes to these rotations so far.
But they did have a Trident around them, so they were able to zoom beyond Dragons, beyond GHS, and everyone's looking at them, but they're managing to get away 4 now. It's still going to be very difficult to find a spot with the amount of teams that were over there by Stormcatcher, but now with the zone closing in, a lot of more of these squads are going to know where that zone's going to be pushing.
Incredible, and that was a good shot of the hill there, and now we're getting the overview to give you all of that, that vision and a preview of where that next circle is going. That was important because it shows you the terrain of this hill. And it's tough, right? Because you want to play down the bottom because then you've got your backs to your zone, but then you've got people so far above you, and elevation matters. High ground matters in Apex, and it's going to be tough to stop those people getting angles and shots on you from the top of the hill.
And in Apex, I mean overall with the high ground advantages out here too, the Horizon, yes, from Meteor. So earlier on when they were trying to get the reset, we saw the res earlier on too from them. Can the clutch happen? But here comes the slide from the third party. Meteor get eliminated. And so many other teams taking advantage as Falcons just slide in for free to take out Disguised.
Okay, the march forward continues. Second place still, not a bad series so far for the Falcons. I mean, a lot of people said when they were struggling that Hal should get back. on the horizon, but we haven't seen that yet. Sticking to their guns, and it seems to be working out for them on day 2 of the group stage.
Sorry, not in this meta. Bombardment of nades now coming in as VHS get pushed on. Aurora gets taken out first. Dragons on the other side. Brutus with a patient play. He's recovered, but the hip fire shots on the 30-30 from the crouch is going to be just enough. Literally one shot, by the way.
This is a much better series from Dragons. They try to reset X and Y. Have got a very small amount of cover to play here, but at least 2 sides are blocked off by the solid cover. Virtus.pro just waiting in the wings here for them to peek over. But Slayer's patience will not be rewarded this time.
Falcons are still zooming, by the way, on the Trident. That's what you hear in the distance. They're trying to find some space in this zone after utilizing that dome.
That's actually a sick spot by X and Y. You see that the boxes on one side, the walls on the other, plus their walls, they're actually...
The double dome on each side of the gravity cannon here. Team Burger get to take out Orgless and Hungry.
So as we said, there's arguments for and against whether you want to be on the bottom or the top of this hill, but Team Burger are going to take away one of those positions as like 3 different teams say, we don't care if you got a cat wall, we are going to try and hit one of those traces on you, and then all of a sudden you get the armor tick and you can actually spray from there. Oh no, they finish off way as well.
Yeah, 9 Impulse to be able to get that here too. Dragons, where can they go? The Newcastle wall right next to them, falling short with Complexity playing by the lip of the fence. GG holding the fence over to their left. We saw what they were doing with the Sheila earlier on, and VK Gaming now move up.
Jump shot goes shy, and he gets stunned by the bombardment as well. Finding scraps of armor in the death boxes.
It's getting screen STERGO here too, and Falcons are also looking at this fight. STERGO still alive though as a solo, while VK Gaming playing on one end of this final zone. The majority of these squads will be moving up from the north side, while Aurora have been holding that left hook for so long, uncontested, looking at everything else happening in front of them.
Remaining 2 members of Burger have been removed. Falcons slide down the hill, but they are very well aware that there's 4 or 5 teams above them that are going to come sliding down on their heads in just a second.
We saw that Hal was able to get that knock onto Monsoon, but there was nothing that he could do as Dragons get the respawn to Brutus.
Okay. I mean, VP, Source, GG, and Complexity are all looking at you as you do this. Can't imagine they're going to last very long as round 5 does start closing in just a few seconds.
Right now, with the way that Falcons is playing, they were able to get that reset that we saw earlier. They're currently sitting in 2nd place overall in this lobby behind Noctem, who are not anymore present. With 41 total points, GG zip away on the Trident, right behind that dome, but they're being looked at by everyone.
Considering how scant the cover is on this hill though, Vicky, having the Trident is actually huge. That gives you a huge amount of impregnable cover to sit behind and try and save some of your cooldowns, your Gibby bubbles.
In that positioning though, now you have Complexity collapsing on Falcons. Dragons, who had just fully came up to a full 3, are also trying to take the same fight. This is forcing Falcons to now move forward to look at Gaimin Gladiators. Which team do they look at first? Bow check in hand from Zero. They still can't ignore Gaimin Gladiators, but with the dome right behind them, they use it as their advantage to move forward, to take out VK Gaming as they're eliminated. 6 squads left, and Falcons have gone everywhere in this final zone.
6 seconds on the bubble. He can't save Hal. They have to try and play their life here. Hal's been finished off completely, so they're down to a duo, and Aurora, who bided their time at the south side of the zone, now pop across to see if they can perhaps finish off the other 2. Source go down up the top, and now it's a Dragons v GG 3v3 on the north side.
But it's GG that have that high ground advantage. You were talking about the slope, and with the dome and the positioning of the dome too, you could poke out your body even further here. They try to approach here. Gaimin Gladiators now looking at this fight, trying to contest them on the other side of that Newcastle wall, but it's a trade-off. Dragons get eliminated, and no one's there to 3P this super vet GG from resetting, because Aurora are focused on Falcons.
Falcons are trying to run away right now. They do not want to take a fight. They're hoping somehow the other 2 teams will get into each other, but it is a hope that is going to go unrequited, unheard here. Aurora will take them out. GG comes sliding down.
And with the advantage too, they were able to fully reset, leaving just Aurora waiting out the Sheila, and it is a final shot of the Massive to be the nail in the coffin to allow GG to move up in 3rd place and to take game number 5. 2 dubs, by the way, in this entire series. Remember, we saw them win game number 1 on World's Edge, now winning the first game on Stormpoint for game number 5.
Yeah, and that's a top 5 position currently for GG. Something they're well accustomed to at LAN over the last 6 months. Team Falcons, however, have moved into first place, overtaking Fnatic with that performance. So 1 map left. I'm trying to think of both of them. Yeah, both of them have played 3 series, so this will be their final tally for the group stage. Falcons have an advantage of 7 points, and they can see if they will hold on to that in game 6 here and potentially take first place, though I would dare say Aurora have the easiest path to that, considering they've already got 120 under their belt.
Huge, but it just allows teams now to see where they are before going into that last game. Overall, Gaimin Gladiators with that dub with what, I was gonna say 7 KP here for them to hold that lead. Beautiful performance from Gaimin Gladiators, where they also had recognized when they were kind of playing right next to Complexity on the very top by that gravity cannon, they also knew that they had to move forward. They utilized the Trident, they had the bubble, but I like the macro decision that we're seeing from a lot of these teams. Do we take this fight with the bubble still behind us? We've already expended having that cover. Now we have to time these fights and getting knocked. Gaimin Gladiators, they had lost 1 in that engagement with Dragons, but there was nobody around them to stop them from getting that res.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. It's like the teams, they use the other team's Gibby bubbles as a resource, right? As soon as they see that coming out, they are jumping into those just because they know there is some amount of safety, even if there's another team in there. Having a look at our top 3 for the 5th game, you can see Waltzy leading from the front there. 7 kills for the big man as Aurora played their spot smartly from the bottom of the hill, pick up 5 kills and a second. Gaimin Gladiators, they had a tough run of it, but once they cleared out the north side, it was kind of all of theirs from that point onwards. And look, it is our powerhouses, Falcons, Gaimin Gladiators, Aurora, but there's someone else on top of them, Vicky.
Yes, there is. It is Noctem tied with 51 points with Team Falcons. That is after they were able to win 2 games back-to-back on E-District, but still, that game alone, you saw that even though they did go out a little early, they were still able to get a lot of pressure, still kind of riding that momentum on trying to get KP that they need to build up that gap, because even though there was like a 15 or so point difference between that last game into this one, they still were able to keep themselves up there.
Yeah, well, when you think about the fact that they eliminated Fnatic, the current 2nd leaderboard team, you know, that could have been the difference between Fnatic getting on top of Falcons or staying on top of them in the overall standings here or not. So, yeah, and look at that, they're catching up to them overall as well. They're only 4 points behind them here. This is nuts. I mean, it is not, you know, out of the realms of possibility that Noctem leapfrog both of those teams and actually finish on top of the overall standings here at the end of this group. Again, Alliance probably is going to overtake both of them.
Yeah, especially with the way that they were playing yesterday or earlier on today too, but seeing how they're going to be able to push that into that next group, it really does rely on this final game as we take a look at the second page on the teams that weren't able to perform but still have perhaps another chance here for looking at some of these squads.
I wonder if any of the talent picked Noctem in their
I don't
predictions,
think so.
because if they deserve a pat on the back. That would be like a giga brain play.
They had a rough start, I believe, ramping up into day number 1. But day number 2, they absolutely did wake up with Gaimin Gladiators, though, taking that last game up on that hilltop where a lot of these spots were not expecting the circle to push down on top of that gravity cannon, especially up that hill.
Yeah, exactly, right? We had Stormcatcher, there were teams to the left, teams to the right. That's usually how they split it up. And then all of a sudden, you're all having to funnel through those 2 like narrow stairwells as you come down south. And it was really the teams who were a little bit lucky that, you know, like X and Y that were playing in the spider choke that just got to sit there for a little bit longer. So, yeah, another interesting pull that created some interesting results in Game 5.
Very similarly to the way that Aurora was trying to hold their positioning too. It's been great all around to see our first game here on Stormpoint, but we have some more Stormpoint action going into our final game of this series. Don't go anywhere. We got some more action on the other side of this break.
Sony in Zone, the official monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Don't bring him holding down. Down, gun. I need to loot. I need to loot. They're on a jumper. I'm ready. I have ult. Focus top team. Give me a top team. I can grab them. No, they're waiting. I'm going in. I'm going in. I'm ulting on your blast. There's dogs. 100. 1. Dead. Nice, boys. Nice.
The passion from the cons from Gaimin Gladiators, winning moment for game number 5 has now put them within that top 3. We see Gaimin Gladiators right behind Falcons and Noctem, who are currently tied for first place. It's been incredibly tight for our top 3 teams.
Yeah, I mean, it was easy peasy, honestly, for GG there at the end. The other 2 teams were in a pretty bloody struggle there at the bottom, and just sliding down, you know, with the shotguns in hand. Feels pretty good. Honestly, you probably picked up some like gold weapons by then. The gold shotgun bolt's like reloading itself as you're just sliding into a victory. And GG walk away with it. And yeah, as we said, move up into that top 5 position. They're not probably going to finish above the other teams in this lobby, such as you know, Aurora, Noctem, Fnatic, and Falcons. But they've certainly put themselves in the conversation. And there were so many doubters. Vicky. Like, you know, they were not a scrim team, but obviously after their domineering performance of Mannheim, you had to wonder whether that was just an online thing and they were trying stuff out, you know, limit testing. That's what teams always say when things go wrong in scrims, right? But now we're on day 2. We can kind of forget about all that and say, this is real. This is what gets recorded in the history books, and GG are doing it like they did last LAN.
Interesting. Maybe this is why I don't get to see their POVs or something. They got something cooking up secretly in the lab here or something. But, you know, I honestly, when I take a look at the POIs that were prioritized on Stormpoint, GG, they land in mill, right? A great POI also when it comes to rotating around with the Trident too. If you were able to move up to where you need to go to play objective and to get into that next zone, and they were able to make it work. A Trident that actually put them in a position to hold the top of the hill there when the fighting commenced on the southern side of that zone. Yeah, there's a few advantages of it, right? It's quite a quick looting path. The way you can get through there, you have to get a crafter. The Trident, as well as some quite good loot from it as well. So yeah, no wonder it's going in second pick. And we'll see if it supports their charge to the top of this series once again. Vicky's Zone doesn't look like it's going to be that close to them this time. We'll have to see where it does end up pulling, though. Certainly not going to be on top of them. You also get a little bit of PvE. Depends on how much you want to do. You will generally go for the flyers in mill if you see 1 or 2 of them around. The Prowler Den, not so much. Of course, you got the Trident. You're fast rotating. You don't want to stick around for Prowlers, which can take quite a while. They're more of an edge team sort of option, right? So you kind of only do them if there's maybe an Evo Harvester that's not close enough and you need to get up to blues. And at the moment, you can actually see on the map, it's actually a very weird Evo Harvester from them. It's way out in the sea, which means you kind of have to go there with the Trident to grab it. It slows down your looting a bit, a little bit of an annoying one for GG. But at this point, okay, maybe they do take it because as you can see, Zone very far away from them. They've got Ring Console. They had that information, so they're like, well, we may as well just stick around and take that option because we're not going to get a priority spot in the zone anyway. Which was fine for them in that last game too, right? We're still shifting all the way over to the east side, but slightly more north than what we saw in that last zone. So, and I also agree, by the way, I've always thought that that Evo Harvester positioning in the water has always been so awkward.
I swear they fixed it at some point, because at some point there were even more spawning out in the sea, and it was in the patch notes. They said there was less Evo Harvesters spawning in the sea, but apparently not all of them.
Some pirate treasure over there, but they were able to get the Evo Harvester, at least for now, for planning out where they're going to be moving to. But seeing where that zone is pulling to as well, REIGNITE have that ring console over by Command Center. They know where it's going to be moving. Team Falcons too, holding that north side, which could benefit them here looking at what they have.
Yeah, look, so last time we had the Stormcatcher Stone and we said GHS Professional, 19th spot, maybe this is a chance for them. They've actually slipped down to 20th, so all right, they've got a second chance at it. Let's see if they can pick up some points here in their last tilt at things.
VKG on the low ground, while VP move up from Coastal. Trying to get some cracks here, trying to farm some damage. Triple take in the hands of Queso here. But while they are going to be able to try to put in some pressure, also going to prevent them from maybe finding a comfortable rotate into that zone from the south side here. As long as they keep that up, Guild has already rotated out of Devastated Coast, so no team that could potentially come in from right behind VP.
VK Gaming are in 16th spot overall. That is definitely at a risk of being overtaken by teams in Group A or Group D, who of course will be playing their final match after this one. A few points could go a long way here.
Look how quickly REIGNITE was able to get on top of the building south of Lightning Rod here. And Dragons and Fnatic are meeting up with them as Team Falcons now rotate on the edge of zone, saying that they want to be able to get even more utility. Playing objective, there's a ring console over by Zoo Station, some extra loot. Replicator on top of that too.
Yeah, so REIGNITE landing Command Center, that means, of course, yeah, not that far of a rotation, so they do get that good spot up on top of the building. But I will say, with the meta the way it is, the weapon meta, I feel like, does dictate a little bit how these Thunderwatch-ish zones play out.
He gets
we'll get back to that.
Yeah, he gets to stick with the Arc Star instead. Oh no, forces them off the Trident, forces them off the high ground, and it is LG out for blood. They lose out on Sweet. No way, no way. The PK shot knocks down Sykes. They don't want to overextend, but the bombardment gets the re-knock. Funk fighting for his life with the Newcastle knockdown. He has to move the mobile shield, and now while Sweet is up, he will be able to help them out.
Seriously getting that many reses off? I mean, Funk was just reset after reset, but Phony holds down left click. He does go down though. Jesco, it's up to the controller player here for Guild to try and clutch this one out, dancing around the Evo Harvester. He does get it.
What a fight when they had gotten stuck off the Trident. Are you kidding me? The immediate turnaround here. Wow.
Awesome. Good turnaround from Guild, and they need that to push up further than the 6th place they currently have.
That is with LG being eliminated first in this final game, in this lobby, at 13th with 22 points.
LG are definitely going
to the losers
elimination bracket, Vicky. Yeah, they're in 30th place right now. They cannot make it. This has been a horror start to the tournament for them. We know Sweet's got it in him, but we haven't seen that level of play he's capable of in these first 2 days. All right, so going back to my diatribe there about the gun meta. So on top of Thunderwatch, right, sometimes if you've got ARs, you won't necessarily take as much damage because people, don't want to waste that much ammo poking up the top of you. But as we know, everyone's got a scout in this meta. They can do a lot of damage per bullet, and there's lots of places where teams will be able to find angles on you on top of Thunderwatch. So balanced out a little bit by the fact that you can hide behind the Newcastle walls and whatnot. Meds are a little less valuable in this current meta, so you can afford to use the 1 cell per 2 shield points. It'll be interesting to see how that affects how the top of Thunderwatch plays out if it does continue to pull up that hill, because teams can also just run up there. A Newcastle could slam straight on top of you, or perhaps even just an evac on your head with a Gibby bubble.
And with the amount of teams already around that building with Falcons playing on the outskirts instead, not really wanting to get into the chaos of what's happening. I mean, even if they wanted to, it was already taken up because they didn't really have that ring console there over by Lightning Rod. That's why they were forced to go to Zoo Station originally, to be able to get that scan to make sure where that zone was pooling. So now they're playing on the edge of that next zone, as you can see here, and with so many of these other squads still on that southern side, still banking on Stormcatcher.
Moment of truth. It goes down. It goes down onto Stormcatcher.
This helps out Falcons too, though, because even if they rotate from the edge of the zone, whereas you still have Team Burger there, they're actually shooting at Guild, who are slowly approaching Falcons. They're going to be in their line of sight in just a second, but it's less contested compared to having to come from the high to low ground, where you could see Complexity, Gaimin, Gladiators, Fnatic, and so many other teams waiting for them.
Teams didn't predict it last game. They went to Stormcatcher, it went south. This time they predict north, and it's gone down towards it again. Again, it's probably not going to end on Stormcatcher, so that means that the positions available are near the gravity cannon, below Stormcatcher, just above where it finished last game, or potentially even a little bit further to the right where those buildings are. We've seen quite a few teams zones end there. And currently, it looks like Team Burger are in the secret facility. It's incredibly strong in this meta. You sit up there, you've got a sharp high ground, you set up all the rampart walls, and you just lay waste to the lobby from that position. Team Falcons were playing it a lot in these scrims, but that was when they were reading the zone correctly. It looks like this time they haven't predicted it will be here, and as a result, they don't take up that position.
And Burger are there, and they're also playing to carry a lot of space there too, because there's an Evil Harvester to their south side. One member of Team Burger's inside the building. But looking at a lot of the action happening here in Stormcatcher, we see Disguise, knowing that there was that team right on top of them. They were trying to get some poke pressure going. Knocked him on the other side, too, of this building. BK Gaming coming in from the south. Green STERGO is going to slowly start approaching here as well. But most of this congestion point, again, is from that Lightning Rod area. GHS holding onto the roof, and I do agree, Genome. I feel like we've seen the zone mostly pull over to that east side by that fence line, closer to those buildings, but we're going to have to see while VKG come into the zone with full reds.
Yep. The winning championship spot from Duck Zero that we were talking about before, just about 2 years ago. GHS Professional stayed within Stormcatcher, retreating behind the bubble, behind the rampart wall. They try and dodge around. Are they going? No, just holding the Arcstar in case the team wants to re-engage. Now they'll look at taking the roof, where it looks like they've got a couple of their own walls set up.
I have to say, because we haven't mentioned it yet, Genome, Disguised with the Seer, I was just reminded, it was almost like, all right, just to let you know, the Seer being able to have that space. It's like, what? Seeing so much. I mean, sometimes when you're in a position right now, knowing where you're standing, and this is the final game, you have to do everything to at least try to secure some KP.
Yeah, this is the final game for every team in this lobby for the group stage, right? Got to get the points, got to try something. Meteor still sticking on the horizon as well, just for the Legend enjoyers out there. I mean, we did see quite a few teams, especially the more aggressive ones, try bang out during scrims, and it actually looked good on a couple of teams I saw, especially some of the really aggressive teams like Shadow when they were playing it. You know, you can still get a lot of cover out of those bang smokes. Obviously, it's weaker than it's ever been. She was 100% pick rate for a long time, and those smokes got nerfed and nerfed and nerfed. But still, it does provide a way to move around the map fluidly.
Yeah, if you're not going to be opting for that Gibby, you're not going to be utilizing that Trident. Instead, you're going to be utilizing the Bangalore smokes.
Though I think the teams were trying it, especially when Mirage came out, and it was more of like a, you know, it's already confusing enough when Mirage ults, but you add some smoke into the mix and you've got no clue what's going on.
Yeah, good luck figuring it out there. Then you add a bubble in case they had that. Gibby, Orgless, and Hungry get eliminated in 18th, another team that we say goodbye to in this last game lobby.
So again, that's definitely going to mean the elimination bracket for them as they crash out that 31st spot.
Look at where the zone, the circle is pulling towards, though, Genome, towards that north side, close to where Complexity we're banking on by that hilltop, getting in a line of sight of the teams that are by that building of Lightning Rod, Gaimin, Gladiators on the other side to match up that hill. But there's a lot of open space there aside from that fence line that you do not want to rotate there early because so many teams could shoot at you and look at you at the same time.
Yep.
Falcons actually going around the side now to take on Guild. Here we go, we're going to get some sight of that action. I think it's another surprise for Guild when they're in the Trident, and this time having to fight a team coming out of the zone. Do Falcons have the firepower to push through the other Aussies? They do not!
He was one trying to engage on that fight, trying to take a different flanking angle. Does not work out for Falcons as they try to send it onto Guild. No third party in sight too.
All right, REIGNITE have got the Sheila out. Let's have a listen into their comms.
Should be back there.
ちょっと迂回しないとだね。ここで出しちゃうわ。
まあさっきの候補で外側飛ばそう一旦。せーの。これ飛べる。そんな届かないかな。
ならそう、さっきの角じゃね。戦闘全然いないよ。
そうね。
ここでいいね。
ここだね、ここだね。
家中まずすぐ抑えるか。ピクピクピク。ニューキャピク、ニューキャピク。
一旦角にニューキャルさせてるこれ。
どこ？家中？
うん、中。
セーブ？家から壊されるこれ。ちょっと打ち返すわ一旦。ピーク来たらどうも欲しい。あー、これ壊されるな。下がったら大丈夫。銃ある。
All right, we just got a little bit of a graphic there showing us the standings as they are right now. There's a couple of teams in this last game that are looking to get above the threshold and make it into that.
Oh, what the great, bro. Quick scope. That was disgusting. The 210. It's not going to be able to do much. Okay,
well,
he
if
tried.
He keeps doing that. If he keeps doing that, Source are going to be one of the teams that makes it, Vicky, because they are on 86 points and close to it.
And it was a trade-off too. He gets a hit with a Kraber, then he gets hit with a Kraber shot afterwards. And Meteor just making sure to let them know, all right, hold on, you think you are him, but also we have the sauce here with the Kraber. But you have to watch out in the distance. Another team taking some shots at them. I believe that's Fnatic looking at this fight, looking for an opportunity to 3P here. They try to fully slide in. Libble Ace alive here still. Croton, they lose out on the Gibby. Kraber shot, can he land his shot? It was a trade-off originally here too, so it's a 2v2, but with the Horizon able to get up onto the high ground just as quickly, he cannot stop the res from happening. Fnatic now moving for the third party.
The quick reload with boosted loader, but it's still not enough to get past the Newcastle resing on a height, and Source have taken over this position effectively. That said, 30 seconds, the zone will start moving, and all of these teams, including Fnatic, who is sitting to the north of them, by the way, will have to move.
Still was landing those Kraber shots. Only so much you could do here as Source X and Y try to chase after him, but they can't fully commit while Meteor is in the line of sight of the squads, still hanging out on top of Stormcatcher. We also saw in your feed that REIGNITE got eliminated, which is scary to say when they were on the cusp of being sent down to that losers bracket right alongside Disguised. May not be enough here for that team here now, while Fnatic still in full blues are going to move in.
Yeah, it definitely won't be enough.
Yeah.
There's many teams just a few points behind them with a whole series to go, right? So it looks like, Source X and Y at 88. That's, that's maybe just around the kind of point total that you might need. We'll have to keep an eye on that and see where Groups A and D end up at the end of their 6 games. Team Burger down at 73 points in total right now. Would have to have a banger end to this game to make it out. That said, their position is okay, tenable for the moment. As you can see there, we've got teams right below REIGNITE, and as it happens, they fall out.
Source X and Y get taken out. Team Burger now taking some damage from the Sheila right across from them, playing up that low ground, but they get shot from behind. Meteor, the solo finally called out as Yuka's going to be able to pick that up. So many teams are looking at them too, playing off this low ground. Where do you go? You hide behind the rampart walls while Disguise still alive. Trying to engage in this fight originally with the Seer ult, giving them the information that they need.
Oh, Burger being eliminated. That might be it for them on 73 points. Meanwhile, Complexity has just made it to triple digits, 100 points sitting at the top of the zone. They're looking good to actually win this game, by the way. But not only that, that'll push them into potentially the top 10, which would give them some of those preferred draft spots.
Gotta also keep your eyes on Noctem too here. Still alive, still sitting in that first place spot. Gaimin Gladiators now moving in.
Green STERGO out. They're on 109 overall. Should be fine.
Skies still taking their time with the team right above them. It's Noctem on the other side. GHS still holding high. VK Gaming. Aurora on the other side too, as they are going to finally start moving in a trident, as you can hear it in the distance. And Gaimin Gladiators trying to take shots.
Yeah, Disguised on 77 have just pushed their way into the top 20, but it may not last for long.
Oh, you saw what was happening when they found themselves by that fence line I was mentioning earlier on. Guild now looking at Aurora. Disguised trying to get this res.
Strafing, honestly, looking a little stressed here. He knows how much is on the line in this final game. Noctem's above him, so Fnatic below. GHS actually just trying to hide behind cover here on the roof. Don't think they'll be around for very long. Okay, strafing flame.
And with the Cyril 2, they were able to get information on who's above them, who's playing underneath them, where can they go next. A nade right in front of them, and it is not them who have height. The team that is first place right now in this lobby.
Yeah, height's not in for the next zone though. They got 15 seconds and they'll have to make this jump down. Do they have bubble ready? Can they force someone else out with a Gibby ult? Disguised! Get a knock as they jump down!
This is huge. Strafing Flame gonna be able to get that advantage for Disguised. Let's jump into it. Let's hit it with Disguised as they come in from the heavens.
VP, kill the team. Yeah. Give me life. Chill. No. Stay alive. It's all you.
I have no shotgun, bro.
You just have to live forever.
Popping the bat, staying alive is Arctic. You can hear the desperation. Only 2 bullets in the EVA 8, and it's not your Newcastle who's the last one alive. They cannot capitalize. GG had moved up, and they're trying to find the soul that is Arctic. Disguised get eliminated in 7.
Guild picking up some of those kills. They're looking to play with the big boys right now. 128 points on the board. They move into a top 5 overall position. And it is a lot of these overperforming teams that we've still got in the zone here. Fnatic, Guild, Aurora, Complexity, and Gaimin Gladiators all doing so well in the group stage.
And GG have 56 points after they were able to clean up what was left of Noctem too. They can easily try to overtake them in that first place spot. Just making that statement. Fnatic on the other side of that fence with 9 Impulse still alive from Aurora.
You can see someone getting an advantage with the bin reset there, and 4 bins late in the game with a legendary one will help you a little bit. I mean, having that gold helmet and being able to get your attack skills back even quicker can be so important in these stressed endgame situations.
They just went in with the trident and the berry right on top of them to engage on this fight, to sit in this position. Aurora have to move around where they were sitting in by the fence line over to the north side with VK Gaming smack dab in the middle.
Fnatic was slaying it in the first 2 series, but they have been a little lackluster here. Can they bring it back? Can they get up on top of Noctem? They're equal with them and 2 points behind Falcons right now.
Doing the cha-cha slide around the bombardment here too. VK Gaming are looking at 2 teams at the same time. Fnatic now with the Sheila letting it roar as they're forced to move up from the Gibby Dome. Guild get eliminated. 5 squads left in this tiny zone.
Reloads come in, GG are out. Aurora go in for VK Gaming, but Complexity have managed to create space for themselves. They're not getting involved. They are still looking like the victors of our final game.
It's such a good position here. Fnatic with the Graver. The mobile shield laid down. Complexity on the north side. Complexity now take out VK Gaming with Fnatic still alive, but they get taken down almost immediately.
Okay, Fnatic with 1 on the ground. They have to be a little bit more circumspect in how they play this. Somehow maybe getting the reset here? Oh my lord.
The nade is huge here. It actually puts a dent to the way they're trying to reset, but nobody could overextend because all the teams are looking at each other. Dome for dome, but Fnatic put the dome down last.
Oh my god, the nade manages to catch Yuka out. I don't know if they've got time to res him again. Will the Shielders come into play in this last 3 squads? Aurora down first. Fnatic go in. Can they finish it off with a win?
Fnatic now with the height advantage, now with the health advantage, take the final within the series. They were able to get the reset. They saw Complexity mow down Aurora and they take game 6.
Yuka almost falling over with relief. As we said, they've been struggling, of course not overall, but in this series so far. And a big finish for the hometown team puts them 10 points clear of Falcons and the current lobby leaders.
You said that they were quiet. You said that they need to put our performance here ramping up. 40 total points.
And it was them and the crowd that made some noise in the final game.
I love how you heard the crowd slowly ramping up.
Oh yeah.
The gasp as they got knocked, one getting knocked from Fnatic when they had waited to put the bubble down last compared to the other two teams, Aurora and Complexity, looking at each other. The standoff.
I mean, they got knocked twice. They got knocked, but like easily the most in that last fight, and they just kept getting resets somehow. The other teams allowing those shield walls to get up, not bursting down the mobile shield. And obviously, the Gibby bubble in those situations is the most important piece of util. Just the same as it was last time Gibby was meta, that ability is incredibly powerful, and the person who has that button on their keyboard or controller often has their team's fate in their hands.
Yeah, it's not like the mobile shield, right, where it's now destructible. You can't move it around here. You have to stay settled. And also, in terms of their positioning, I like the awareness. Even when one of the teammates had gotten knocked, they were able to back away, wait, because the Newcastle is incredibly important to try to get that res. Now you're settled down. Now you have your cover. And neither team wanted to push because they knew that if they did, it was either Complexity. If they moved forward, Aurora was going to shoot at them from behind. And if Aurora moved forward, it was the same thing. While still, Fnatic was going to cover them.
Great finish for a great team. It's an incredible group stage from Fnatic, but the real challenge lies ahead. Top 5, top 10 finishes have been commonplace for this team. They haven't lifted a trophy yet, Vicky.
Can the hometown advantage really shine here for Fnatic? I love the energy from the crowd. We're talking about ramping up because in the earlier series that they were playing with B versus C, I believe they had just fallen with just, 23 points. As we take a look at the final moment from our last game, Fnatic looking for an angle, getting that Kraber shot, just being the finishing blow for VK Gaimin.
By the way, all three of them got purple armor at this point.
Yeah, we saw them with blue armor within the middle to late game there too for a really long time before finally engaging this fight. But this is what I'm talking about. Having the importance of the Newcastle up is huge here. Yes, the nade re-knocks, but what can either of these squads do? They had already expended their own bubble.
I mean, to be honest, I feel like Aurora could have essentially peeked out and done some damage, tried to just poke the shields down a little bit there. Might have been exposing themselves to the Fnatic Sheila. Oh. That's what it really is. It's the re-slam from Leica that put paid to Complexity in that final circle. I mean, if you allow the circle to get small enough, the slam is so important because you can often do 25 or 50 damage to the entire team as they take 1 or 2 ticks of the zone, as it does physically displace them if you can get it close enough.
That was huge plays here. And like you said, yeah, also being able to slam last, going to be able to break both Newcastle walls if it's big enough there to be able to control a lot of that small space in that last zone. Fnatic with the reset with a huge dub for that final game. Again, they had gotten 23 points in that last series, really waking up after having such a strong performance in game number 1, now holding that top spot.
Aurora looking pretty chill. They did get first place in that series, picking up 62 points. And that put them up to 145 overall and doing amazing. Oirain had a great series, putting up incredible amounts of damage as well.
Good to see how Aurora had no issue also trying different things, right? We saw them utilize the Mirage at some point, feeling pretty comfortable in changing out their play styles and trying to prioritize their positioning in that final zone. That now could be seen into our next series and what our groups A versus D is going to be looking like. Noctem, a team that I would love to highlight. We were seeing them knocking heads in the kill feed. Little screen time here until they made a statement, taking back-to-back dubs on E-District within the series alone.
Man, I'm just so impressed with these guys. I mean, we've known Anonym for a little while now, you know, even going all the way back to the South American days, where he was very often a feature of the teams, the SA teams who would make it to LAN. And, you know, we've seen quite a few international melds now, right? I mean, Apex has been joining it recently with sort of, you know, Phony coming over and joining Guild. But just the way that we've seen Adonam join the two Brits and make a team that's a little stronger altogether. So, yeah, an interesting mix, and they've really just shown that, you know, it wasn't a fluke that they got into the finals last time.
Finishing off with, what, like 145 points here, tying that with Aurora. And Waltzy finishing off with the most kills for Team Falcons, 13 kills in total, securing themselves in that second place overall standing spot with 147 points.
Yeah, I mean, look, Waltzy is such a consistent performer, you know. We've seen this guy just show up at LAN time and time again. They're definitely going to make it into the winners bracket. And I believe that continues his streak as literally the only ALGS player who's played maybe more than like one LAN, who's never gone to the elimination bracket. An incredible feat. The other two players on his team can't boast that. They've got a couple of trophies in the cabinet that maybe they hold over him, but that's still a pretty impressive stat to have on your side.
Also, look at the love here in the crowd. We have Falcons, our squad that has now secured second place overall for now, while Fnatic taking that dub. It's been so exciting to see all the fans just filter in here, and it's just gotten better and better as time has progressed.
Yep, Privacy leading the cheer squad down there. Of course, one of the most incredible analysts in the scene. If you ever caught a stream from him, you know, incredible knowledge that he brings out to both the community and also just a few secrets that I think he keeps for himself and the team.
And Gaimin Gladiators ending third overall within this lobby. 7k damage from Light, a team that was able to take 2 dubs, one on World's Edge, the other on Game 5 on Storm Point.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we were, actually, you know, Privacy was, we did a little awards show that he was handing some out, and Light was definitely up there in contention for IGL of the Year in the little unofficial awards that we had. I think I voted for him, and you can see why, right? And IGL being able to put out those kind of numbers is frankly very impressive and does put him up there with other titans of the game like Zero, like Leica.
Helping enable his team there too. Gaimin Gladiators really showing up here. Guild also was right behind them originally too. 128 in total. Starting to kind of ramp up, but man, we have so much more games to go. It makes you wonder what the finalized overall standings are going to be looking like for some of the squads that still have some games to go.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about you know, the teams that can sort of push past that that 20th spot, it looks like it might be a little lower than it was in previous times. I think it's, you know, it's usually somewhere around 90, maybe 95, a little lower if the lobby is quite tight. So I think teams like Furia, 100 Thieves will be quite easily making their way past that threshold. The NB Stallions also looking really good for, you know, supporters of Alb, who's made his first LAN in I think it was like 2 years. I mean, you know, this guy was right there holding some of those initial trophies with Hal, and it's been a long journey for him back to the big stage. It's
been exciting to see how everything is played out too for our groups that had played in their last series of games. We still have a lot more Apex to go. I want to hear from the desk after some insane action from Fnatic and the rest of the crowd. How are you guys feeling?
Absolutely on fire. Fnatic get another win, Vicky and Genome, and you guys covered that so well. Thanks for all the casting. We'll take it from here, get back on the desk and talk about it, because yes, this scene got lively, guys. Rain Day here, back with Glitter Explosion, Snipe Down, and Jamerson. It got lively, and I think that's the beauty of being here for Fnatic. They have a chance to instill actual energy into this arena. in the last moment possible, they pushed themselves ahead of what we most likely see as Falcons, although we're waiting on those final numbers in just a moment. But it's very fitting for them to have had this type of performance coming out in the only broadcast that we've had here in hometown Japan.
Yeah, I mean, they are just so good at clutching up in those situations. And you were saying it while we were watching, Rain.
Yeah.
You saw all the Fnatic signs, the banners, the audience hype when they do well.
It started to move. Everything started to change. And I think that also impacts the other players on stage, benefiting maybe not now because the set is over, but this next series, we do know it will be activated for sure. Let's take you back, though, through how this series ended with games 4, 5, and 6 in those final circles. Jamerson, I'll kick it off with you in game 4.
I mean, there's something in the water for Noctem. Back-to-back here on E-District. There was absolute control coming out from them. And honestly, with a lot of the other teams in this lobby starting to pick things up, particularly there on E-District, another team that had a resurgence was Complexity, who were able to perform and find themselves in in these late game circles. But Noctem, they have been able to fight extremely well in the bubble. You can see how well that they're able to call these targets out, all three of them basically facing off against one player peeking at a time. So they did a great job of just controlling the late game lobbies, controlling the late game circles, and honestly, it was just complete control for them.
Playing this patiently is not easy to do. I know that's the theme that we've talked about again and again as we come back on desk, that patience is the name of the game for this meta. When you're bubbling, when you're using your Newcastle wall, and being the person who's thought 3 steps ahead against the person who's thought 2. But at this point, there are no necessary steps ahead when you're playing against teams who are just on fire and performing this way individually, but also as a unit. Of course, I'm talking Gaimin Gladiators. They have really done what they came here to do after 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it is about teams winning multiple games in each series, but it seems like there are certain teams that just end up locked in more so than these other teams. Being able to win multiple games is no small feat at all. And Gaimin Gladiators is showing that last tournament was not a fluke. They are by far one of the most patient teams we saw with the bubble placements. They let the other teams use them first. They follow it up, make the other team make a move. And they're just making teams uncomfortable with their coordinated play. And look at this. I mean, they knew to play from up top. They knew working their way down the hill from height was the easiest way to win this game. Everyone kind of collides down the hill once people start working their way up, and they're able to just get free kills, take the win.
Maybe the ultimate showcase of patience. I'm not making a Dragon Ball Z reference here with a Goku launching a Spirit Ball down onto Frieza, but I do have to say here, this is like the closest thing to it. Fnatic wait this thing out, and finally, after all the bubbles go down, are able to close it out good.
And what's crazy, too, is the fact that we were able to even get this lull, to get the reset, and they were able to save the most important part of their kits for the final moments. The Rampart walls and that mobile shield allowed them to save the bubble for now. When they put their bubble down, it's the last one. You watch the other two pop while Complexity and Aurora are battling it out, and then they get the final slam, all because they were able to go for a reset with that Newcastle. I mean, this was such a good example of why Fnatic is so difficult to deal with. They handle a situation that a lot of other teams would absolutely crumble under.
And we were watching Yuka or Meltzer's perspective during the game, but when you see it from Laika's angle, I mean, that fight was won. He was waiting with that Newcastle wall. That 50 damage, that stun coming down on those players in that small zone, knocks 2 of them back into the zone, and now obviously Fnatic have just a few shotguns away from getting the victory. And that puts them into the 20-point threshold for 1 game. And I think that will have done enough. You see Complexity, Aurora, VK Gaming, and Gaimin Gladiators rounding out the top 5 there in Match 6 as we finally have our results up here for you. Green STERGO continuing to be pretty consistent across the board. Falcons, Dragons, Orgless and Hungry, Zero Tenacity, and LG, all with goose eggs here. Bottom 5 teams, a few of them, though, still will have made it into that winner's bracket, as it is, of course, still one more series to play, but we know that it's going to be very, very hard, almost technically impossible for them to pass Falcons. As we get a look at our series results, and my goodness, Noctem have split the win, but off a tiebreaker, you would assume, have taken first place here, technically, Lauren, over the rest of the lobby. 2 series in a row for Noctem.
I mean, they're looking scary right now.
That is unbelievable.
In a lobby with Aurora, who's matching your points, and we saw just how strong Aurora was as well. This is a really impressive performance. Only 1 point behind them, though, is Gaimin Gladiators. Complexity, the team we talked about, needing to get at least 33 points, get 55 points with that aggression. What is in the water in this series?
It's really unbelievable. And I mean, just the consistency factor. you can tell sometimes teams just come into it having played well at the start of the day or in one series, and they just carry that momentum forward tonight. As we get a look at the overall standings, Fnatic leading the entire teams here with 160.
Yeah, I mean, you would almost think it's Championship Sunday with the way this crowd is, listening to Fnatic and the roars and the eruption, and I can't imagine what that feels like for them. I mean, looking at some of these teams, it's really good to see Guild that far up. I think there's some question marks with the firepower that Phony lost out on, adding into his new teammates, but I think it fits directly into his playstyle. Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see where Shopify ends up after this next series.
This is true.
I think it'll be cool to kind of compare and contrast. Maybe it works out better for all of them, and you know, it's cool to see like that. It doesn't always work like that.
They need 34 points to tie, which is a decent series. It's not a bad series, to say the least, but we'll see what Shopify Rebellion do, and coming up with this 8 versus D. Jamerson on the back half, the place you don't necessarily want to be. Right now, this is the losers bracket, and any team who is in B versus C, who is in this side of the bracket, will be going to elimination round 1.
Yeah, and there is a lot of room for movement here. I believe that we have 7 teams currently that'll be playing in the next lobby that have already secured their spot in the winners bracket, but down here we have 13 more teams remaining. Furia are right there on the bubble with REIGNITE, but REIGNITE have already played all 3, and now Furia with 100 Thieves right behind them. It should be an easy pickup to get up there, but again, with 13 teams, there's a lot of movement, a lot of things can happen, so you're not even safe when you're a team like Furia or 100 Thieves. Even taking a look at Envy and Stallions, you know, it looks like they might have an easy route in, but there's still a lot of teams here in the middle of the pack that can actually propel themselves forward.
Yeah, I mean, but I think, you know, looking at the progression of teams like Cloud9 and Noctem, and of course, second place, Aurora, who have shown up today. I mean, there's so many teams that are making big moves. I feel like it's not reserved for these top dogs that we came into this, you know, tournament with the seeding of first or second place or qualified based on winning one of our split playoffs. We've really been talking more about teams that have found a rhythm at the right time, Lauren.
And that's why groups is so fun too, because I think it gives the teams a little bit of an opportunity to try to find their footing within whatever this lobby is going to be for their individual experience. You have a little bit of leeway knowing that you're not immediately knocked out. Do you want to play through your elimination bracket? No, but figure out how you work within all of these groups and make it your best opportunity to get all the information and all the errors out early.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird, but the best team is usually just the team that plays best. It's not necessarily the best team with all of the opportunities or all of the skill or all of the talent. When you find momentum, ends up really mattering as to how far you can go. Certain teams have found it, certain teams haven't. One team certainly in a good spot, and in there standing by with Lace, it's Kimchi. Let's see what he has to say. Lace?
Yo, I am here with Complexity. We actually have 2 people. We got Monsoon and Kimchi. We're nearing the end of our group stages, and it's so good to have you guys. Now, Monsoon, what did you focus on most when analyzing your games before today's matches?
Yeah, I mean, this meta is mostly about control, and since we had 2 groups already, we got to go back and kind of deep dive into this basis of how we understood spots and how teams were playing with high density spots and stuff like that. So we came in today with a new recipe of how to just set up a spot and how far we could push our utility. So I think that was the main thing, is just understanding the space that we can keep and how to pressure other teams more.
I mean, you took it to the drawing board and you executed it live on stage, so you should be very proud of yourself. Now, Kimchi, do you feel any added pressure or even motivation knowing that you're now one of the top teams in ALGS?
I would say we're just feeling probably a lot more motivated now. All 3 of us have a good amount of competition experience, so, I mean, just with how we played, because obviously we weren't too happy with how yesterday went. We really wanted to come out strong yesterday so that it wouldn't come down to today. But unfortunately, it is what it is, and so today we really had to perform, and it really felt like, I don't know what it was, maybe it was the food, or maybe we were rested well, but we came in today, we were focused, like Mon said, we were able to just do the things that we need to do, play together, and there was still a lot of points left on the board, for sure, but we're definitely motivated knowing that this isn't even like what we're fully capable of, so we want to carry this momentum and energy into winners bracket.
Absolutely love that you said motivated. Now, of course, you know, you were talking about the food here in Japan. Monsu, what has been your favorite part about the whole event or even being here in Sapporo?
I mean, everything. The mountains, everything's so beautiful about it. The people, the food, the culture, the stadium, the vibes, everything's really nice. I've probably eaten about 10 pounds of raw fish in the last 3 days, so I've been going crazy with it. There's so much good. Sorry, I was about to curse, but there's so much good stuff. Holy flip.
Nailed it. Now, Kimchi, I heard that you guys are going to go do a little bit of singing. What's your go-to karaoke song?
Ooh.
Let's get down to business to defeat the Hinds.
I know this one.
Yeah.
I have to. There we go. This has been Monsoon and Kimchi from Complexity. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thanks, Mon. I think we're just getting a call from Disney right now. Lawsuit has been filed. Appreciate that. Who knew we would be getting clearance for some of the classics. Great to obviously talk to Monsoon and Kimchi Lee, whether it is the food or whether it is the vibes. Complexity have found themselves in a position to be staring winners bracket down for Saturday. Will they stay there? Most likely, but that all depends on what happens in A versus D. B versus C, finished. See you later. It's time for A&D to take the stage. In just a few, we will be coming back with our final series of group stage, and that will set up the 20 teams in the bottom half of the 40 that are here who will be going to our elimination bracket and risk being sent home from the biggest event of the year and from all the delicious food in Sapporo. You don't want to be there, so it's all up to what happens next. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with our final series of the day. The action never stops when it comes to the ALGS. So we were right in the thick of things and ready to continue. On fire, my whole team on fire, dominating down to the wire. I said we on fire.
It's all up to Hal. The CEO has to clutch and he can't. GG from the low ground. Take down Falcons and we'll win your game number one.
What a play from the Gaimin Gladiators.
Nah, you don't want no smoke.
Should be able to finish this one off. But Aurora want to make it work, and Aurora will make it work. Amia again with a win here at the ALGS Championships, and Aurora look dangerous.
If we're ever wondering what we meant by vibes-based, that's what we meant. I don't even know what stretch that is.
Micah says, actually, you know what? I'm going to stay in here and I'm going to ruin your day. Noctem Esports, just one more to go, and it will be found. Noctem get the job done. Noctem find another victory, their third of the day. Now, as they look to take out the source, Noctem, where did they come from?
Pay attention to Noctem. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. Nah, you don't want no smoke. Hey, you don't want no smoke.
Fnatic go in. Can they finish it off with a win?
Fnatic now with the height advantage, now with the health advantage, take the final game.
Alienware, the official PC of the Apex Legends Global Series.